This audiobook is a non-profit fan adaptation of the web novel Greek mythology, The Spiritual Dominator. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, The Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 499, Falling into a Trap. The divine light broke through the sea, rose from the palace in the South China Sea, and headed northeast. Poseidon knew that in today's human world, it would be impossible for him to reach the sea near the kingdom of Pylos quickly. Unless he used the anchor of faith to send down his incarnation, when he arrived at the scene, the war at sea would have ended long ago. However, even though he knew it would be too late, Poseidon did not try to take other solutions. As for the reason, it was simple. In the absence of a suitable carrier, if the gods wanted to send down their incarnations only with the help of the ceremonies held spontaneously by believers, it would still be a burdensome act even for him. Moreover, the incarnations made in this way would still have a big gap in strength, and his own artifacts could not be brought over. Poseidon was naturally unwilling to spend such a price for a group of mortals who were more likely to cause trouble than to achieve success. If they survive, it's their good luck. If they don't survive, then it's the price they pay for their incompetence. At most, for the sake of your devout faith, I will make your death more valuable. None of those mortals from Athens will go back. Stepping on the waves, the blue-haired man holding a trident stood at the head of the tide. The bitter storm set off a cold smile, and Poseidon was in a good mood. Since the kingdom on the mainland was against Athens in accordance with the will of God, he actually received a letter from Hera. The Queen of Heaven hoped that he would launch a siege from the sea, but Poseidon didn't intend to be the first to do it. Finding an opportunity to take back the power at sea is fine. Attacking Athens and finding a way to draw out Athena's means?
He's not that stupid.
But Hera is not easy to get rid of, so he might as well go today. Doing something will save her from bothering him again. It's a good day today. Just a little sleepy. Hundreds of meters high waves rolled under his feet. When the initial excitement passed, the spirit of the sea god on the tide gradually became tired. Maybe it was because he drank too much wine before. For a moment, Poseidon actually felt a little sleepy. He raised his head and yawned. At this moment, Poseidon regretted why he didn't ride the divine horse with his blood. If he had it, he would be much more relaxed. The sky gradually changed until the bright moon rose in the east. On the tide, Poseidon gradually closed his eyes. As night fell, the sleepiness brought by drinking became stronger. After a not difficult struggle, Poseidon finally decided to take a nap to slow down his progress. Anyway, no matter how you calculate it, his speed is much faster than those humans. Even if it takes a while at night, it will not hinder his ultimate goal. That's it. Who? In the night sky, Poseidon fell into a deep sleep, and only the trident of the Sea King still glowed with a pale blue divine light, guarding him. As a divine weapon that was once born with the trajectory of fate, although it is not as good as Zeus's thunder and lightning, it is still of extraordinary significance. On that day, the sea god cast his priesthood of tsunami through the hands of the Cyclops. In a sense, the trident is the proof and medium of Poseidon as a sea god. In comparison, earthquake and storm, on the contrary, have no direct relationship with the sea. In the years that followed, Poseidon added a certain power gathered after he multiplied many sea creatures to it. This made this artifact more powerful and gradually possessed some spirituality. A divine weapon with a hazy consciousness. In a sense, it is indeed a good weapon. In terms of quality alone, it may be better than my flute now. Unfortunately, this weapon that is so closely related to him is destined not to be used by me. As the wings flapped, a light gray airflow fell from the sky. The gray-haired boy stood in the sky, overlooking the moving tide under his feet. Thousands of years in the human world, for him, it has been an unknown amount of time. And when such a long time passed, he once thought that he had forgotten this memory. The god of sleep Hypnos, the lord of the third layer of the nine hells, is also a legitimate god in the world. bathed in the moonlight of the human world again. The appearance of the young god is still the same, but his identity has long been different.
Top.
Walking in the sky, watching the Sea King gradually fall asleep, Hypnos was not impatient at all. The power to make people sleep for a long time spread in the sky and landed on Poseidon little by little. In a head-on confrontation, Hypnos might not be Poseidon's opponent. No matter how powerful his divine power is, his divine duty makes it difficult for him to defeat his enemies. But everything is different in the areas where he is really good at. Even the original God King could not escape the disaster, and Poseidon naturally could not escape. But Hypnos also knew that this absolute authority also brought him absolute flaws. You can make him sleep, but you can't let him get hurt. If I want to attack him, I only have one chance to take the initiative. Oh, that's right. Even as the god of sleep, I can't let a person fall asleep when facing life and death crisis and pain. If that human didn't give me something, I really couldn't take him away. With a trident protecting him, Hypnos couldn't touch the sleeping Sea King without taking action, so naturally, he couldn't take him away directly. Fortunately, he got a special help on this trip, a bottle of poison that even he couldn't help but feel terrified when he saw it. Hypnos didn't know how such a terrible thing was born. After all, the world of Khaos had never produced a powerful god who controlled poison. But it didn't matter anymore. He took out the transparent bottle, and the god of sleep carefully opened the bottle cap. There was no sign of leakage. Even without the bottle cap blocking it, the illusory liquid of Hondon still didn't overflow. Only the surrounding space shook slightly, as if even it couldn't withstand this terrible toxicity. The mouth of the bottle tilted slightly, and the recorder on the waist played a melodious music without wind. Hypnos noticed that the eyelids of the Sea King moved, and then he regained his peace. Apparently, some kind of dangerous foreboding stimulated Poseidon's spirit, and even in his sleep, he still felt uneasy. But under the full force of the god of sleep, he did not wake up after all. Seeing this scene, Hypnos finally felt relieved. Very good. Nodding with a smile, the young god tilted his right hand for the last time in the sky corresponding to the tide. The transparent mist was like a wisp of green smoke, judging 3 times at the mouth of the bottle, and then falling down. A trace of curiosity flashed in his eyes. Although he did not dare to touch it, Hypnos was also curious. What kind of effect does this bottle of so-called poison have? Sea King? Poseidon, right?
Come.
Let me see what you can do. According to the monarch, he is now loyal to the Serpent of the Atrium of the 9 Hells. There are several key points that he must pay attention to on this trip. The first point is how to defeat Poseidon without attracting attention, and the second point is how to prepare for the desperate struggle of the Sea King. Once he knows he can't win, Poseidon will most likely explode his divine power at all costs and fight to the death. In this case, the only one who can subdue him again in an instant is the Lord of Hell himself. But now his breath has been marked by the living God King. As long as he dares to make a move, Zeus will come in an instant after one move. And what I need to do is to bring Poseidon back to hell after the explosion. Doing this in front of a great god, it's really exciting to think about it. With a smile on his face, the expression of the young god did not change at all. Just kidding, Hypnos was not afraid even when facing his creator. In comparison, what can the living god king count as? The night is long, and there is no sleep. On the top of Mount Olympus, Zeus is walking in a forest. Not long ago, the rainbow goddess Iris told him that the goddess of fate who visited him not long ago went to the human kingdom and then went east. But after hearing her reply, the god king was not satisfied. No initiative at all. I didn't say it, so you won't do it. Who did she meet? What did she do? What did she plan to do? It's ridiculous to travel so far just to kill a mortal. Sighing, Zeus missed Zephyros a little at this moment. As his most loyal minister, the god of West Wind would not make such a mistake. He is not without shortcomings, but most of the time, he can understand what Zeus means. No matter what is difficult to say because of the position of God King, Zephyros can do it. In comparison, Iris actually went to protect the goddess of fate, who had no fighting power, when I said I would secretly protect her. That is, I can't understand the power of fate. In order to prevent them from knowing what I said, even in private, I can't say what I mean. His eyes flickered. To this day, Zeus has never really let down his guard against fate. A god king who doesn't want to defeat fate is not a good god king. Although he has embarked on another path, Zeus will not give up if he can make a breakthrough in other places. While walking and thinking, the god king is not in a hurry. Up to now, there are few things in the world that he can't do. The once distant continent is nothing more than this for him. If Zeus is willing to burst out all his power, as long as his royal power can reach the place, the vastness of the world is nothing more than a trivial matter. But everything is going well at present, and he will be able to achieve his wish sooner or later. So the God King has not had the opportunity to use such power for a long time. The only exception is the unidentified existence of the two in the abyss. Don't let me find a chance. If the existence outside the world enters the world, you will only be regarded as an invader by the laws of the world. At that time, I will be able to exert all my power without hindrance, and you will be suppressed by the laws instead. In Tartarus, I may have lost the initiative accidentally, but if I go to the outside world, then the offense and defense will change. With his hands behind his back, the God King admired the moonlight above his head. Now he was just waiting for an opportunity. Wait for Silver Moon City to cause trouble. Wait for all the gods to be no match. Then he will take action to suppress everything. Wait for the conflict between the sea gods and Athens, or even with Silver Moon City. If not, he will try to add fuel to the flames. Then, if there is a chance, he can also involve the underworld, but he has not thought of a way yet. And in all the processes in between, once the great power behind one party can't help but take action, he can laugh 3 times and then, with the blessing of the laws of the world, defeat him or drag him to victory without winning. Now that I think about it, I can't wait. I don't know who will be the first to take action. The abyss, the spirit world, or the Earth Mother who has been lurking for a long time but will never give up looking for trouble with him. Zeus doesn't know. According to the god's perception of time, it shouldn't take too long to solve the mystery. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 500, Food Stealing. Under the moonlight, the sea surface was silvery white. The waves were rising, and I was immersed in a half-dream. Like mortals, wandering in the ocean of dreams, Poseidon has no idea whether it is reality or fiction. Standing on the imaginary Mount Olympus, he walked step by step up to the highest throne in the golden palace. Zeus, whose face was blurred, was looking at him unwillingly, but he could only hand over the rights in his hands. Yes, this is Poseidon's dream. If he had to choose one thing he wanted to achieve most, it would probably be to sit on the throne of the God King. The heart rate gradually increased, and at this moment, Poseidon felt that his long-cherished wish had been fulfilled. Hello? Can you hear me? That big blue guy. You seem to be in trouble. Wei Wei was stunned. If he suddenly heard such a sound in reality, Poseidon would be instantly alert, but this was his dream. Dreams are absurd and illogical, even for gods. So Poseidon didn't have any drastic reaction. He just looked for fame and passed by. In a corner of the golden palace, in a painting hanging on the wall, Poseidon saw a white dragon. The two looked at each other, and for some reason, Poseidon began to feel a little irritable. The tension rose quietly, and the Poseidon in the dream couldn't help but stand up suddenly. His thinking was still confused, but Poseidon still subconsciously maintained his identity in the dream. It's a joke. Even Zeus is no match for me. What kind of trouble can hurt me in this world? It's just alarmism, Fanwu. I think you're the one who got into trouble. This is Olympus, and I am the master here. Since you have seen the God King, why don't you worship? The voice became louder and louder, and the echoes echoed around the golden palace. The entire sacred mountain seemed to be shaking, reflecting the power of the Poseidon. However, in front of Poseidon, the white dragon just tilted his head, his crystal eyes reflecting confusion. She didn't know what the other person was talking about. She just felt the aura of a familiar guy she only met once in her dream. Through the reflection in his pupils, Bai Long vaguely saw a young man with gray wings, who seemed to be giving the blue-haired guy a meaningful smile. Well, okay, since you asked, I'll leave, but I'll accept your dream. The childish voice sounded like singing, and Bai Long shook his head. She turned around and disappeared into the vast ocean in the painting, leaving Poseidon alone here, staring blankly at the place where the white dragon disappeared. Suddenly appearing and then disappearing again, Poseidon in the dream didn't know what happened, but the panic in his heart became more and more serious. The memory in dreams never lasts longer than 3 seconds, so Poseidon quickly put this episode behind him. He searched in vain, but could never find the reason for his panic. Gray-white feathers fell from the sky, like chains, firmly stabilizing this imagined Olympus. No matter how strong the warning sign in his heart was, Poseidon never woke up and returned. God's instinct is not omnipotent, at least not against the actual power of another god. So in the illusory dream, Poseidon continued to indulge. That dragon. Reality above the tide. His eyes flickered slightly. Just now, using Poseidon as a medium, Hypnos also felt a familiar power. Dreamland. That was originally his domain. So is this dragon the new manager of the third-level spiritual world? If it hadn't been for the matter at hand, Hypnos would have definitely met the dragon. However, in just a moment, he escaped into the vast sea of dreams again. There will be opportunities in the future. Now, I'd better deal with you first. Poseidon. Staring at the scattered phantom mist, he calmed down. The god of sleep lowered his eyelids slightly and was extremely cautious. Right in front of his eyes, the next moment, the poisonous mist that could corrode the space fell and finally touched the skirt of the Sea Emperor's clothes. There was no movement at all, as if there was life. Along the 7 orifices where the Sea King was sleeping, a hazy mist penetrated into it. Hypnos saw it with his own eyes, as if millions of years had passed in an instant. Poseidon's facial features began to rot, turn yellow, and gradually fester and collapse. At first, the sleeping Poseidon seemed to have no sense, and his senses seemed to be paralyzed. Until this rot continued to propagate towards his internal organs and bones, and even began to corrode the relatives closest to him by blood along a certain path. Well, the pain finally invaded his mind, and he opened his eyes in an instant. The pain that penetrated his bones instantly broke the limit of Hypnos' power. The first moment he woke up, Poseidon tried to find his enemy. However, at this moment, Poseidon no longer has an eye. Above the vast sea, the faceless gods howled miserably. His facial features have long since peeled off, and even though the essence of the sea is constantly repairing his wounds, the white bones full of divinity are still decaying and yellowing visible to the naked eye. The corner of his eye twitched slightly, and Hypnos hid his whereabouts and watched the horrifying scene quietly. Because he knew that this was not the time for him to play. With the power at this moment, Poseidon's body was destined to be corroded by this terrible poison. And he could only make one choice. Who is it? Who is it? You dare to plot against me, but you dare not stand up? Come out, come out. The bloody face opened and closed, and Poseidon roared angrily, but there was only his voice on the vast sea. Time passed by bit, and the roar of the Sea King never had any result. At a certain moment, I don't know whether he regained his sanity or gave up struggling completely. The Sea King, who had been corroded by the poison and half of his body, suddenly stood still on the sea, and the poison that was originally unstoppable also stopped the erosion. Turning around slowly, even without eyes, Poseidon also looked in the direction of the god of sleep. At this moment, it was as if some terrible power had returned to the world, and the whole sea was quiet. Whether it was Pontos sleeping on the seabed or the Lord of the Ocean in the distant sea, They all felt this power coming from the southeast of the world at almost the same time. After so many years, Poseidon once again used the power of God in the world. And this time, he had no reservations. Hee hee ha ha. Okay. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter? No matter who it is, no matter who you are, I want you to pay. The extreme emotion is the extreme power of the innate God. Only the most extreme emotions can make them closest to the primitive and instinct. Even if they can't see it, Poseidon still locked the position of the god of sleep. He didn't know who the other party was and why he wanted to plot against him, but he didn't care anymore. No one could humiliate him like this. Even if he was suppressed under the sea for 10,000 years, even if he killed 10,000 enemies and lost 30,000 of his own, Poseidon would make this madman pay the price. Clang. Under the endless infusion of powerful divine power, the trident of the Sea King clanged. Endless waves rolled on the sea. In just a moment, more than one island in the entire East China Sea was overturned. Carrying the momentum of half of the East China Sea, it condensed the power to shake the earth. The sharp artifact tore through everything in front of it and moved forward in the direction of Hypnos. Give me die. A loud shout resounded through the ground and the sky. And facing the artifact that tore through the air, the god of sleep was moved. Before, he had heard a lot of jokes about Poseidon. But at least with this blow, even if he could use divine power, this force was enough to injure himself. Extreme emotions, extreme power. This is the innate divine spirit born with divine power. Unfortunately, in front of truly unrivaled power, what can your anger change? Without dodging, or even moving a step, Hypnos just looked at the cold light of the trident. The space of the present world twisted slowly in front of it, but the god of sleep was not panicked at all. The next moment, right in front of Hypnos, the space of the present world shattered. An indescribable shadow slid down from it and collided with the tip of the Poseidon artifact. There was no earth-shattering sound, no colorful vision. There was only the instantly disintegrating body of Poseidon and the indelible divinity attached to the trident.
Boom.
Not only thousands of miles away, at this moment, all the temples that believed in Poseidon collapsed almost at the same moment. In the kingdom of Pylos, where the blood of the Poseidon remained, a flood surged onto the island and an earthquake occurred instantly. This is not the behavior of the Lord of Hell. He has no eyes for those mortals. At least when the extreme emotions of the innate gods are defeated, his authority will also be shaken. And the next moment, in Hypnos's perception, the laws of the world finally fell. It's just that the part that should have fallen on Poseidon instantly shifted its target. Things have priorities, and for the laws of the world, things that are worthy of his attention are also divided into priorities. The Sea King who violates the order will certainly be punished by the rigid rules, but right here, something that needs to be suppressed and rejected by him has emerged. Now, the cold voice sounded in Hypnos' ears, and the god of sleep had no time to respond, and he took a step forward immediately. His own divine power and the power of the Lord of the third layer of hell were combined and released by him without reservation. For the laws of the world, just like Poseidon, he couldn't take care of himself at this moment, so Hypnos was not afraid at all. What really made him dare not neglect was, of course, the boundless supreme power that rose up from the east of the earth almost the next moment. How dare you come to the world? The God King had not arrived yet, but his voice had arrived. Without time to think, Hypnos stretched out his hand to grab the trident. However, at this moment, the Sea King, who had just been severely injured, suddenly burst out with a powerful divine power again, making the god of sleep slow down his movements. Whoosh! The next moment, the outstretched right hand clenched and clasped together. As expected, Poseidon's existence was held in Hypnos' hand. Although his divine body was obliterated, this was the combination of his divine duties and immortal essence. However, in this short moment, the power of Poseidon finally produced some effect. Right in front of the god of sleep, the trident of Poseidon broke through the air and went in the direction he originally wanted to go. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 5, Three-Headed Dog, and Contract. Swish. The left hand reached out subconsciously, but only caught a ball of air. In just a moment, the trident of Poseidon fell into the seabed in front of the god of sleep, and then disappeared in an instant. This artifact, originally created by the divine power of tsunami, merged with it the moment it touched the sea surface, and then moved away from this extremely dangerous place. Even if Hypnos's true power far exceeded it, he could only roughly identify the direction in which the other party escaped. However, no one could fish out the artifact that Poseidon deliberately hid in the sea, unless Khaos could give birth to the Supreme who truly controls the ocean and water. Moreover, at this moment, a great warning sign had already struck the heart of the god of sleep. The living god king is coming, and if he dares to delay any longer, he may not be able to leave. Even now, he felt the silent pressure. With a backhand press, Hypnos sent Poseidon's existence directly into the space-time gap torn by the atrium serpent, and then turned and left. This gap leads directly to the Nine Hells, and is a channel maintained by the power of the interface. As long as Poseidon enters here, his mission will be completed. As for why he didn't go in, that's naturally because he couldn't get in at all. Tartarus. Flying into the sea, he came to a crack in the ground that led directly to the door of the underworld at the fastest speed. Whether it is land or seabed, there are many cracks like this. And no matter where you go down, the place you finally arrive at is either the underground world or the gate of the underworld. Returning to hell through the underworld is the only way for Hypnos to go back. The reason is also very simple. As a lord who controls the power of a layer of the interface of hell, the god of sleep will be instinctively rejected by the abyss. Just like the interface of the twins will not target the sea god, nor will it target this earthly god, who is essentially like a sacrifice, it does not mean that he will allow Hypnos to come and go at will. So, if the god of sleep wants to travel between hell and the human world, he can either go through the portal of the underworld or hold a grand and magnificent sacrificial ceremony in the human world to shield the induction of the will of the abyss. Or have enough power to ignore Tartarus' instinct. But for Hypnos at this moment, he obviously has only one choice. That is to go through the proper portal and pass through the gate of the underworld. Hiss. It seems that a long time has passed, but in fact, it has only been a moment since Poseidon took action. The artifact turned into divine light and escaped in the seawater, and the young god also left the human world. On the vast sea, there was only a shadow bathed in moonlight. There was no entity, just a manifestation of power. The black shadow was winding, circling from the southeast of the earth all the way to the northwest. Far away under the pillar of heaven in the far west, the giant god who supported the sky lowered his head slightly and actually saw and heard the flashing shadow and roar. Wow! The void shook, and the next moment, the clear sky was covered with dark clouds, as if the sky was angry. Across half of the continent, carrying a sky full of silver snakes, Zeus came to this restless ocean. The remaining power and will of Poseidon should have caused storms and heavy rains here, and there would be no rest from then on. But when the two supreme beings set foot here one after another, even the unruly sea water would stop. It's you again. Where is Poseidon? What did you do to him? Who gave you the courage to murder my brother, the main god of Olympus? The thunder and lightning shook endlessly, making a deafening roar. The god king, who came a step late, overlooked the sea and the sky, and his aura firmly locked the ancient snake whose head and tail were hard to know. He did not make a move, because Zeus had already seen it. What appeared in front of him at this moment was not the opponent's true body, but only a part of its split power. The split of this power will inevitably weaken its owner for a period of time, but on the contrary, even if he destroys it, it will not affect the opponent's original body at all. Hiss. Brother. Lord God. I thought you would thank me, Zeus. After all, without Poseidon, the sea has no nominal master. And if you don't want to submit to the Lord of the Ocean, the children of the ancient sea god can only give up their previous free attitude and choose to join your court. In this case, maybe I am actually under your instructions. After all, for the God King, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. The low laughter and the sound of snakes resounded through the sea, and Zeus's face was visibly ugly. Yes, this was his first reaction after realizing that Poseidon might be suppressed and taken away. But now this idea was said by the other party first. Enough! The evil god from Tartarus, the remnant of the beginning of creation. Your existence is a sin. Stepping forward, Zeus gave up his original idea. He originally wanted to test the other party's news, but now it seems that this ancient snake from the abyss is not an easy existence to deal with. So he made up a story about his origin, and the God King summoned his thunder. Since there is no need to communicate, he will use the other party's existence to prove his own strength. Now, in the name of the King of Gods, monster, I grant you death. With cold eyes, Zeus's eyes swept across the sea. His plan was revealed, but so what? If Poseidon was not here, then what he promised to him would be meaningless. As for the rest, whether it's Nereus, Oceanus, or Tesses of the original water, look at my power. Then, give me your final choice.
Okay.
The body walked through the ground, and the wings behind its back vibrated. Since leaving the sea, the young spirit has been heading downwards, not daring to look back at all. Hypnos didn't know if the God King had noticed him, but he was by no means the most important target. So during this gap, he should still have a lot of time to go back. Brush. The bottom of the dim trench could not be seen, but as Hypnos flew, at a certain moment, the surrounding seawater suddenly disappeared. If one looks back at this moment, one can only see an upward tunnel instead of separated seawater. This weird space-time phenomenon exists in every passage connecting the portal to the underworld, and their endpoints are often the same. It's much faster than I expected. Without stopping, Hypnos nodded secretly. This special space phenomenon often leads to the situation where traveling to the underworld from the same entrance may not take the same time twice. But this time he was obviously lucky. So he continued downward until the ground beneath his feet gradually turned gray. In the surrounding space, laws that are completely different from those in the human world began to appear. Not far away, the gate of the underworld stood there, and even Hypnos could vaguely hear the sound of the Acheron River. However, at this moment, the god of sleep stopped. Because at the end of his gaze, outside the black gate that stretched across the gray earth, the giant beast that had been sent into a deep sleep by the sound of his flute had woken up at some point. 6 scarlet eyes looked at this place, with fire burning in their bloodthirsty and greedy eyes. Cerberus, the 3-headed demon dog, is the descendant of Typhon, the king of demons and the gatekeeper of the underworld. After Typhon's rebellion, it was subjugated by a god from the underworld and came here to serve. Its 3 heads take turns to rest, watching over the day, night, dawn, and dusk. Under its protection, no one can pass through the portal of the underworld without permission. The reason why the god of sleep was able to come from hell to the world through here before was only because of his unique divine power. A beautiful flute tune lulled the demon, who was comparable to ordinary gods, into a deep sleep, and then left the underworld safely. But for some reason, Cerberus is awake now. Hypnos asked himself, although the power of gods in the underworld has been reduced to a certain extent, it is far less powerful than the human world. Here, the effect of one's own divine power should not be so short-lived. Even if it had been 3 days and 3 nights, the 3-headed dog should not have woken up. Don't be too surprised. It really shouldn't wake up. It was just its slumber that alarmed me, so I woke it up. A calm voice came from behind the 3-headed dog, and a figure slowly walked out from behind the demon as tall as a mountain. She was a goddess in black, without any gorgeous accessories, and even her face looked so ordinary among the gods. But with just one glance, Hypnos felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. Looking at the world, if it does not touch the realm of great divine power, There may be gods that can defeat him head-on, but there are almost no gods that cannot be discovered by him at such a distance. In the underworld, only Hades can do it when he mobilizes the power of the underworld itself. Once he leaves here, he cannot do this either. As for Persephone, queen of the underworld, she is still too weak. However, at this moment, in the goddess in front of him, Hypnos also felt the authority of the underworld. Excluding the familiar angel of the dark moon, the identity of the visitor was self-evident. Lord of Oaths, source of hatred, Styx. He never expected to see the other party here, and Hypnos never expected that the one who surrendered the three-headed dog was not the lord of the underworld, but the almost non-existent Styx goddess. Or maybe they are indeed subordinates of Hades, but are these two great gods of the underworld already standing together? But if that's the case, then why does the other party stand in front of her? What does she want from herself? This god comes from the abyss, or as you say, from hell. I'm waiting for you here today. Actually, I have something I want to ask you. Stroking the three-headed dog's hair, the tall demon bowed his head in obedience. With a calm expression, Styx raised his hand slightly and then took out something from the void that left the god of sleep speechless. This is it. I want to know, where did this thing come from? With serious eyes, the goddess and the god of sleep looked at each other, but Hypnos really didn't know what he could say. It was just a piece of paper, but when it appeared in the hands of the Oath Goddess, the meaning was completely different. It's it. He sighed and looked at the paper. Of course, Hypnos knew its origin. It comes from the 5th level of hell, the giant tree in the center of the atrium. It is rooted in the middle point of hell, with roots extending to 3 interfaces. And if you swear a solemn oath to its trunk, no matter who it is, you can pay a price to exchange it for lasting power. In addition, its leaves also have similar abilities. If they are made into special paper, they can constrain the signer to fulfill his promise. So the devils in hell call it Devil's Contract, which is also the biggest reason why the Lord of the Courtyard is considered by the devils to be superior to other lords of hell. It's not just power, because power only brings fear. It's because more and more devils who travel to the human world and try to create performance realize its importance, and that as the only thing that can restrain the cunning devils, they are so in awe of the big snake entrenched in the courtyard, not just afraid of its power. This is not a secret, but something that many devils know. So at this moment, when it appeared in the hands of another Lord of Oath, Hypnos could only remain silent. Just repeat it truthfully. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Not surprisingly, Styx should have followed similar authority to find someone who uses the Devil's Contract, and then learned about its inside story. Then she stopped me at this moment not just to listen to me repeat it again. His eyes flickered. There were obstacles in front and pursuers behind. Hypnos didn't know when the God King would come back, and Styx was not alone. He seemed to be stuck in a dead end, and he had to fall into one side's pocket. However, the more this happened, the calmer the heart of the born evil god became. Yes, that's it. What's wrong with taking life as a bet? I'm sorry, ma'am. I don't want to answer your question. Don't know, or don't want to say? Of course I don't know and don't want to say. With a smile on his lips, Hypnos obviously didn't say the question asked by the other party, but what she really wanted, and the same was true for Styx. As the sleep god flatly refused, the three-headed dog that was originally quiet beside the goddess of the Styx suddenly raised its head, and 3 bloody mouths opened one after another. In terms of head-on battle, the sleep god is definitely not the opponent of the goddess of the Styx, especially since this is the other party's home court, and he can't delay too long. But at this moment, Hypnos was not afraid. The underworld was the opponent's home court, but he still had a trick up his sleeve. It was just a gamble. If they won, everyone would be happy. If they lost, what would happen? Voilà. The human world, the East China Sea. Not long ago, not long after Poseidon fell into a deep sleep, the fleet, which had obviously experienced war, was flying the flag of Pylus and led by Prince Antilochus, and was moving forward on the sea. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 502 Warner. A few days ago, the prince made the decision to retreat. So while the others hadn't reacted yet, Antilochus led the crowd out of the battlefield. There was nothing much to say about the process of retreat. In any case, the fleets of these maritime kingdoms still had a considerable advantage in number. So after paying a little price, the fleet of the kingdom of Pylus successfully took the direction decided before. All the way south, Antilochus was actually a little nervous. After all, according to the records of the kingdom, the source of their bloodline, the palace of Poseidon, the Sea King, was built in the south of the world. The prince once regretted this, because if he really ran into the cruel sea god head-on this trip, their end would probably not be very good. But now, he can only pray that his premonition is not wrong. According to the direction recorded on the sea chart, it seems that we are close to the uninhabited islands in the southeast of the world. It is said that the natural environment here is very superior, and even most places are much better than Pylus. It is just because of the special wonders here that even the pagans in Silver Moon City are unwilling to get close to here, let alone us believers of the sea god. By the moonlight, Antilochus unfolded the map in front of him and observed the position of the stars to confirm the location. In today's world, the west of the wreckage of Mount Odysseus is still a wilderness for humans. And in the places where humans live and multiply, the closer to the southeast, the better the climate and environment. After a while, Hypnos realized that there would really be no subsequent changes. While slightly disappointed, Hypnos breathed a sigh of relief. For him, it's actually good that nothing has changed. After all, he couldn't figure out the thoughts of a founding ancient god who he had only met once since his birth. In this case, it would be better not to meet him. But in this case, he might really be stuck here temporarily. Unlike before, here his power could not pass through the barrier of eternal night, lulling him to sleep beyond Cerberus's perception. And once you walk out of here, what will greet the god of sleep will probably be the methods left behind by the god king. So at this moment, Hypnos could either wait here, waiting for the Lord of Hell to remember him, and then find a way to save him. Or we can only stay here and wait for changes that will happen without knowing when. No matter what, let's get out of here first. The land of eternal night is not safe. Although he has not been back for a long time, Hypnos still remembers that there are many godlike beings in this ancient god's territory. Of course, they cannot threaten the current sleeping god. But fighting in the land of eternal night is a very stupid thing in itself. Taking one last look at the direction he came in from, Hypnos walked along the path in his memory. He didn't really understand this place, and he didn't know where to avoid the native creatures. But there is a place that should be quite safe. That was where he was born, the plain covered with sleeping flowers. Buzz. It was almost the same moment before and after Hypnos was forced into the land of eternal night. Intertwined and overlapping in a strange time and space in the southeast of the world, but clearly separate from the real world. Ever since it landed from the sky thousands of years ago, it has been wrapped and digested by the power of the world. Without the right time, no one can enter even if they know it is here. This is true for Erebus, and it is naturally true for other beings in this world. But just today, everything seems to have changed slightly. Maybe it was disturbed by the familiar aura. Maybe it was the destined Poseidon who exploded when he was on the verge of despair, or some other reason. In short, on this day, a gap finally appeared in the tight space-time barrier around the interface. It may still not be enough for the real gods to pass through it, but for other mortal beings, this place is no longer a restricted area for them. Tier. In the center of a dilapidated ruins, the world that had been quiet for thousands of years ushered in the first change. The void shook slightly, and then was broken open from the middle. It started as a small gap, then grew larger and more obvious. At a certain moment, it turned into an elliptical hole 2 people high, with a faint blue light on the surface. The space-time that was pulsating like water waves filled it, and soon, with a burst of intense light, something passed through. The hole disappeared, and the strange phenomenon disappeared. Only the young prince, and the artifact that was obviously dimmed by more than 1 point remained. Plop. Ha. Hu. Ha. Half kneeling on the ground, breathing heavily, as if being drenched by water, Antilochus was soaked in sweat. His face was pale and bloody, and the prince was like being seriously injured at this time. Of course, in fact, he was indeed like this. Trident of Poseidon did not lie to him, and the coordinates it got from Poseidon were indeed accurate. And from the results, they did come here. Antilochus could be sure that this was definitely not the sea he was familiar with. It's not just the environment, but more importantly, as a warrior who barely stepped into the legendary realm with the power of divine blood, he can roughly sense the rules that are very different from the material world. However, even though they arrived, both he and the Trident overlooked a problem. That is, traveling through time and space is something that not just anyone can do. Poseidon did not leave a warning when he found this place, because he was a god, and he didn't think there was any problem. Sea King Trident had no objection, because it was a divine weapon and naturally didn't care about the pressure of time and space. As for Antilochus, he obviously wouldn't prepare for something he had never done before. So when he really started this cross-interface crossing, the prince almost didn't get here alive. This is my mistake. The divine light flashed, and a thought came from Sea King Trident. It didn't mean to do it, but in its eyes, this was not a problem. Huh? Ho. It doesn't matter. Anyway, we are all here, right? So, this is the place where we can hide from the sea god or even the king of gods. After taking a few deep breaths, the injuries on his body gradually subsided. The prince stood up from the ground and looked around. This is a city, at least it used to be. It has been destroyed, leaving only the wreckage. But even so, looking at the collapsed buildings, Antilochus' eyes still flashed with surprise. Building materials with regular materials, various decorations, and different architectural styles. Although he didn't know how to describe it, the prince still felt a sense of beauty from it. And what attracted his attention the most were the broken lattices and surface patterns in the wreckage of the buildings. Antilochus felt familiar at first glance. Silva Moon City. No, their styles are very different. These are definitely not products of the same type, but the results are the same. These things are definitely not made casually. They also have their own knowledge and systems behind them. This is the direction I want. But will such a civilization also perish? Excited, the prince took a few steps forward and stroked the layers of texture on the fallen pillars. At first glance, they seemed to be just decorative patterns. But for Antilochus, who had seen the alchemical runes with his own eyes, he asked himself if he could still tell the difference between the two. Undoubtedly, this pattern itself has some kind of power. And as long as there is enough energy supply, it may still be able to operate now. What a wonderful craftsmanship, but such things are actually only used for construction. Thinking of this, the prince shook his head gently. This is not a problem because Silvermoon City should be like this. For them, alchemical products have been integrated into every corner of life. His fingers passed over a vertex of the wreckage, where Antilochus found a special stone. It is located at the node where many lines meet. Indistinctly, the stone seems to be absorbing some energy from the outside world. It's just that this space seems to have long been empty of what it wants, so no matter how it absorbs, it will eventually be useless. 1,000 years, 2,000 years, or even longer? Unbelievable. Such a miraculous creation. I don't know if there are still living people here. If there are none, it's fine. If there are, then I must ask him what the correct way to supply energy for the stone is, and what this building was used for when it was intact. This is exactly what I have always wanted. The prince did not hide his thoughts in an admiring tone, and the artifact did not say anything about this. Keep going inside. Just now, I tried to sense this place. If this is a city, then where we are should be just its outermost part. So, if there are still living beings here, they are probably there. I know. Nodding gently, Antilochus put down the things in his hand. In the surrounding environment, all the energy that should be there exists. The prince didn't think he could come up with any answers for a while. So, just like the artifact said, he went inside first. After all, if he wanted to survive here in the future, understanding the environment and dangers was also one of the necessary preparations. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 505 Fraudster. Tap tap. Antilochus walked along a vaguely recognizable main road. Some rubble was rolled around by the prince's movements and hit the broken walls. In the wreckage of these buildings, Antilochus saw many square creations of the same style as before. Broken lines, broken transistors. Multifaceted stone edges that constantly absorb energy from the surrounding environment, but never get any energy. But as he got closer to the center of this ancient city, more doubts came to the prince's mind. Undoubtedly, there was a great civilization here, which was far more powerful than Pylos. And even if it was the Silver Moon City that believed in the ancient gods, although Antilochus did not know the true strength of the two, in his opinion, the latter would probably not be more powerful than this long-destroyed country. However, it was such a civilization, and it eventually disappeared so strangely. Yes, it was strange, not unreasonable. After all, even the king of the gods would be replaced, so how could the country established by humans really last forever? So what really made the prince unable to understand was the inexplicable sense of disharmony behind this destruction. Destruction is understandable, but this kind of destruction is very unusual. According to the records of the kingdom, forget it. Even His Majesty the Sea King is in trouble, so I will just say it directly. With a self-deprecating smile, Antilochus' eyes swept over the traces of damage to the surrounding buildings. It was like a natural disaster buried everything and turned the city into dust. According to some records from Silver Moon City, Mount Olympus is not a natural pillar, and the current god king is not the eternal king of the gods. Thousands of years ago, perhaps tens of thousands of years ago, in short, it was a time that mortals could not reach. At that time, the real center of the entire world had another name. It is Odeals, the original god mountain towering in the world. It supports the sky and the earth, and at the highest place in the world, the supreme monarch rules the entire world. So, Your Highness, the prince did not really use Poseidon to call the trident, but used a general name. When the god king changed, what happened to the god mountain? And what kind of end did the life that originally lived there end up with? It collapsed. The halo circulated, and the consciousness of the trident slowly said. Although he had only possessed his own wisdom for a short time, the traces left on it as a simple artifact before that had not been erased. As a participant in that battle, the trident knew the outcome of that battle very well. The mountain collapsed and all spirits died. Before the last battle, the previous god king allowed everyone who wanted to leave, but there were always people who thought they were far enough away, or they were beasts who didn't understand language. So they all died there in the end, and collapsed with the pillars of heaven, turning into the remains of the past. Nodding slightly, this was no different from what he had learned. Mount Odeals fell during the god king's transition, and collapsed before the might of the previous god king. But it was this result that made Ambrox more and more confused about everything in front of him. As a stone pillar supporting the sky, the ancient mountain was destroyed by the battle between the strong, and countless lives perished because of it. This is our history, but what about here? Why is it like this? There is no human testimony, no traces of fighting, and even no corpses can be found. If this is an annihilation from the strongest, then how did these so-called debris remain? If this is just a simple natural disaster, then for such a civilization that is so skilled in the use of extraordinary power, how could they be so easily wiped out? Rather than saying this is a sudden disaster, I think this is a foreseen destruction. The people here knew the disaster was coming and fled here. As for whether they survived, no one can know. Gradually approaching the center of the city, many things here have become more refined and holy wherever you look. In many places, Ambrox saw arrangements similar to sacrifices. Obviously, the life that once lived here also believed in gods. Just like Pylos, their gods failed to save them. Or maybe they did, but the gods were too busy to take care of themselves. Well, you have some truth in what you said. It's just that the descendants of Poseidon don't look like this place was damaged after being abandoned. From the furnishings of this city, at least when the residents left here, they probably didn't think that they would never come back. From this point of view, there should be only one answer to their fate. The blue light vibrated, and the artifact responded. It also paid great attention to this world hidden on the other side of the sea and time. A complete interface. If Poseidon had discovered it long ago, he might really have a chance to unify the world. It's just that fate likes to play jokes so much that when he got such an opportunity, he himself no longer had the ability to get it. Yes, they thought they could come back, but it turned out that they misjudged. I really don't know what kind of disaster destroyed them, and whether it will come again. Mumbling to himself, turning over a collapsed tall beam, Ambrox's vision suddenly widened a lot. At this moment, the center of the city was not far from him, and there was a huge broken pedestal, on which was placed an equally huge stone. Just one glance, the prince found that the so-called stone was so familiar. Although it was magnified thousands of times, as long as you look closely, you can see that it is no different from the stone edges embedded in the remains of buildings all over the city. What on earth is this? Take a deep breath. Ambrox subconsciously continued to move forward. He tried to get closer to there. Near the pedestal, he saw a few instruments that were still intact. They might still be usable. This is really a key discovery. But at this moment, the artifact next to the prince suddenly burst into divine light. The azure halo floated around like a ribbon, as if guarding the young prince. And at the tip of the trident, a terrifying light flashed. Buzz. Wait a minute, don't get excited. I have no ill intentions, nor do I have the ability to commit malicious acts. The runestone has no energy, and the entire Vanaheim has not seen the sun for tens of thousands of years. You are the only visitor, and perhaps the last one. A certain voice sounded in the incomplete ruins, and it was not until then that Ambrox reacted belatedly. His mind was instantly tense, and the prince looked around. However, the next moment, he found the source of the voice. Magnetic stone. Who are you? Where is this place? And where are the people who once lived here now? The prince asked loudly, and at this moment, he was very glad that he had the trident to protect him on this trip. He actually couldn't understand the language the other party said, only the meaning could be understood. Just like the so-called rune stone, which was transliterated, its full meaning is sunstone engraved with runes. Of course, these are all trivial matters. What really made the prince nervous was the sound in this relic. Is it an indigenous person? Impossible. Is it the culprit that caused the destruction here? If so, then I did not destroy Vanaheim, human. In fact, I don't have the ability to do so. When I was created, the great Gulvig wrote the lowest order into me. That is, no matter what, you must not harm the members of the Vanir clan. The voice could not hear the slightest fluctuation, and under the gaze of Ambrox, a shadow slowly appeared in the dusty open space not far from the pedestal in the distance. It was a woman with an unusual smile on her face, and wearing clothes of a different style. There was no shadow of her on the ground. Obviously, this was not a physical existence. Can you read my thoughts? Being more alert, Ambrox moved a little closer to the direction of the artifact. The trident also released a stronger halo in time, shining around the prince. For all these actions, the concrete woman turned a blind eye. She just maintained the same smile and explained the questions raised by the prince. No, I can't read your thoughts. It's just that when the great Gulvig created me, she gave me a tiny part of her wisdom, so I can see through people's hearts. Just like now, you are wary of me, but there is no need. The meaning of my existence is to serve the Vanir, and humans are believers of the gods, so I won't hurt you. And your previous doubts? This is the rune stone, the result of the great Gulvig's research on the power of the god of sunlight and agriculture before he left. It can endlessly obtain power from the sun's light and turn it into an almost eternal and inexhaustible energy source. Rune stone, or magnetic stone as he transliterated it, At this moment, the prince no longer pays attention to it. This unknown existence said that she is not dangerous, but which dangerous thing will admit its own harm? Then how did the people here die? Don't try to deceive me. And the Vanir, what are they? No more. The Vanir have been buried in history and disappeared with time itself. As for whether the great Lord Gulvig is still alive, that is not for me to know. She is an immortal witch, and even the most powerful gods can't do anything to her. But in the disaster at the end of all things, no one is sure to survive. The voice was stable on one line, gentle and cold. The virtual image of the woman continued to speak without a pause. As for the death of the residents here, they are the gods' favored ones, or the descendants of gods with the blood of gods. They should have enjoyed happiness and beauty in the gods' realm, but that day, the omen of destruction came, and the king of the Aesir gods in Asgard also foresaw this scene. So, at this last moment, the old enemies put aside their conflicts and shook hands with their enemies. The god King Odin came here. He did not hold the magic gun, but proposed a way to avoid the disaster. It seems that he failed. The prince had no reaction to many things the woman said, because he had no idea what those names meant. But when the other party mentioned the god king, he couldn't help but say something. God king? Is there another god king named Odin in this world? He didn't know, but the other party was probably in a disaster. No, he didn't fail because for him, there was no option of failure. It's just that we are different. Speaking calmly, the shadow said lightly. After all attempts failed, he deceived us. Because of his deception, the Vanir Protoss has become history. And God King Odin, he may still be alive. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 506 Atlantis. Wrong. In the center of the ruins of the city, Ambrocus quietly listened to the narration of the shadow in front of him. He didn't care about the life or death of the God King. In fact, the prince was very suspicious of Odin's so-called God King. But putting truth and falsehood aside, Ambrocus raised his own doubts about the matter itself. Deception. You said he deceived you, leading to the destruction of the entire clan. But how can you trust an outsider in a matter of life and death? Even the closest allies are not defenseless. What's more, according to your words, you are not friends in the first place. I have no idea. Because Odin's deception was originally beyond everyone's expectations. Even the leader of the Warner clan could not have expected this scene to happen. In the past tens of thousands of years, Odin, in the eyes of everyone, would never betray his allies on the battlefield. He swore to his own spear that he would never retreat, and even Njord never doubted him. But this is the result. Because of his deception, the entire Protoss turned into dust. It was Odin, but maybe it was more than just Odin. He knew it, or maybe he didn't realize it yet. That day, the great Her Majesty Gerweg told me this after learning the news. Then she left with the last remaining gods of the gods and never came back. The voice was still calm, and the shadow smiled and told the history. Just listening to the other party's story, the prince felt vaguely chilling in his heart. Yes, but not just what does this mean? Putting his useless thoughts aside, Ambrocus continued to ask, what about Odin if he were still alive? Where do you think he would be? I don't know, at least not in Vanaheim. Even in a sense, he may no longer be in the remains of the 9 realms. That's good. Ambrocus subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, but he didn't feel ashamed at all. Although I don't know how much the other party's position as God King is, he is probably a true god no matter what. With just one divine weapon, the prince is not that inflated. What about you? Why did you appear in front of me? After going around in circles, Ambrosius finally asked the last question. The other party seems to be the original resident of this interface, so what does she think of herself as an outsider? For no reason, serving the gods and descendants of gods is the value I was created for. The Warner Protoss is no longer here, but as you still have the bloodline of the ocean gods, You are also qualified to live here. This is the rule set by the leader of the god clan, Xia, and the sea god Njord. Njord, the god of summer and the sea, the leader of the Vanir clan, and the father of Frey, the god of sunlight and fertility, and Freya, the goddess of beauty. The latter two were sent to Asgard as hostages in the armistice, while the wise giant Mimir was the exchanger given to Vanaheim by Asgard. Among them, Frey's sword went through several twists and turns, and finally carried the essence of the son of Khaos and was inserted at the foot of Olympus. Therefore, the rune stones of Vanaheim can absorb the energy of sunlight, and even the realm itself fell to the sea and became connected with Poseidon. So, I have the right to use this place, and I have the right to bring others in. And you will try your best to help me? The prince did not know the reason behind it at the moment, but this did not affect his understanding of the meaning of the projection in front of him. When he first came here, he was just looking for a pure land that could accommodate them. Sure. But there are some things here that only gods and descendants of gods can use. You can come with me and take a look. They should be of some help to you. If you want to rebuild this place, they might be able to help you a lot. Nodding slightly, Projection responded calmly. As long as it complies with its rules, it has no choice but to reject it. As for the remaining things here, if the gods are still there, they can definitely make the same thing again. But since they have long been destroyed, there is no use in keeping them. Tear. In the rolling sea, the seemingly huge fleet is like sand scattered on the ground. The crew member collapsed on the deck, and his clothes were already wet. Obviously, for these mortals, they're still far from recovering from the pressure from the previous overturn. I don't know how long it took, but at a certain moment, a gap opened in the void with people. Passing through the azure portal, Ambrosius returned to his flagship again. Compared with when we walked, the waves in the sea were already more violent. When the present world loses the gods in charge of storms and earthquakes, then in the future, their corresponding laws will inevitably become restless little by little. Somebody had to take over the burden, or find a way to stabilize it with something, which, of course, was not difficult. But these have nothing to do with Ambrosius. The prince stepped on the swaying deck and felt slightly relieved. I don't know when the vision brought by the god king of the sky disappeared without a trace. There is no doubt that the fight there may be over. Waving his hand to close the space portal behind him, this is the prince's new ability. From this moment on, Ambrosius has the qualifications to open the gate of Vanaheim. Although in terms of strength, he is far from the level of refining and controlling this interface, but this does not affect his use of this insignificant authority. As long as he is near the East China Sea, he can use this to return to that world. Even through some methods, he can change the location of the exit and move the direction of the entire interface. In fact, the prince does intend to do so. The East China Sea is still too noisy. If possible, he will move to the west of the continent. Your Highness, have we succeeded? Returning to the familiar place, the prince's mood relaxed a little. Although he had been protected by the artifact before, Ambrosius was still tense. However, after going back and forth, they finally have a place to go. It's just that the prince is still undecided whether it is feasible. Success, sort of. I don't have any experience in this area. Those past memories can only increase my knowledge, but this is the first time I've heard of the story told by that spirit. Trembling slightly, Sea King Trident did not hide its shortcomings. After all, it really didn't know much about the so-called Vanaheim. God King Odin, god of sunlight, another sea god, gods who can die in battle. It had never heard of these, so it was naturally difficult to make a decision. But at the moment, they had no other choice, so in the end, the Trident gave a positive answer. Go here. Without Poseidon, you can't protect me at all. Without the protection of God, the blood of God in your body is the source of your misfortune. Hide in Vanaheim with your subjects. You can reproduce there and build a new country. And you are the first generation of kings there. Even one day, you may have a chance to gain immortality. Shaking slightly, although it is just a weapon, the Trident also has its pursuit. It doesn't want to be used casually anymore. It also wants to be believed in and worshipped on a high altar. Get immortality? Beside the trident, silently reciting this word, Ambrosius shook his head and laughed. That is too far away. He is far from worrying about his lifespan. But the trident is right. Vanaheim is his only choice. There was a subtle sound in the distance. The prince looked up and saw that someone was about to wake up from a coma. Even if it was to appease people, he had to do something. Okay, Your Highness. I will make some preparations first. Try to get there before others remember us. Since Pylus has been destroyed by earthquakes, storms, and floods, only we can continue it. There are 10 nobles with divine blood in this fleet that followed me. They will be my future helpers. I think as long as they feel the changes in their blood, they will not refuse my request. Speaking of his inner thoughts, Ambrosius was not very sad about Pylus's end, which was why he easily accepted the trident's statement. Because most of the people who stayed there could not understand his thoughts, except for these soldiers who had dealt with the Athenians a lot. The only thing that made the prince a little regretful was his father, but the other party was old. No matter sooner or later, this day was about to come. I don't know if my father can return to the kingdom of the gods in this situation. Even the gods themselves can't take care of themselves, let alone believers. The trident has no answer to this question. Speaking of which, since I'm ready to live in another place, there's no need for me to keep the name Pyrrhus. And Vanaheim doesn't know if there are any enemies. Although the spirit said there are none. Who can tell for sure? You're right, so do you have any ideas? The trident circled in the air and agreed. The prince just smiled. He would naturally give up on such matters. No, and it's not my decision. Only you have the qualifications to name a kingdom and a world. After a slight silence, the artifact, which had just been born, seemed to be moved. Indeed, this was something that even Poseidon had never done before. So what kind of name would be worthy of its status? After racking his brains at a certain moment, the trident had a flash of inspiration. It remembered that Poseidon, who was very vengeful, had searched for news about the spirit world for a while, but it ended up in vain. But in the process, he came into contact with the language of the spirit world. Among those unsystematic words, there seems to be one that is very suitable for the current situation. I remember you mentioned to me just now that in order to avoid the gods and troubles, you plan to move the entrance and exit of this interface to the west of the continent, to a place far away from Olympus. This is a good idea, but in this case, this interface will be called Shijo from now on. I hope you can grow stronger in the future and make its status comparable to another continent. And the name of your country. After hesitating for a moment, Trident finally gave the answer. The name of your country. Let's call it Atlantis. According to the knowledge Poseidon once collected, this word seems to be understood as lost, ideal, and wrapped in the ocean. Trident feels that this description is very reasonable. Lost artifacts and gods, lost interfaces, lost gods and civilizations, this is their portrayal.
Of course, this is just now.
One day, they will face the world again. And this Sea Emperor Trident is still a symbol of the power of the sea. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 507 Entering the City. In the southeast facing the sea, there is a flat beach not far from Silver Moon City. The sky is crisp and clear, with no clouds in the sky. The faint, salty smell of the seawater was blown to the shore by the breeze, and a few crabs burrowed in and out of the sand. The catastrophic changes a few days ago seemed to have never happened, and the movement of the space-time level in Vanaheim would not affect their survival. For these tiny lives, this small beach is everything. The skirt of the goddess of dawn brushed across the horizon and fell back to the palace on the sacred mountain. Facing the rising sun, a huge black shadow was gradually moving up along the seabed. Through the clear water, the dark shell can be vaguely seen. It's just that there are many marks of different shades on the indestructible hull. Buzz. Laugh. Click. Emerging from the water with a buzzing sound, the huge alchemy hull was exposed to the sea. There was a sound of air squeezing from the closed valve at the outlet, and then there was a collision between the machines. It didn't take long for an oval-shaped portal to open in the huge hull. A pair of strong hands grabbed the edge, and then jumped out. Bang! With his feet on the beach, the young hero took a greedy breath of fresh air. It's not that the circulation system inside the hull is bad, but the natural wind does make people feel more comfortable. Hua hua. It's like a lifetime ago, isn't it? You will always feel uncomfortable after staying in a claustrophobic environment for a long time. And although these exquisite creations are good, no matter how high their skills are, they are still far from being able to match the wonders of creation. Even this small gas contains many unknown secrets. Immediately afterwards, without any violent movements like the big hero, the tall and thin Prometheus stepped on the seawater and walked onto the beach. The sun shone on the body, making the Illuminati feel a little warm. Bathed in the gentle sea breeze, Prometheus smiled and spoke. "That's because your requirements, old sir, are too high. Being able to do this is already a very impressive thing. To be able to make something like this, he must be the smartest person in the world." The last one jumped out of the cabin, and the young man said with a smile. He walked to the side of the Illuminati and reached out to support the weak spirit. Respect the old and love the young. The virtues inherited by our Mingtsuan. Amon said seriously, like a good boy. That's really a good tradition. After a moment of silence, Prometheus nodded. Although I don't know why, since following Hercules back to the alchemy ship, the Illuminati didn't like this young man named Amon at first sight. Although he was studious, curious, and smart, just like the children the fire thief once loved most, Prometheus still didn't like him very much. But no matter what, the young man finally risked his life to cross the sea and rescued himself with 2 other children. Therefore, given the character of an Illuminati, it is naturally impossible to reject him just because of a so-called feeling. After several months, the journey is considered complete. So, where to go next? Have you thought about it? In the blink of an eye, a bright smile appeared on his serious face again, and Amon looked at the great hero. And Hercules thought for a while and finally shook his head. Although we share the same goal, it should not always be up to me alone to decide how to act. Our next destination is the extreme west of the world, but we should choose together how we go along the way. In that case, how about we go to Silver Moon City first? Crossing a continent is not an easy task, and this alchemy ship shows how important a good tool is. What's more, you should have heard about the famous name of the city. Now that we have arrived near it, don't you want to see its true appearance? His expression moved slightly, and after listening to Amon's suggestion, Hercules felt that it indeed made sense. The vehicle is only secondary. More importantly, the hero really wants to see what a truly powerful wizard looks like. What's more, besides this, there is another thing that he has never told anyone. That was the god of the west wind who had previously issued a mission to him. Where had he gone? Good. Nodding affirmatively, the great hero then looked at Prometheus. The Illuminati did not raise any objections. In fact, he was also curious about the human kingdom that created such advanced creations. But before that, thinking about what he sensed not long ago, Prometheus reminded him, "I will not interfere with your schedule, but Hercules, you should remember what I said before. A few days ago, on this sea, I felt the power of Zeus venting to the world. The time is short, but it is clear. Thousands of years have passed, and his strength has become stronger. Even now, I can no longer measure the difference in power between him and the ancient god of creation. He has firmly established himself as the god king. So, young man, I don't know what happened to you, and whether it has anything to do with Zeus, but no matter what, I still hope you can be cautious. What really makes gods stronger than humans is never their strength or wisdom, but their eternal life and endless time. Compared with success again and again, being able to bear the consequences of failure again and again is their true reliance on overcoming all things. I will keep your teachings in mind." Nodding solemnly, the great hero did not take things lightly. Prometheus was right, and he had no intention of doing anything until he found concrete evidence. Cross 2 mountains and cross a river. It didn't take long. After passing through a layer of visible and invisible barriers, Hercules saw the legendary city. The huge shadow is blurry and difficult to distinguish, and it is artificially isolated from outside observation. As we approach the outskirts of the city, there are more and more local residents and outsiders. Above the sky, 12 towers slowly rotate clockwise. Vaguely, the great hero even observed a pattern. However, due to his lack of knowledge, even after observing for a long time, Heracles still felt like he was seeing flowers in the fog. It's a clock, but it's also a calendar. Every day, they should circle the city. And they also have master-slave changes among each other, and they change with the positions of the moon phase and the stars. To use human power to change the world, this kind of counter-trend move must pay a huge price. But the tower itself is drawing energy from all things. Unlike Hercules, even after being separated from the human world for thousands of years, Prometheus could still see at a glance the subtleties of the operation of the towers in front of him. The trajectories of the sun and moon, the changes in the stars, and the rotation of time. In Khaos, starting from the birth of the 12 Titans, the number itself contains the meaning of perfection and perfection. If the humans of the Bronze Age could have built such miracles, then even a great flood might not be able to erase them. It sounds really powerful, but we seem to have been discovered. Without the vision and knowledge of the Illuminati, the great hero would not be able to see so many things. But along the way, Hercules' potential in certain aspects was discovered more and more. Although there is no direct evidence, just standing here, the hero feels like he is being watched. Of course, Hercules did not feel any obvious malice from this gaze. This is normal. The seemingly non-existent barrier we passed through before is probably a tool to identify visitors. Whoever finds a strange demigod approaching will probably pay attention. Nodding slightly, Hercules felt the same way. After waiting for a while, no guards came to chase him away. Instead, the hero felt that the gaze was withdrawn. So, without much hesitation, Hercules followed the flow of people and walked towards the tall bronze arch at the end of his sight. Being cautious does not mean being timid. Since the owner here did not refuse his visit, he would go in openly. Walking through the neat avenue, the towering giant gate is in sight. Dozens of pale golden balls were floating in the air, and with the help of his extraordinary hearing, Heracles probably understood their function. It was an alchemy creation responsible for entry registration, and its target audience was all residents who did not live locally. Regardless of whether it was a human being or not, Heracles was even a little surprised to find a being who was suspected of being a river god. Although the true god never regarded them as the same kind, it was really surprising that they would appear here. After all, Silvermoon City's rejection of the Olympian faith is known to the world, and it is not known what these river gods are here for. Sir, please wait a moment. I am the record officer numbered 1587. Next, I will register you into the city and enter the information. What is your name? While thinking, a pale golden ball flew out, and a soft female voice came from it. After coming back to his senses, the great hero looked at this creature without any breath of life. Hercules. Okay, then where are you from, and what is the purpose of coming to Silvermoon City? I come from Thebes because I admire the superb alchemy technology of Silvermoon City. He spoke calmly. The great hero did not make up any lies. I hope to purchase some suitable tools to help me cross thousands of mountains and rivers. Besides, I also want to experience the scenery of this city. Okay, please wait. The information about you has been included in the identification. The pass has been issued, but because it was discovered during this registration that you are a guest coming to Silvermoon City for the first time, I will inform you of some necessary matters in advance. And as long as you don't violate the relevant regulations, your actions in the city will not be blocked. The soft female voice continued to sound, and the next moment, a text was projected on the light golden ball of light. After a brief browse, Hercules found that it basically indicated some forbidden matters. Fighting in the city is not allowed. certain places are not allowed to be entered, and sacrifices to false gods are not allowed, etc. In addition, there are some transaction rules, payment methods, and other things. If there is no legal currency in Silvermoon City, then it can also be traded in the form of barter. There are many scattered contents, most of which are not worth paying attention to. However, in addition to these ordinary contents, there is one that the great hero paid more attention to. Is this pet subscription list? What is this? Hercules asked directly, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. As you can see, Silvermoon City is the birthplace of wizard civilization in the material world. Here, many wizards will sign contracts with some harmless demons and turn them into their own magic pets, or simply use their own skills to create one. In the past, this behavior was limited to the wizards themselves. But thanks to a certain lord's experiment not long ago, we are about to open a batch of magic pets that can be contracted with ordinary people. Whether you are a local resident or not, as long as you meet the standards, you are eligible to apply. I see. Magic pets, it sounds really good. Nodding, Hercules praised, but he didn't actually take it to heart. For ordinary mortals, it is indeed a good opportunity. But for him, it is not so useful. With his current strength, unless it is a powerful demon comparable to the gods, it is meaningless. And even if such a demon really exists, let alone how to tame it, I think others will never sell it. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 508, Witch and God. Click, click, click. Click, click, click. Click, click, click. Just when Hercules and his party walked to the door, they were in a special room in Silvermoon City. On a bright afternoon, the sun shines into the house through the windows. Pick up a piece of a bean and take a sip of delicious black tea. As a wise bird, Zephyros felt that his life was extremely leisurely. There is no busyness, no tasks, no need to figure out the boss's thoughts, and no need to have a good relationship with colleagues who are often emotional. The only thing that needs to be done is to stay here and cooperate with humans to do some innocuous little things. Free your mind and enjoy as much as you want. For tens of thousands of years, almost never before, the god of west wind felt a kind of relaxation coming from the heart. Click, click, click. Ba-ba, it smells weird. So, has the taste of this bean been revised again? For a wise god, for a god who deigned to be a mere bird, they actually refused to make me a special version of the snacks. When I take over this city in the future, I must let them make such products according to my taste, without exception. Click, click, click. After eating another bean, Zephyros showed an expression as if he was eating a fly. A spicy and heady feeling rushed straight from the mouth to the brain, causing it to spit it out subconsciously. But when the excitement passed, it felt a little bit overwhelming again. Dough, a special food. This is a specialty snack from Silvermoon City brought to him by a woman. Rumor has it that its original inspiration came from a dream of a great wizard. The powerful mage once walked through a strange world as a traveler in a boy's dream, where there were warring chess pieces, cards with crowns, the overthrow of the rabbit kingdom, and the lengthening of the nose. Puppet. During this journey, the young wizard tasted all kinds of strange delicacies. For example, there are lively black dessert frogs, candies that crawl like insects, and beans with various flavors. This is undoubtedly in line with the changeable nature of dreams. Restored to his original appearance, the god of west wind jumped into the cave. Is the ground here human technology? Just like the transformation of gods, even if I am close, I can't tell the truth from the false. But it doesn't matter. They put this place in such a remote place and didn't even set up any warning devices. What exactly are they going to do? And Hercules. Bad. After falling for a long time, Zephyros' feet stepped on the ground again. There was no obstacle during the whole process, which is reasonable. The more ordinary things are, the more hidden they are. If there is really a trap containing power underground, Zephyros can detect it. But the real arrangement here seems not to be for defense, but for concealment. If it weren't for the mark left by himself as a guide, I'm afraid no one would find out what's wrong below.
Tata.
Swish. It was dark all around, but it didn't affect the sight of the god of West Wind. Looking at the surrounding environment, at this moment, Zephyros found himself in a long stone corridor. The place where he fell was the starting point, and the end was still unknown. He took a step forward, and then, as if he had received some kind of induction, a series of candles beside the corridor lit up one after another. The bronze lamps were engraved with patterns, and the light golden grease turned into burning fuel. The smell of burning in the air was not only not as fishy as ordinary animal fats, but had a faint fragrance. He strode forward, and Zephyros moved forward along the corridor. Although he himself did not expect to find such a thing, since he had come, there was no possibility of retreating.
Tat.
Starting from breaking the ground above, the invisible airflow was covering up all the ways for sound to spread. No matter what was inside, for them, it was impossible to hear Zephyros coming in. Turning himself into an invisible airflow again, the god of the West Wind once again used his specialty. That is, many of his deeds were unknown to people. Otherwise, Zephyros felt that sooner or later he would become Khaos's god in charge of hiding. The mark probably points to this place. Hercules, what are you doing here? What is this? How is it possible? I don't know how long they have been going forward. At a certain moment, the invisible airflow bypasses a bend. This seems to be the end of the tunnel. When turning this bend, Zephyros's vision instantly widens. A huge underground space is enough to accommodate half of the city of the outside world, and the exit of the tunnel is just in the middle of the air. There is such a space under the abandoned temple, which is shocking enough. However, the god of West Wind had expected this, and even if he was surprised, he would not have such a big reaction. This, a 1,000-man pit, or a mass grave? Zephyros didn't know. In this huge space, countless bones were piled up below, divided into blocks divided by soil. The thick bone powder settled below, adding a bit of coldness to this place. What really made the god of West Wind unable to control his emotions was the location of his mark. In the pit of countless bones, the owner it was attached to seemed to be one of them. For a moment, Zephyros thought Hercules was dead. But the anger was only a moment, and he reacted instantly. That was not Hercules. There was no trace of the blood of the god king on the skeleton. There was something wrong with his mark. Buzz.
Who?
It seemed that the emotional turmoil just now caused the breath to leak out, and Zephyros realized that there was someone else here. He looked up suddenly and looked towards the center of this space. The candlelight was like day, and the bones were like a pile. In the center of this space, a familiar and unfamiliar figure was reflected in Zephyros' eyes. The scarlet pipe ran through him like a piece of fish on the chopping board. And the movement just now came from there. Asterius. How could it be you? Mumbling to himself, Zephyros was speechless for a while. Familiarity. It couldn't be more normal. Because in terms of bloodline, he was the beginning of the bloodline of the god of West Wind. But strangeness is the same. After all, how many gods of chaos care about the relationship between father and son? All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 5, 10 Blood Food. Bone Piles, Firelight Dim. In the empty underground space, the name was whispered in disbelief. Looking at everything in front of him, Zephyrus never thought that he would see him in the underground of Silvermoon City. Astrius, the ancestor of the stars, the Titan god. He was the son of the former weather Titan Khaos, the grandson of the ancient sea god Pontus, and the father of all the star gods today. As early as the beginning of the Second Age, he had given birth to the stars and the four wind gods with the goddess of dawn. Therefore, the star gods in the Second Age were divided into two, obeying the god king and the sun respectively. As for the change of the god king, the god of weather was imprisoned in Tartarus, and the power of the sea Eurybia returned to the near sea and was closed door and reflected under the supervision of his brother Nereus. Having lost his two biggest backers and not being able to turn against Zeus early, Astraeus' situation became awkward. There was no place for him in Olympus. After all, although Zephyros had gained Zeus' trust by offering the golden staff of Median, the relationship between them was not that close. They were father and son, but in fact they were more like colleagues who obeyed orders together. In the starry sky, although the ancient sun god was no longer there, the position of the Mother of Light was still as stable as Mount Tai. As a result, coupled with his ordinary strength, Astraeus was forced to leave the world. There were actually many Titan gods like him, most of whom were of mediocre strength and did not join Olympus early. From this perspective, Zephyros' luck and choice were already very good. In comparison, the gods of the same generation as him had long faded out of the center of the world. Buzz. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in fact it was just a moment. All kinds of things about Astraeus flashed through his mind, and when another buzzing sounded, Zephyros immediately locked onto the source of the sound. It was at the midpoint of this underground space, where a tall altar stood surrounded by endless white bones. Its shape was very similar to the altars that mortals used to worship gods, but there were some differences when looking closely. Not only because the altar was not a statue, but a god himself, but also because of the fine pipes and light silver fine grids that penetrated his body. From the altar, from the void, and even from Astraeus' body, the fine grids radiated from it, and finally bound the existence on the altar. And the continuous noises were not caused by anything else, but the movement caused by the collision between the god of stars and him. Are you calling me? Taking a step forward, Zephyros noticed that Astraeus on the altar seemed to still have a clear consciousness. He seemed to have noticed his arrival and was trying to attract his attention. Without hesitation, the god of the west wind flew forward. Although the relationship was average, as a member of the gods, Zephyros could not sit idly by and watch the other party being imprisoned here by humans. This is a taboo of the gods, and it is also something that every god must do. Like Sisyphus, the last mortal who did this, he is still pushing the boulder endlessly to this day. Swish. Leaving the corridor, there is a huge pit buried with billions of bones under his feet, and the invisible airflow lifts the wind god forward. However, just at the beginning, Zephyros's face changed slightly. For some reason, since he came to the sky above the pile of bones, an inexplicable force began to act on him, trying to extract his blood and spirit. The further in, the more intense this extraction. At the same time, the grid near the central altar became brighter, almost visible to the naked eye, and the god of the west wind in the air was in a dilemma for a while. He didn't know if he could still block this power without relying on divine power if he continued to move forward. And this feeling is so strange and familiar. Zephyros was sure that he should have seen it, and more than once, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Hovering in the air, his face was extremely serious.
Oh.
Don't come over. What? Looking up suddenly, Zephyros heard Astraeus' voice with the help of the air around him. The next moment, the god of stars also realized this. In the pale silver grid, a glimmer of hope flashed in the eyes of the thin god, who was as thin as a withered bone. Can you hear? Go away. This is a blood sacrifice. You can't save me. Just you alone. Go. Leave here. Tell the gods everything here. Otherwise, my today will be your tomorrow. The voice was so subtle, but Zephyros could hear the overwhelming hatred. It was understandable that the other party wanted him to leave. After all, he might be the only hope he had seen in thousands of years. If he also died here, it might be the real despair for Astraeus. However, although he saw this, the god of west wind did not want to leave just like that. Blood sacrifice, yes. After being reminded by the god of stars, Zephyros finally remembered what this familiar feeling was. Mortals sacrifice blood to gods, and he just played the role of the sacrifice. It's not even just me who happened to come here. The billions of bones in this underground cavity may have come from this. The mortal who somehow obtained his mark accidentally became a sacrifice, and became a blood sacrifice to the god of the stars.
But why?
Human sacrifice was expressly prohibited by Zeus, and even a cruel man like Ares would only dare to do something in a devious way to save the country, using the excuse of gladiation. But all this proves that there is such a huge and continuous living sacrifice under the Silver Moon City, which has always called itself civilized. The bones under the potholes can clearly show the difference in the order of death, and the object of their blood sacrifice turned out to be a god who had been imprisoned. What a madman! Blood sacrifice to the gods. Aren't these humans afraid of him at all, and resisting him at all costs? No, judging from his appearance. If there was even a chance, no matter how high the price was, he would have already fought to the death. Taking a deep breath, Khaos vaguely guessed something, but he subconsciously didn't want to believe it. How could a noble god fall to such an end at the hands of humans? Return to the high platform at the beginning of the meeting, and behind it is the corridor you came from. With Astrius' warning, the god of West Wind did not intend to go any further, but this did not mean that he would leave just like that. Regarding what happened here, he would eventually have a result. Astrios, I will find someone to save you. But before that, you have to tell me what exactly you have experienced. Who trapped you here? What did they do? And what was their purpose? And most importantly, in addition to humans, are there gods involved in what's going on here? His expression was solemn, and the god of the West Wind was even more nervous. He wanted to know the previous question, but it wasn't really that important. Only the last one is the key to the problem. Although as a god, he did not believe that any other gods would support humans in doing such a thing, there were always accidents. What if, and what if that what if happens to be the god that Silver Moon City believes in? After all, this underground space happened to be built here, under the abandoned temple. In this case, it was impossible for pharaohs not to be nervous. But fortunately, the next moment, when Astrius' voice sounded, the god of West Wind breathed a long sigh of relief in his heart. I know. What are you thinking? No gods are involved here. Even the goddess of the magic network is the same? That's good. I feel a little relieved. The biggest threat does not exist, so it will be much easier to handle. But since there were no gods involved, how on earth did these mortals trap Astrios? Confused, Khaos asked. Ho! Zephyros, you underestimate their despicability. Along the way, did you see the oil lamp on the road? You guessed it, right? Hee 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 ha 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 cough cough cough. Looking at the suddenly silent god of the West Wind, in the center of the altar, a crazy smile appeared on Astrius' skeleton-like face. She seemed to be crying and laughing, but not a single tear. After a long time, the god of the stars slowly told the truth. That's right. Ahem, just like you guessed. That's an oil lamp, but it's a divine oil lamp. As an innate god, my priesthood no longer brings me divine power all the time. And as long as there is enough divine power, these humans cannot trap me. Standing at the exit of the corridor, Khaos was speechless. He did guess it before Astrius spoke, but his subconscious actually didn't want to believe that a true god would actually encounter such a disaster. The true god is immortal. This is the iron rule of Khaos. And their divine power comes directly from the law itself corresponding to the authority, and there will never be any concept of exhaustion. In this case, the so-called eternal sleep, although terrifying to the gods of chaos, may actually be extremely difficult to achieve. Even if they are regional gods, no matter how weak they are, as long as the mountains and rivers corresponding to their divine power are still there, they will not sleep. From the beginning of creation to the present, the true gods who have been sleeping forever are either the backlash from the law itself or their own choices. So in this case, even if a mortal accidentally captures a god, how to ensure that it will not rise up to resist after recovery? Consumption, they can only do this. In the beginning, I ran out of power during Typhon's rebellion. These humans discovered me and brought me back secretly. At first, they only thought I was a star god. It wasn't until later that they realized who I was. So, they are afraid of me. No, they are afraid of the gods. Buzz. The voice was loud in an instant, and then caused the light silver grid to react, locking Astrios tightly. The originally ferocious expression on the face of the god of stars was instantly mixed with a look of pain, and then he was forced to become quiet again. After a long time, the god who seemed to have lost his mind after suffering for a long time raised his head again, his eyes looking straight at the location of Zephyros. Ho ho. Zephyros, they fear me, but they long for me. They don't want to give up on me, but they are afraid of my power. So that's all. Let my body be on the verge of death. Take out the blood, bones, oil, organs one by one. This is the material for their research, and also their tool to limit the divine power I can recover. Now, do you understand? No response needed. Of course, Chef Eros understands, and now he is awake. During the short period of time he spent in Silver Moon City, he actually thought it was not bad here. Although in terms of status, he could not compare with the holy mountain here. What he experienced here was something he had never seen in Olympus. All of this made the god of West Wind have a good impression of this city. But it turns out humans are just humans. The more foolish one is, the more pious he is. The wiser, the more blasphemous. The king of gods told the gods that this is the nature of human beings, but I didn't really realize this until now. Wizards shouldn't exist. From a human perspective, Chef Eros didn't know how they saw these compatriots who secretly carried out human sacrifices. But from the perspective of the gods, everything in front of them is undisputed guilt. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 5, 11 Blood of the Stars. Southeast of the mainland, over Silver Moon City. Surrounding the main body of the city and the Mystery Lock, the 12 clock towers hang high, as usual. No matter day or night, rainstorm or sunny day, they always maintain their eternal trajectory. This is a masterpiece of witchcraft, and a testament to the power of the goddess of the weave, because it is not only man-made, but also a gift from God. Yes, although the spellcasters of Silver Moon City have always been proud of their superb skills, there are some things they have to admit. That is, the founder of alchemy was not someone who claimed to be wise, but a scholar who came from afar. And the reason why these 12 towers are so special is not because of how powerful the technology they contain is. After all, time will smooth everything out. Perhaps when the first tower rose, it was indeed a unique miracle in the world. But nearly 1,000 years have passed since the earliest one hung in the sky to this day. In this era, without civilizational gaps, in the field of witchcraft, being ancient does not mean being powerful. On the contrary, among humans during the Age of Gods, the more new things were, the more extraordinary they seemed. So, Erwin, this is the difference between humans and gods. For people, new things are often better than old things. Because our strength comes from wisdom and creativity, the future will always be better than the past. But to the gods, old things are mostly better than new things. Because their power comes from the world itself, the past always trumps the future. It's like a piece of cake that has been cut. When it is put on the table, the person who puts it on the table first will naturally eat the most, while the person who comes after you will get very little. But the gold mine buried in the ground will always belong to the person who dug it out. As long as you are good at digging and searching, it doesn't matter when it comes. Tuck tuck. The dark oak cane hit the ground, making a dull sound. Standing by the window and looking down at the city below him, the old man with thinning and gray hair couldn't help but sigh. Looking around, in Silver Moon City, the bustling flow of people and magical auras flickered everywhere, as if the starry sky had been placed on the ground. So young and energetic, generation after generation of young people. So old. Shaking his head slightly, the old man sighed softly. He still remembered what he looked like when he was young. That year, as the first-generation descendant of the Bronze survivors and the Water Elves, he and his friends used to play together by the falling Star Lake. At that time, Silver Moon City still seemed desolate and primitive. However, under the leadership of the Great Prophet, everyone was full of hope for the future. So many years have passed in a flash. People's hopes have been realized one by one. The wilderness has turned into farmland, and the sky has been occupied by human creations. Of course, he has lost his youth. After all, as a human being, we will eventually grow old, and naturally we cannot escape our old age. So, Erwin, enjoy your young body. Smiling, the old man pointed at the middle-aged man behind him with his stick. You are not like me. You have only lived a few hundred years, and you still have a long time to live in the future. It's time to experience the feelings of young people more now. Otherwise, when you come to my day, no matter how much knowledge you have and how many brilliant honors you have, you will not be able to change your gradually decaying soul. The power of witchcraft may be able to delay the decay of the body, but who can change the complete and active continuation of the soul? Extending life is not difficult, at least for the old man himself. But extending one's life without affecting one's emotions and integrity is as difficult as reaching the sky. The old man knew that maybe in 100 years, maybe 200 years, or at most no more than 300 years, he would be destined to embark on the road to death. This may be long enough for a mortal, but for him, this is just the afterglow before the fire of life is extinguished. Teacher, you are serious. Your life has just begun. How could it possibly come to an end? Bending slightly, the middle-aged man named Erwin smiled respectfully. A dark blue robe covers her body, and a complex and exquisite pattern is engraved on her left chest. That is the symbol of the clock tower, and Medea also has the same one. It symbolizes that the person who owns it has stood at the end of the caster's realm and is the master of one of the 12 towers. But in front of his teacher, the middle-aged man's attitude remained the same as before, as if he was still the apprentice he was in the past. As you said, human greatness lies in wisdom and creativity. In the Bronze Age, humans regarded the supernatural as the authority of gods, but now it has spread all over the world. So nothing is absolute. Perhaps one day in the future, you will be crowned with the secret of eternal life. The crown of eternal life, hee. Okay, Erwin, you know how hard this is. Smiling and shaking his head, the old man didn't pay attention to the student's words. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Before actually starting the research, he thought he could succeed, but he just lacked the opportunity to experiment. But after it really started, he realized how insignificant he really was. The gap between gods and humans is as vast as the abyss, just like these 12 clock towers. Only people like the old man who participated in its construction know that their real strength has never been in themselves, but in the grace of God that covers this place. Mystery Lock, a supreme miracle born under the will of God. Its existence distorted the magic network and semi-permanently changed the rules of an area, or in other words, it is actually the distorted magic network itself. The noble Lord of all laws created this creation that humans still cannot fully understand. Then, like throwing away garbage, he threw the authority to manage it to the humans of Silver Moon City. From that day on, the construction schedule of the 12 towers began. But in fact, in terms of the technology of building the towers itself, I am afraid it is not as good as the great alchemist in Athens. It's a pity that the young man didn't want to stay. Otherwise, with his talent, these problems that troubled us may not be able to stump him. Thinking of this, the old man also felt a little regretful. In his long life, the young man named Hermes can be said to be the most talented and creative person he has ever seen. Before him, Silver Moon City only had rune science, material science, and potion science. After him, people began to analyze the world from another perspective, taking equivalent substitution as the basis and using the perspective of alchemy to explain the extraordinary. Are you talking about Hermes? His expression slightly changed. Standing behind the old man, Owen looked a little unhappy when he heard the name. Hermes, he remembered this guy. Unlike Medea, this Athenian was not a descendant of the gods and did not have any blood of the gods. So at the beginning, Erwin also had a great liking for Hermes. But later, he might have some skills, but he was too ignorant. Teacher, everyone has their own choices, and we made an exception to win him over. In the end, I even promised him that if he chose to stay, he would be the owner of a clock tower in the future even if he didn't grow up in Silver Moon City, and even have the opportunity to study the secrets of eternity one day. It's impossible that he didn't know what I was talking about, but teacher, he still rejected me mercilessly. Forget it, it's the past. He shook his head slightly. Although the old man still felt a little regretful about this, as he said, it was the past after all. Moreover, sometimes he wondered if he had overestimated the other party. The unknown is always the most attractive, so whenever he encountered difficulties in research before, the old man would inevitably wonder what would happen if the talented young man was here. Especially as the other party's reputation became more and more famous, this regret became bigger and bigger. But in the final analysis, it is difficult to judge a person's talent. The genius who created alchemy may not have the same talent in other places. Standing in front of the French window of the tower, the old man chatted with his students for a while. As time went by, his expression could not hide his fatigue. This was not physical fatigue, and it could not be changed by the power of the mortal world. Teacher, if you are tired, how about I first? Noticing the scene, the middle-aged man was about to say goodbye. However, at this moment, a bell suddenly rang. Dingling. Huh. Hearing this crisp sound, the middle-aged man immediately stopped talking. He took a half step back, and a hint of understanding appeared in his eyes. It's what you think. After years of hard work, we still have some results. It's just that there are still too few finished products now, and the effect is much worse than expected. He spoke calmly, but the old man who also heard the bell actually cheered up. With a flash of expectation in his eyes, he gently touched the ground with his cane. It seemed like some kind of command. With a slight wave flashing, the ground of this room immediately opened a hole leading to nowhere. The next moment, a platform slowly floated from inside. There wasn't much stuff on the platform. There was a silver tray on the platform, and a golden liquid in a crystal bottle, which was like flowing sand, was placed there. Spots of bright light flickered and floated in it, like a sky full of twinkling stars. From time to time, a bubble floated up in the flowing golden liquid, and it exploded at the surface of the liquid, like a mortal's broken dream. Reaching out to pick up the gorgeous potion that was not like the world, the old man tapped the bottle mouth with his finger. As if some kind of blockade had been lifted, the cork on the crystal bottle suddenly rotted, shattered, and finally turned into dust at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its dust fell into the potion and instantly burned like an ignited flame. Seeing this scene, the old man finally opened his mouth and drank the potion in the bottle. After a cup of tea, the crystal bottle was put back on the tray. With a gentle wave of his hand, the platform carried it back to where it came from. There was no earth-shattering vision, nor was there any sudden rejuvenation. As if he had drunk a sip of water, the old man did not change. Only his previously cloudy eyes became bright again, as if the dust of the past had been washed away. Inadvertently, standing aside, Erwin's eyes brushed against the old man. Just a glance, a feeling of spiritual pain came over his heart. Slightly lowering his head, the middle-aged man's expression remained unchanged.
There's nothing strange about this.
This is the real power of his teacher, and it is also the reason why he is so respectful to him. On weekdays, in order to delay the decay of his soul as much as possible, the old man has long been accustomed to restraining his power. Only at this time will he reveal some of his former splendor. What a perfect creation! Closing his eyes, the old man immersed himself in the feeling of a long drought and finally finding sweetness. After a long time, when he opened his eyes again, the middle-aged man could no longer see the breathtaking light. Obviously, the old man's grasp of his own state has already reached the pinnacle. In just a moment, he has become familiar with the new state. Harwin, don't worry. It's too rare, and you're still young. One day in the future, it will definitely be yours. It's just that our utilization efficiency of raw materials is too low, and it is still far from the quality we expected. I understand. Now, you must need it more than I do. Nodding slowly, facing the old man, The middle-aged man didn't seem to care. After all, as the other party said, he doesn't need this thing now. It's just that our progress has been stagnant for too long. Erwin looked embarrassed and helpless. It's just a single case, and there is no control. Our experiment has reached a bottleneck. Unless there is a breakthrough of inspiration, otherwise. So, Erwin, I asked you to prepare for this war, didn't I? He spoke lightly, holding his cane. The old man turned around again and looked at the city under his feet. In Silvermoon City, people were bustling. The church, wizards, gods, angels. They are all here. As a tiny human being, the old man thought he had no ability to change the world situation. Going with the flow is his consistent principle. No matter what happens, he is never the first one to propose it. For example, it was not him who asked to create a life box for Achilles, but he did participate in the construction and personally observed the immortal body soaked in the water of the Styx. For example, he was not the one who encouraged those clergymen who only had the majesty of the gods in their heads to ask for an explanation from the country in the west of the continent, but when the other party asked him about the attitude of the wizards, all his answers were supportive. The old man himself did not comment on the actions of these people. After all, in his opinion, splitting the soul means a defect of will, which is something he would never do. And the majesty of the gods. Probably those priests have never asked whether the gods themselves think that the ownership of the sword affects his face. But in any case, since others want to do it, he will not refuse. Everyone gets what they want. There is no so-called loser. However, over the years, there is only one thing that I took the initiative to do. This may indeed be a risk, but where is the smooth road to eternity? With a leisurely demeanor, the old man's eyes swept across a location in the city. There was a blood and chi that frightened him, and 3 different auras. Such a powerful demigod, and the smell of the belief in gods in the east of the continent. Unfortunately, I don't want to touch the so-called power of the godhead. This kind of thing that is obviously not natural is the last helpless choice. If there is any possibility, the old man doesn't want to be involved in advance. Judging from the situation, the god from Olympus probably came for them. There may be some secrets in it, but the old man is not interested. Let the god with terrible taboos hidden in him leave with them. As long as it does not affect his own foundation, the old man has always kept a distance from these troublesome existences. Erwin, where is the wind god of Olympus? Medea is in charge of this matter, and you know her attitude. The descendant of the gods said that she would handle it, so I didn't care about it anymore, so as not to conflict with her. There was a bit of dissatisfaction in his tone. Obviously, the middle-aged man has been unhappy with Medea for a long time. You know, she is not only a wizard, but also a natural demigod. Teacher, if the war breaks out as you said before, don't worry. The old man raised his hand slowly to stop the middle-aged man's voice. Send them away first. As for Medea, don't take those little things to heart. People like her are unlikely to stand against us. As long as she is not an enemy, don't cause trouble for yourself. Yes, teacher. The middle-aged man agreed in a low voice. Okay, remember to distinguish what is important and what is not important. The old man smiled and nodded, and said slowly, Go, if there is nothing to do, go find some materials. Stars. His natural recovery speed is still too slow. Although we have achieved some results for the war in the near future, right now I need more. My students are still young, but it's okay. If the other party is really like himself, the old man may not be at ease. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 5, 12 Taboo. So, you're saying that the real name of this thing should be Artificial Magic Network. And after this path failed, your appearance became their new hope. Underground in the abandoned city, in an extremely vast space. Compared with before, the spirit of the god of stars, who was bound by a large pale silver net on the altar, was obviously much more stable. The voice sounded in his mind. At this moment, the puppet holding a transparent lens in the pocket on the chest of the hero was also a little speechless. In fact, he was also startled by the sudden appearance of Zephyrus just now. He thought his existence was discovered, and the other party was ambushing him. Just a little bit, and Ander couldn't help but take action.
No.
So that's it, I know. Hercules, this is not an illusion, but the effect of your spoils. After thinking for a moment, he came back to his senses from the astonishment. After a while, the experienced god of drama understood the whole story. Hugging the lens that was almost as big as his body, a trace of laughter and tears appeared on the puppet's stiff face. Zephyrus, the god of the west wind, he should have been in a state of changing his form just now. His actual appearance just now should not be a person but something else. After all, the body of the true god itself is a form of coexistence of matter and energy. Their true appearance is certainly more in line with their own will, but that is considered from the perspective of the use of power. When changing into other appearances, there is no flaw from a purely material perspective. If the gods were to retract their power, then ordinary means would no longer be able to detect their changes. But unfortunately, since his voyage to the sea, Hercules now had unusual means of observation. Since ancient times, in the Khaos world, whether in the wilderness or in the sea, there were often many demons or monsters with their own unique powers. From the giants of the ancient times to the many sea monsters born by the father of all monsters, or the demons born later. Their own power may not be able to fight against the gods, but because they were born in accordance with certain special rules. In the field they're good at, just like Achilles' immortality from the source of the Styx, these beings have powerful abilities that cannot be cracked like gods using authority. The Sphinx with a lion's body and a human's face, as long as his problem cannot be solved, no one can resist the order he created. No matter how powerful the gods are, they can't do anything to it unless they exceed a certain limit. The nine-headed snake Hydra, its life is endless. Even if it is defeated by Hercules, it is just suppressed. Of course, such demons are extremely rare, and the birth of each of them is a miracle of fate. The innate power they possess is an extremely rare treasure. In the hands of a few specific gods, they are enough to be used as the main material to cast a real artifact, or to greatly improve the power of a certain artifact. This is the case with Medusa's petrification power, which strengthens the power of the Aegis shield. And coincidentally, Hercules also got the same treasure during this trip to the East China Sea. Hercules, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be the effect of the eye of the Caucasian eagle. It can see through the falsehood and see through the truth. With it, almost nothing can be hidden in front of you. Of course, this kind of insight is limited, and I can't judge its strength. But at least some methods of change are probably not very useful in front of it. Holding the lens, Ander explained. Reading the error-free version. 6 = 9 + *_ first published this novel. The pupil of the Caucasian eagle. I see. Reaching out from his pocket, he took out the eagle eye that looked like a crystal ball. The great hero had used it before. But Hercules always thought that this was a tool that could allow people to see farther, so he didn't take it seriously. Because it was not used many times, it was inevitable that there were some omissions. As a result, this pupil containing the power of the condor only produced part of it just now. It allowed Hercules and Ander to see the true form of Zephyros, but not his transformed form. Sir Ander, what do you think I should do? His eyes flashed, and he had made a decision in his heart. But in this matter, Hercules still asked for the other party's opinion. If it were me, I would just pretend that I didn't find him. It's a coincidence that you can bump into him here. It was a bit funny, and the puppet couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Over the years, he had indirectly dealt with the gods of Olympus, and there had been some conflicts in their dealings. But for someone like Zephyros, it was really difficult for him to feel hostile. Squeak. In the building provided for outsiders to rest temporarily, the remote side door slowly opened. The shadows on the ground intertwined, and in this corner, where few people noticed, Ammon walked out alone. It was completely different from the world of Heminu, no matter where it was. Following those conspicuous guys into the city, there was no doubt that he should be the one with the least sense of existence. With a smile on his lips, Amon looked up at the high tower in the sky, and then looked at the hard-to-see position in the city. He didn't wait for the kind god who left the mark to make a move. In fact, Amon himself didn't know where the god's mark that he had transferred went. But anyway, he still came in. With the gods who were traveling with him to cover him, Amon asked himself that even if the barrier covering Silver Moon City had some special abilities that he didn't know about, he shouldn't be able to find his difference. Among the group of people, he was the most ordinary and the least noticeable. Then he can... Tisk, it's not easy. I finally waited for you to come out. I remember, your name is Amon, right? The smile on the corner of his mouth remained, but it was a little stiff. Amon turned around and looked at the place where the voice came from. In terms of strength alone, he is indeed very weak now. Maybe the person who touched him silently is definitely not an ordinary character. As far as the eye can see, the black-haired witch is sitting on the wall. As if she is looking at some rare animal, her bright eyes are fixed on Amon. Madam, did you find the wrong person? Putting on an innocent and sunny smile, Amon tried to get away with it. No, I found you. I can't help it, but you are the weakest one in your group. Spreading her hands, Medea said that she was helpless. Before letting the Olympian wind god go, he would probably go to find the person he had been looking for. The witch didn't think he could cause any other trouble, so she didn't follow him. Logically, Medea's mission would be over after they left. But after thinking about it, the witch couldn't suppress her curiosity. Don't be afraid, I don't plan to do anything to you. I'm just interested in your origins. Don't worry, it's just for a while. You won't remember that I was here. Just think of it as a sleep. How about it? If this wasn't the base camp of the ancient gods from foreign lands, even if he had almost no strength at the moment, Amon would have 100 ways to get rid of this woman. But after glancing at the cathedral vaguely visible in the distance, Amon did nothing. He just remembered what happened today for now. A wizard from Silver Moon City, right? A hint of danger flashed in his eyes, and Amon knew that his infiltration might not be possible. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 515. The Flying Arrow Does Not Move. Human World, East Land. The sun was shining brightly, and the sky was cloudless. On the ground, a black shadow was moving from west to east. Above the shadow, a pale blue carriage pulled by 3 Pegasus horses was traveling in the sky, leaving a long trail in the air. Incense was rising with curling smoke. Leaning on the warm cushion, Lachesis lifted the curtain and looked at the scenery outside. This was the most common way for gods to travel, but it was rare for the goddess of fate. They rarely made a fuss, and they would not come and go in a big way, which was not in line with their character, but today was a little different. Because Lachesis's purpose today was not to visit any gods, but to visit friends, especially friends she valued very much. The cloud car jumped in the air, and the land gradually changed from wilderness to farmland and roads. At the end of the sight, a big city was in sight. It was the capital of this kingdom and one of the places where the fate of the human world intersected the most. Athens. Silently reciting the name, Lachesis patted the window of the cloud car. The next moment, it seemed that something was activated. The cloud car was hidden, and the sunlight passed through the car body and shone directly on the ground. Although Lachesis chose to come by car for some reason, it did not mean that she wanted her existence to be exposed to the eyes of mortals. Especially as the goddess of fate, if people knew that she came to Athens, it would inevitably cause a lot of unnecessary suspicion. Swish. Soon, Athens was in sight, and Pegasus slowed down his pace. The height of the cloud car slowly dropped, and Lachesis adjusted her clothes. After a while, with a slight sound, the light cloud car landed on a platform. Stepping down, this is a platform hanging near the tower. Looking at the familiar figure not far away, Lachesis couldn't help but smile. Mr. Hermes, it's been a long time since we last met. I apologize for interrupting you. Nothing is wrong, ma'am. As long as you want, the door is always open to you. The great alchemist, who looked like a handsome young man, put his left hand on his chest and bowed slightly to the goddess, and Lachesis smiled again. Yes, the friend that the goddess of fate wanted to see during this trip to Athens was not a god, but this famous human. Looking at the performance of the two, it seems that this is not the first time the goddess has come. Walking into the tower together, Lachesis found a seat and sat down with ease. Scanning the surrounding layout, other things were no different from the last time she came, but only a golden tray was different from before. An arrow was suspended in the air, seemingly motionless. But at a glance, Lachesis always felt that something was unusual, although reason told her that it was an arrow suspended in the air. But intuition seemed to say that the arrow was flying at high speed. "This is my recent experiment, ma'am, and it seems you are very interested in it." Holding the teapot in one hand and 2 teacups in the other, Hermes placed the cups on the table and filled them with tea himself. The fragrance of tea floated in the air, refreshing people. "This is one of the results of my recent exploration of the rules of time and space in the material world. According to the principle, I developed this special witchcraft. I call it Flying Arrow Immovable. Very vivid, right? Flying Arrow Immovable." Pick up the teacup and take a sip of tea. Lachesis felt that her spirit, which was burdened with a heavy pressure of fate, seemed to be much more relaxed. Enjoying this moment of relaxation, the goddess asked with interest, "What does this mean? The arrow is motionless. You mean it is both flying and still?" "You can understand it this way. This involves the characteristics of time and space in the material world, which is also what I am studying. After all, it is well known that time and space are one of the cornerstones of the world's existence, so if you want to explore the mysteries of the world, then understanding time and space is an indispensable condition." Spreading his hands, Hermes said with a smile, "And my starting point is the form of its existence. Whether time and space are continuous, like energy, or intermittent, like matter, the results are completely different. Unfortunately, I still don't have an answer so far because no matter which one, I can observe the corresponding phenomenon. Just like it. Pick up the arrow and let go." The next moment, the arrow flew out as if it had returned to its original state. With a bang sound, it hit the wall, and only the tail was still shaking slightly. In it, time and space show the characteristic of discontinuity. Intercept the time and space during its flight, and then infinitely subdivide it, and finally, in the smallest unit of time and space, it is still. Just like quickly flipping through 10,000 paintings with only slight changes, the figures in them seem to move to outsiders. But in fact, these 10,000 paintings themselves have not changed at all. This is the discontinuity of time and space, although soon, I found that it is also continuous. "Well, you are right." Nodding slightly in agreement, the goddess actually couldn't understand what Hermes was saying. Regarding this so-called flying arrow, Lachesis' only feeling is that it is an extremely rare witchcraft involving the time field. But it doesn't matter. She doesn't need to understand. She just needs to sigh at this extraordinary wisdom. No matter whether he is a human or a god, Hermes always looks so dazzling. Ahem. He coughed lightly, interrupting his thoughts. Lachesis admitted that she may have been somewhat influenced by the priesthood for thinking this way. But no matter what, Hermes, who can touch the realm of time, is enough to go down in history, although even without this discovery, he is still an existence that cannot be surpassed in the history of spellcasters. He raised his cup to drink tea and looked at the knowledgeable alchemist in front of him. The error-free version is being read. 6=9+ book_bar debuts this novel. Different from the past, now that she was personally bearing the backlash of fate, Lachesis felt that she was even more affected by the priesthood. Time passed by minute by second. Sitting on the top of the tower, the two of them chatted casually. It wasn't until the sun set that Hermes finally straightened his expression. Looking at Lachesis, who was unaware in front of her, the great alchemist felt a little helpless. Until now, he didn't know why the goddess of fate suddenly came to his door again. Mississippi. After pondering for a moment, Hermes finally spoke. Looking at the situation at hand, if he doesn't take the initiative to ask, even if it takes a while, Lachesis may not get to the point. Speaking of which, I haven't asked yet. I wonder if you need my help if you come here today? He was stunned for a moment, and then his expression suddenly dawned. At this moment, Lachesis remembered what she was here for. She was slightly embarrassed, but the goddess looked at the sky and swallowed back the words she was about to say. It's already late. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Well, Lord Hermes, I do have something I would like your help with. But judging from the time now, let's talk about it tomorrow. A little speechless, but since Lachesis said so, Hermes could only nod. It's really strange. I remember when he saw the goddess of destiny for the first time, he thought that his time travel was exposed, which led to the other party's investigation. Unexpectedly, after seeing him, Lachesis had a look of surprise on her face, which made Hermes feel baffled. In his impression, in the illusory world of the past, the three goddesses of destiny on Mount Nyssa had never given others a good look. I don't know why the other party's attitude was so good when it was my turn to travel. But no matter what, Hermes still didn't want to provoke these nagging gods. If there is anything in this world that even the former little thief god is afraid of, it is definitely fate. Therefore, Hermes always treated Lachesis with courtesy and even responded to her requests. In that case, why don't I arrange a place for you, madam, to rest here first? With a forced smile, Hermes spoke. He actually really hoped that the other party would reject him, but unfortunately, Lachesis nodded happily. Thank you very much. His expression stiffened for a moment, then returned to normal. Standing up, Hermes gave up struggling. Forget it, just stay for one day. Ever since he received the news that the goddess of destiny was coming to visit, he should have guessed that he was going to have another headache. I just hope that what the other party wants him to do is not that difficult. But then again, how did he attract the favor of the goddess of fate? As an alternative traveler, according to Hermes' shallow understanding of destiny, he should have been regarded by destiny as an intruder who disrupted order. Ma'am, please come this way. As early as he learned that Lachesis was going to visit today, Hermes had disguised his tower. Although he didn't know if it was useful or whether his arrangement could isolate the goddess of fate from sensing the fate of living beings and even the star god, that was all he could do. But having said that, my own methods may be of some use. Otherwise, if the other party discovered the fate of those star gods, how could he be so comfortable today? Therefore, in line with the attitude that if nothing is said, nothing is discovered, Hermes should lead the way. Although this goddess of fate is a bit strange, in the final analysis, for him, things in that illusory world can be learned from, but they can never be regarded as truth. Even the number of original gods can be changed, so what else is fixed? So although Lachesis was very different from the one he remembered, Hermes didn't find it too strange. Maybe the other person is like this in this world. In the final analysis, what he was originally in was just an illusory possibility, and this is the real world. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 5:16 Request. The next day, waking up from the soft big bed in the tower, Lachesis looked at the gorgeous relief on the ceiling. The spirit was rarely relaxed, and the goddess seemed to be in another world for a moment. Not too long has passed since the fainting, but for Lachesis, this period of time is extremely long. When the backlash of fate gradually falls on her, as the night comes, the negative power of the world rises, and those chaotic destinies will turn into terrible nightmares entangled in the goddess's dreams. Lachesis doesn't remember what she dreamed of, but every time she wakes up, her whole body is completely soaked in sweat. Although she knew that Atropos had borne the punishment of fate for them, it was not until this moment that she knew that the price was so heavy. Just a little bit of the edge was stained, which made her sleepless all night. Compared with what Atropos had to bear, this is just a drop in the bucket. Fortunately, I found Hermes. With a sigh, Lachesis simply dressed up and then pushed the door and walked out. Seriously speaking, before today, the goddess of fate had not thought that Hermes would be so useful. But now, she has reacquainted him. Hermes is a human spellcaster in this world, but Lachesis knows that in the original trajectory of the world, he should be a true god-born immortal. As the son of the king of gods and the messenger who replaced Zephyrus to convey orders to Zeus, this young god who is in charge of commerce, theft, travel, animal husbandry, eloquence, and competition at the same time has a very important position in the world. He should have left many legends, and it would not change for thousands of years. However, under the disordered trajectory of fate, Hermes did not even have the opportunity to be born. The loss of a true god is a major event that is enough to deal a heavy blow to fate, and the series of effects caused by the trauma in turn have further aggravated this disturbance. Just like the first domino that falls, if you fail to pick it up in time, then the further you go, the greater the cost of saving it will be. So you can imagine how happy Lachesis was when she accidentally discovered that Hermes was born again. Even if this Hermes is a human being rather than a god, the goddess of fate can find a way to calm many problems. With this in mind, and in order to explore the secret of the fate of the star god, Lachesis met him for the first time, and everything changed here. Although she didn't know why, Lachesis had never suffered the real backlash of fate before. But when the goddess saw Hermes for the first time, she felt an inexplicable sense of closeness and comfort. It was like seeing light in the dark, seeing water in the desert, seeing a bunch of bonfires in the cold winter, and getting a bite of food when hungry. From the inside to the outside, everything told Lachesis that the existence in front of her was important to her. It's unclear, but this is reality. In desperation, Lachesis chose to make Hermes her first human friend. She tried to use time to find the secret, but when Lachesis saw him again yesterday, she finally understood the reason for this feeling. Since Atropos disappeared, all the backlashes imposed on her, all the pain that came out of nowhere, and all the chaotic fate that troubled her, all these things that she instinctively rejected disappeared in front of Hermes. It was like seeing the truth that did not exist. As long as she stayed around him, the scene in Lachesis's dream could be realized. Everything follows the destined trajectory, and all the rules have been determined long ago. Whether it is gods or mortals, there is no existence beyond order. And the backlash she faced naturally had no foundation for existence. Maybe this is the world's self-salvation. Although it is not very reasonable, this is the only explanation. She shook her head gently and did not delve too deeply into the reasons. After all, fate is unpredictable, and the result is also good. Instead of exploring this problem that even Hermes himself may not know, Lachesis hopes to solve the current dilemma as soon as possible. Find the culprit and rescue her sister. At this point, as long as there is Hermes, Lachesis feels that it should not be difficult to do it. Ahem. So, that's it, Mr. Hermes. Meeting the owner of the tower again, after a few casual chats, Lachesis slowly talked about the purpose of her trip, suppressing her inner closeness. Not long ago, my eldest sister traveled around the continent. She used her eyes to see the future and guide the mortals who went astray to return to the right path. Whether it is for them personally or for the whole world, this behavior is an indisputable good deed. However, in a corner of the Igario Mountains, someone cruelly hurt her. The voice was clear and tactful. Although, according to the rules, the revelation from fate cannot be passed on to others. But as Lachesis guessed, this fixed iron rule failed again when facing Hermes. Slowly telling what she saw from the Elder Wand, the goddess looked earnest. On the other side, Hermes could only agree with her. Ms. Lachesis, I deeply sympathize with your sister's experience. With a regretful expression on his face, Hermes immediately changed the subject. It's just a pity that as an ordinary spellcaster, although I have made some achievements in the human field, I really don't dare to rashly interfere with unpredictable fate. From ancient times to the present, whether they are immortal gods or famous heroes, there have been countless beings who have tried to know the future and then change it according to their own will. But even if the years turn around and the sea turns into mulberry fields, they have never succeeded. But you are different. After blurting out, Laxus's body inadvertently leaned forward slightly. But the next moment, the goddess realized that her reaction seemed to be too intense. It was not her fault. Under the sense of closeness that came from nowhere, Lachesis instinctively lowered her guard against Hermes. However, when this scene fell into the eyes of the other party, it immediately aroused the great alchemist's vigilance. It's different. What's different about it? Speaking at the right moment, Hermes asked as if curious. As far as I know, there seems to be no exception in the face of fate. Well, hesitating slightly, Lachesis didn't know how to explain herself. But looking at Hermes' smile, she still gave up deceiving him. That's not the case. I mean, Mr. Hermes, maybe you are the one favored by fate. In my eyes, you are the only one. In this world, you are the only one who can help me. The smile remained, but only Hermes himself knew that the smile on his face could hardly be maintained. Hearing Lachesis's faint threat, Hermes felt a chill in his heart. Read more latest popular novels at 6.9 *bookbar. Okay, very good. Although a long time had passed, he still remembered the first time he and the other party met. This goddess, who called herself the Northern Prophet, came here because of his experiment on the star god. Although this was an accident, Hermes actually thought about the possibility of his identity being discovered by the gods in the real world. But the subsequent development of things made him change his inherent understanding of the goddess of fate. The first is the other party's so-called purpose. Lachesis seems to be here for the star god. But when the two of them met by chance, the other party only pretended to be concerned about his purpose of collecting meteorites and then began to inquire about his origins. What's the meaning? What else could this mean? I am just a person who has never experienced anything in this world, so there is nothing worthy of God's attention. The only possibility is that Laxus noticed her identity as a traveler. And then, the other party's series of behaviors proved this point. First, he turned a deaf ear to his collection of meteorites and even expressed his willingness to support his actions. Following that, she even hoped to be friends with Hermes. Asking himself, Hermes felt that he was in a different place. If he were a god, he would never spend too much energy on an ordinary mortal wizard, unless the other person had something he needed. In this way, the truth becomes clear. Lachesis discovered something was wrong with her, but for some purpose, she did not spread the matter, but did not reveal it. And what he wanted in the end was probably to trick others into blocking the knife for her when she was in need like today.
Just kidding.
Favored by fate and unique, I would only believe these nonsense unless I was crazy. Regardless of the literal meaning, Hermes felt that he understood the other party's implication. Being favored by fate, only by listening to the words of the goddess of fate can you have a good ending. Unique, I know the secret you hide. You are the only traveler from the illusory world. Only you can help me in this world. Only if I keep your secret can you continue to live in this world. Of course, the price is that you have to do things for me. Intimidation and inducement, both soft and hard. Even compared to the straightforwardness of other gods, Lachesis also put on a weak look of sincere request. No one could find problems and tried her best to appease the fragile hearts of others. Hermes asked himself, with the opponent's method, if it had been anyone else, he would have sighed and been used by Lachesis. I never expected that the goddess of fate would be so scheming. Indeed, the illusory world is the illusory world. Cronus, the second-generation god-king in this world, could suppress the Earth Mother with one hand, but Lachesis was not at all what he thought. Compared to the real world, the gap between the two is simply incalculable. Call. Breathing out a sigh of relief, Hermes looked at Lachesis' expectant eyes mixed with a hint of intimacy, and Hermes couldn't help but secretly thought, good acting skills. But here comes the question, no matter what, will he agree to the other party now? I really didn't expect that I would be so important in your eyes, madam. Shaking his head and smiling, meeting Lachesis' eyes, Hermes promised firmly. But although I don't know what I have that can attract your attention, madam, now that the matter has come to this, it would be unreasonable for me to refuse. Please tell me what you need me to do. As long as I can do it, I will do my best. Really? That's great. With a happy look on her face, Lachesis didn't know whether she was happy for her sister's rescue or for something else. On the other side of the goddess, Hermes reaffirmed. Of course it's true. As you can see, Hermes, never lie, and I always keep my word. The great alchemist spoke with a serious expression, each word with a sincere tone. Lachesis, I don't want to do this either. But there's no way you force me to do this. Compared with facing the true fate that Lachesis herself was extremely afraid of, and even had to find a scapegoat, solving the problem of a goddess who represented the fate was already the best and simplest result. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 517. Practice makes the fake come true. The request was agreed, and the conversation ended quickly. From Lachesis, Hermes got the news about the person who imprisoned her elder sister, but in the eyes of the great alchemist, who the other party was not important at all. With a gentle expression, Hermes said that since he had accepted this task, he needed to make more preparations for it. As a world-renowned pioneer of the alchemy road, he would take out his most proud work to help the other party solve this trouble. Lachesis naturally had no objection to this. She didn't know much about the field of spellcasters. So leaving the living room where guests were entertained, Hermes went down the escalator of the tower. Until he was far away from the previous floor, the smile on his face disappeared. Lachesis. Whispering the goddess's name softly, Hermes' eyes flickered. Alone again, he slowly calmed down his agitated mood and reviewed his decision in his mind. It has been a long time since he came to the real world, so that today there are few things in the world that can threaten his life. And Hermes also knows that the goddess of fate can't hurt him directly, or rather, they can't hurt anyone directly. As the foundation of the order of fate, this iron rule will not change because of the change of the world. Of course, correspondingly, there is no one in the world who can hurt the goddess of fate by strength alone. This is only true for others, but when Hermes himself faced all this, he didn't dare to guarantee whether eliminating outsiders was a violation of their own order or a good deed rewarded by the world for the goddess of fate. He didn't know, and the goddess of fate herself probably didn't know either. After all, there was no precedent for this kind of shuttle between illusion and reality. But today, the other party seemed to be ready to take the lead in attacking him. It's just Lachesis. You can decide how to start. But how to end is up to me. Hermes walked straight down through the library and a compartment full of treasures without stopping. Walking into the underground space at the bottom of the tower, it was no different from before. 72 pillars stood here, and crystals floated on them. The only difference was that many of these crystals that were once crystal clear were stained with blood, and there was an illusory figure wandering on the side of the 7th pillar. Sir Hermes, I haven't seen you for a while. Is the situation outside okay? Taking his attention away from the book in his hand, star god Amon looked up and greeted him next to the 7th pillar, painted with mysterious patterns. When he stepped into the underground space, Hermes just nodded slightly and then expressed regret as usual. I'm sorry, Sir Amon. The environment outside is still very unfriendly to star gods. I have tried my best, but this is not something that can be changed overnight. Okay, I understand you. A little disappointed, but not entangled. Star god Amon has long been accustomed to this answer. Compared to the outside world, watching Hermes stride to the midpoint of the 72 pillars, he was more concerned about what the other party was going to do. He raised his right hand and stood in the middle of the underground space. Hermes clenched his fist in the air, and as he moved, the lines on the surface of the surrounding pillars began to light up layer by layer from bottom to top. Last time, they mixed together, reconstructing and purifying the elements, and turned them into weapons to defeat the incarnation of the gods. This time, they did not attract any external forces, but something began to gather above Hermes' palm. His expression was a little solemn, and the application of weapons was just a byproduct of Hermes' painstaking collection of these things. And what he really wanted to do was always something that could allow him to break the boundaries and sublimate himself into a god again. Once you have seen the sea, you will never be as good as water, and once you have seen Wushan, you will never be as good as a cloud. If he had not been a god, Hermes might be satisfied with his current achievements. But as the son of the god king in the virtual world, and a god who left many legends in the world, he obviously would not stop there. However, it was precisely because he had experienced the gap between God and man that Hermes knew more clearly how difficult it was to cross this natural chasm. Even with his wisdom and inspiration, it was only after he created the field of alchemy that he vaguely saw a shortcut that belonged to him. Refine false into true. One quality replaces another quality. One quality exchanges another quality, and one quality sublimates another quality. Put equivalent things on both ends of the supreme scale, and then swap their positions. Replace false with true, and replace false with true. Isn't this the highest level of alchemy? Some unspeakable power gathered towards the palm of his hand, and in a corner of the underground space, the star god Amon also witnessed this scene. The essence beyond the true god told him that at this moment, he seemed to have participated in this mysterious ceremony. However, whether it was his senses or anything else, star god Amon only saw the shining of the pillars, and the crystals floating on them seemed to have nothing to do with it. Interesting. Is this the real alchemy? 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. From the perspective of ordinary people, or even ordinary true gods, Hermes' palm was empty at the moment. There was no power gathering and no special sight. But star god Amon could vaguely see that a portal composed of flowing starlight was slowly solidifying there. From blurry to clear, and from gorgeous to ordinary. At a certain moment, star god Amon even felt that this strange door was about to turn from virtual to real and completely come to the material world. However, in the next moment, the illusory starlight door flickered gently, and cracks began to appear on it.
Come.
Seeing this scene, Hermes, who was holding up his right hand, was not at all flustered or disappointed, because he knew clearly that what was happening in front of him was the most normal thing. After all, from the beginning to the end, everything he prepared was still far from enough. If the foundation had not been laid, how could the desired truth be materialized into a real thing? So he shouted in a low voice and did not wait. As if holding up a heavy burden, Hermes' right hand began to slowly approach his face. Little by little, inch by inch. The distance was shortened, but the door continued to be damaged. Read the error-free version. 6 = 9 plus /bar released this novel for the first time. Time passed slowly, until the moment before the starlight gate shattered. This thing between existence and non-existence trembled slightly, and then it was completely imprinted in Hermes' pupils. As if putting down a heavy burden, at this point, the great alchemist finally let out a long breath. Sir Hermes, what are you doing? As if he had seen nothing, under the 7th pillar of the underground space, the star god Amon, who had been watching, expressed his doubts at the right time. Standing in the center surrounded by the pillars, Hermes couldn't help but smile from the bottom of his heart. Nothing, Lord Amon. I just tried to do an experiment. But as you can see, I failed. Although the instrument was successfully activated, nothing happened in the end. In a good mood, feeling the pupils finally stabilized, and the door that was temporarily stored with something of his own as nourishment, Hermes couldn't help but sigh. It's not the first time he has done an experiment like today. But since he created Amon in the time and space outside the river of the world and let Solomon take turns to sacrifice blood on the battlefield, this is indeed his first attempt. It's natural that he didn't succeed. After all, it's far from enough to support himself to build his truth, so his collapse is also reasonable. But in terms of the result, he didn't fail completely. At least his body persisted until he used his body to carry him, which is already a qualitative breakthrough. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 5, 20 Concrete. What a great show! At the edge of the Ionian Sea, in the center of Navran Island, black smoke billows, heat waves rise. Under the crater in the center of the island, hot magma rolls in the belly of the mountain, and the lava that should have been deposited keeps pouring in from the center of the earth. The salt traces left by the seawater flow up along the mountain road, taking away the vegetation along the way. Only a few sporadic ones still retain their original appearance, but all these traces stop near the crater. Under the influence of Poseidon's out-of-control law, the island that once sank into the sea attracted huge waves hundreds of meters high. The violent waves washed away all the creatures on the island, and the backflow of seawater should have further triggered a violent volcanic eruption, which in turn shrouded the surrounding hundreds of miles of sea under black clouds, and even sank the entire island under the sea. But it is a coincidence that as a vassal of the Sea King, the former capital of the kingdom of Pylos, although Poseidon has long been gone, the shadow he left behind has never disappeared. One of the main gods of Olympus, the craftsman god Hephaestus, who once lived on Lemnos, blessed this island. After the lord of the volcano came here, his authority made it never suffer from lava. So Navran Island was preserved, even if the magma once did not reach the top of the mountain. Although the country built on it could not escape overthrow, the island itself survived tenaciously. So, in order to wait for the arrival of the goddess of fate, Ryan simply stayed on the sea. After all, the other party should be here soon. The Elder Wand reflected Ryan's whereabouts, but this peeping also made him feel it in advance. What surprised Ryan was that he not only waited for the second sister of the three goddesses of fate, Lachesis, who measured the length with a stone ruler with fate, but also waited for another guest. The caster, who created alchemy, the great wizard Hermes. What surprised him even more was that this time, before he could make a move, Lachesis took the initiative when she walked out of the Yun chariot. "It's useless for you to do this, Mr. Hermes. With the power of your creation, it is impossible to imprison the agent of fate." The voice was calm, and there was no rush to do anything. Watching Hermes' every move quietly, Ryan did not attack them to control the three goddesses of fate. As long as they could lose the opportunity to intervene in the material world before the change of the era, his goal would be achieved. So when he noticed Hermes' brazen move, Ryan not only did not stop him, but even hoped that he could succeed directly. At the beginning, the great alchemist did not disappoint him. Whether it was the fate trajectory that was vaguely closely connected with Lachesis, or the door that seemed damaged but contained infinite mysteries, it made Ryan's eyes light up. Especially the latter. Except for those things he had found in the ruins of the Nine Realms, this was the first time he had seen an alchemical creation that touched the realm of the gods. If his creation was complete, then Hermes might really have the opportunity to imprison the goddess of fate here. Even if this broken door was full of gaps, it could only imprison Lachesis. If it were another true god with weaker divine power, the result would probably be very different. So Ryan silently put away 2 leaves of Yggdrasil that he had prepared in advance, and decided to change a way to solve the problem. The goddess of fate is important, but whether she falls into his hands or not is not so important. Especially compared with the alchemical results shown by Hermes, the value of Lachesis has dropped more than a little again. Therefore, Ryan boiled a pot of tea in front of him. Looking at the great alchemist who was in a stalemate in the sky, he reminded him. And on the side of the cloud car, Hermes obviously heard his voice. Swish. The figure flashed and fell from the sky. A long robe embroidered with gold thread covered his body, with large sleeves swaying. In a moment, when his feet stepped on the ground, the young Hermes had sorted out his emotions. The serious expression had long been removed, and he walked slowly forward with a friendly smile on the face of the great alchemist. Holding the starlight gate in his right hand, Hermes greeted warmly, as if he had just noticed Ryan's existence. "Just now I was wondering who was calling me. I really didn't expect that I could meet your Majesty's friend here. Sir, I think you should have heard of me. After all, I am still a little famous in Athens. But today is our first formal meeting, so I should introduce myself. Hermes, the caster who signed a contract with the Athenian royal family, of course, the world's first real alchemist. As you can see, Ivan, Andrea's advisor, is an ordinary clergyman. Smiling, Ryan also introduced. Ha ha ha, now we are officially acquainted with each other. In that case, I won't be polite. He laughed and blinked. Hermes said happily, without any hesitation. As you reminded me, Mr. Ivan, I am in a little trouble now. If you can help me a little, I will be very grateful. Of course, no problem. Not surprised by Hermes's familiarity, Ryan said with a smile. But, Mr. Hermes, before that, we have to confirm a question. What question? That is, how far can you go for this guest from Mount Nisa? There was no direct questioning, but in fact, both of them knew it. From Ryan's perspective, the reason why Hermes and Lachesis appeared here together was probably because they were the helpers the other party had found. It was just for some considerations that the great alchemist finally gave up this behavior and took the initiative. From Hermes' perspective, the reason why he followed here and took action was precisely because Lachesis's enemy was also here. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. Once there is really a mistake, there is a way to remedy it. This is indeed the case. When the Starlight Gate could not stop the poison of destiny, Hermes happened to be reminded. It's just that he knows why he came, and the other party probably knows it too. And he knows that the other party knows, and the other party also knows that he knows that he knows. In this case, Hermes knew very well that it was time for him to give a thorough enough attitude. This is the helplessness of insufficient power. He did nothing, but had to choose between the goddess of fate and the original god. But since he was destined to choose, Hermes would naturally choose a more reliable one. So the best thing to bind fate is fate itself, and the most appropriate chain to imprison her is her power itself. Mr. Ivan, of course I know this, but if I could get her power, I wouldn't have to worry about it. He decisively expressed his irreconcilable hatred with the goddess of fate. In fact, Hermes and Lachesis did not have a real deep hatred. But as a traverser of the virtual world, he didn't expect himself to get along with a goddess of fate and harmony. What's more, the other party's performance was so confusing, so out of caution if the problem could not be solved, the person who created the problem could only be solved now. But in the face of Ryan's suggestion, Hermes was only a little disappointed.
If it was just these, it was just something he had known for a long time.
Are you sure? I think you can think about it again. You must have something closely related to her. Lien said affirmatively, taking a sip of tea. Hermes frowned and was silent for a moment. If there is such a thing, it is indeed there, but it is not a weapon and does not have the ability to bind. Before, in order to weaken Lachesis's power as much as possible, Hermes had tried to borrow the stone ruler that the goddess turned into a cane in the tower. This work is organized and uploaded by Leojo Bookbar. However, unexpectedly, Lachesis hesitated for a moment and actually lent it to him. It was so casual and thoughtless that Hermes even suspected it was a fake. But later, the indestructible nature of the artifact itself proved its authenticity, and the great alchemist had to accept this result. But apart from the other party's amazing move, the existence of this artifact itself is useless to Hermes. After all, the stone ruler that measures fate is not the scissors that Atropos used to cut off fate. The fate it symbolizes is some manifestation of him in the time and space. Even if he gets the permission of his master, Hermes can only use it to measure the length of lifetime, the breadth of life-space, and peek into the past and future, but he cannot use it to harm any living being. Moreover, although Lachesis gave this artifact to Hermes, her subjective will never gave him the qualification to use the artifact. If there must be one, then it is only this one. Taking out the stone ruler and placing it in front of him, Hermes pushed it forward. Seeing this famous artifact, Ryan nodded slightly. Yes, it is it. Although I don't know how Lachesis let her companion artifact leave her side, but this is the fact. It doesn't need to pay too much, just a little bit of clever means. It can become another look in Hermes' hands, and take this opportunity to see what the portal composed of starlight is. That's it, the medium that connects the two of you. Although I don't know why you can connect with it, it does exist. As for its function, Lien turned his eyes and looked at the crumbling portal. The black water flowed down, but turned into mist before falling and was entangled in the starlight again. If someone dared to touch it, the cancer of fate would be entangled on him like a thorn in the bone. And if no one touches it, it will always exist and never stop. Of course, Ryan can withstand this level of toxins. This is the consequence he brought, and he naturally has the ability to bear it. Carrying the incomplete door. Hermes understood what Ryan meant without having to explain it in too much detail. His door is still false. Before there is a real practice of falsehood, it exists in the world in the form of a concept. Without the support of a substantial existence, it cannot be separated from Hermes to maintain its own survival. But if it is given a support, a real substance as a foundation, then it may continue to exist. Of course, what exists in that way is not the gate of truth. It may be a sword, a piece of paper, an Ouroboros, or a cloud. What it will become depends on the concept of the one who supports its continuation. And the concept that originally belonged to it will be diluted in this process. Thinking silently, this approach has advantages and disadvantages. Because others may not understand, but as the founder of the Gate of Truth, Hermes himself knows that concepts cannot be divided casually. Even though he temporarily created a broken portal, and it didn't waste much effort, it does not mean that he can create a second or a third one. On the contrary, only when the first one collapses because it cannot maintain itself, can he create a second identical creation in the same way. The concept of uniqueness, simple reproduction, is useless. Once it is used, there will be no next one. If he wanted to make the false true, and make the gate of truth from nothingness to reality, he had to ensure its conceptual integrity and not destroy its integrity at will. In this case, once this incomplete creation was used to create other things, even if he had the ability to take the last step in the future, he had to mold this thing into the gate of truth. That was why Hermes hesitated. Is it necessary? He didn't know. But Hermes guessed that this priest marked by Lachesis definitely had other ways to suppress the goddess of fate, just like he imprisoned Atropos. The other party was an enemy, and even without himself, there would be no way to deal with it. So how to deal with this incident finally fell on himself. Maybe I should refuse. It's just the power of fate. Since I've been tainted, can I really bear to give it up? I can't shake it, let alone use it to carry my creation. Its real owner is not me, and Lachesis didn't hand it over to me in the name of a divine artifact. Shaking his head slightly, the great alchemist raised the question. However, from his words, it's hard to tell what his inclination is. And looking at Hermes, whose tone was shaken, Ryan just stretched out his hand in front of him. It doesn't matter, I have a way. The next moment, a leaf as delicate as emerald appeared there, emitting wisdom and vitality around. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 5:21 Record. What is this? The crystal-clear leaves were exposed to the sun, emitting bursts of emerald green light. Hermes felt a surge of active vitality in his heart just by being illuminated by this light. Leaves of the golden apple tree?
Impossible.
Although Hermes had not seen the golden apple in this real world, he had seen it more than once in the original virtual interface. The ancestor of all plants in Khaos was indeed extraordinary, but the vitality it showed was far less than the one in front of him. This is the leaf of Nordrassil, Mr. Hermes. Of course you have never seen it, because it does not belong to the human world. The great serpent of the courtyard planted the sacred tree that penetrated the 9 hells in the soil full of sin, and finally bloomed a flower full of wisdom. And it, the leaf of the sacred tree, it carries the power of my lord. With its assistance, the artifact of the goddess of fate is not so indestructible. He smiled in response the moment before and became pious and enthusiastic the next second. In addition to making some minor changes to the origin of the leaves, Ryan acted like a true believer. Of course, strictly speaking, he did not lie. After all, the sacred tree Nordrassil was indeed derived from the power of Yggdrasil. From the perspective of plants, there is nothing wrong with saying that they are the same thing. And at this moment, this leaf carries the magic flame of the Midgard serpent that destroys everything. The power of the flame comes from the broken Muspelheim, and the carrier is a wisp of the eternal flame in Odin's treasure house. As a relic of the old world, it is preserved in the new world, and it naturally contains a little concept of destruction and rebirth. The Midgard serpent finally integrated them together with its own power, giving it the power to burn the sky. Hermes did not know these origins of it, but when Ryan gently urged the leaves, a trace of breath spread from it. The Starlight Gate, which was originally difficult to maintain, shook violently, and even the dripping black water slowed down by 3 points. Mr. Ivan, please allow me to pay my highest respects to the great atrium serpent. But forgive me, as a spellcaster, I have no intention of offering faith to that god. Hermes' heart was almost unable to maintain his expression. He actually knew a little about the existence of the atrium serpent. For hundreds of years, the great alchemist had encountered some lives that claimed to be demons, and out of curiosity and exploration, he had communicated with them cautiously. This is a natural extraordinary life, with darkness and sin flowing in their blood. What shocked Hermes the most at that time was that these demons claimed that they came from a world called Hell, which was not the same as Khaos's world. There were two beings as powerful as the present God King. The great alchemist had also questioned it, but the turmoil in the underworld more than a decade ago undoubtedly confirmed what those demons said. But unlike others, Hermes had a different view on that battle. Perhaps because he had traveled through the virtual and real worlds, he also had a lot of experience in the operation of the interface force. Zeus was at a disadvantage in the collision at that time, but this did not necessarily mean that there was really any difference in the strength of the two sides. If it was under the cover of the power of the present world, perhaps the victory and defeat of the two sides would be reversed. But at this moment, looking at the leaves in front of him, Hermes instantly overturned his past suspicions. If this is a divine artifact, it can't prove anything. But a leaf full of life must have its source from a sacred tree of the same strength. Feeling the vast and profound power, Hermes' back was covered with cold sweat. It's not that he hasn't seen great divine power, but this is the first time he has seen a sacred tree of great divine power. And the sacred tree of this level is still unknown, which is beyond Hermes' imagination. At this moment, he felt that he had really come to the wrong place. Ahem, Mr. Ivan. I suddenly remembered that I still have a way to solve my little trouble. Stepping back slowly, Hermes explained carefully. He wanted to solve the trouble brought to him by the goddess of fate, but this definitely did not include putting himself in a bigger trouble. The great alchemist tried to leave with the intention of retreating. However, at the moment he retreated, the emerald leaves also took a step forward, still floating steadily in front of Hermes. It's okay, Mr. Hermes. The great atrium snake is the Lord of Hell. Although he also has thousands of believers and countless lives worshipping his existence, compared to these, it cares more about a person's ability than faith. In fact, even if you can't recite a prayer, as long as you can perfectly execute the will of my Lord, you are a saint favored by its will. The smile remained, as if he didn't notice Hermes' retreat. Ryan spread his hands and faced this talented great alchemist enthusiastically. It has to be said that the evaluation of later generations is still very credible in many cases. The legends about Hermes are no less than those about Zeus. Mr. Hermes, there is no need to refuse. Perhaps you have a good solution, but since we have the help of my lord, why bother? In fact, the great Midgard serpent has long been concerned about your outstanding talent. Now that you have come to me in person, isn't this also a kind of fate involvement? Fate involvement? What a nonsense involvement. I am suppressing a goddess of fate in my hand now. You suppressed a goddess of fate in the past, and maybe the third one will fall into your hands in the future. Now you're talking to me about fate involvement. What a joke of the age of gods. However, although I think this reason is ridiculous at this moment, Hermes can't say no. As a believer of God, although the guy in front of him claims that the Midgard serpent doesn't care about faith, Hermes doesn't dare to really believe it. In any case, the other party can't use the gods he believes in to make a lie. In this way, Ryan said that he had been concerned by the ancient snake of the atrium for a long time, which was probably a real thing.
Damn.
How could a great power that is not even in the human world, notice him, a small spellcaster who lives in Athens? Hermes couldn't figure it out, but he had to accept the fact. Because right in front of him, the brilliant divine leaf exuded dazzling brilliance. The breath it released became clearer and clearer. This is an invitation, but also a threat. If Hermes accepts, this is a gift from the Lord of Hell to him. But if he doesn't accept, this may be a punishment to destroy him. No one can refuse the personal favor of the Great One, even the most capable mortals. Pandora, in front of Gaia, is like this, and Hermes at this moment is the same. If this is the case, it really can't be better. Thank the great Lord of Hell for valuing me, and I will never let him down for helping me. Taking a deep breath, Hermes took the leaf of Yggdrasil. This work is compiled and uploaded by Leojo Bookbar. At this point, regret is useless. Perhaps from the day he came here from the virtual world, he was destined to face these troubles. The goddess of fate, the king of gods Zeus, or some other existence, and the world-destroying god who destroyed the virtual world and showed him a corner of alchemy. Holding the divine leaf and looking at the figure in front of him, Hermes resisted the urge to punch him. He was still too weak. If the gate of truth had been born in the world, he would never be so passive. So since he must accept the good intentions of others, he must try his best to restore the power of the gods as soon as possible. Even if it is still small in front of the great, it will have room for maneuvering. Mr. Ivan, I still have some questions about the use of this divine leaf. Hermes quickly recovered his mentality and asked immediately. Since he had the assistance of the great divine power, he must forge a rare creation in the world. It will be a monument in the field of alchemy and an indispensable part of his future gate of truth. And then again, didn't you say that the serpent of the courtyard only values ability? Very good. If you don't want me to leave today, then I hope that when I become a god, you will be a god by now.
Boom.
The center of the island, the mouth of the nameless volcano. Floating in the air, watching the endless fire gradually rising in the lava, Hermes took out the materials he had prepared one by one. Lachesis' artifact, the ruler of destiny, the prototype of the gate of truth, and the goddess of destiny locked in it. The leaf of Yggdrasil, which contains powerful vitality and the light of wisdom, is not inferior to the source of life. And the memory from his past extracted by Hermes. Perhaps because he is the only life in the virtual world that survived, Hermes has long discovered that his memory contains special power. It's as if the destroyed world still exists in him and continues in some way.
Hermes has some guesses about this.
In his power, for the real world, matter, energy, information, and everything can be transformed into each other. His memory seems to be just a past, but perhaps it carries the power of his death. But the virtual world is virtual after all, and his transformation is extremely limited, so the legacy he inherited is probably not much. Just like the sea and the steam rising above it, the difference between the two is as big as the abyss. Shaking his head slightly, no matter what the truth is, Hermes no longer thinks about it. The Starlight Gate is now riddled with holes, and even if there is no magic fire rising from the crater, it is afraid that it has already broken into 4 pieces. Now is the most appropriate time. With a finger, the artifact, which still looks like a cane, fell into the deep crater. The flames licked its cane, and the artifact began to restore its original appearance almost visible to the naked eye. The scratches of time, the ancient symbols, and the dark gray ruler glowed. It seemed to be aware of its own danger at the moment, and instinctively tried to get out of here. However, in front of the blazing demonic fire, everything was in vain. The indestructible shell began to soften, and black mist rose from the gray stone body. The backlash carried by the master gradually left the artifact and floated towards the door of the Starlight Gate. The milky white liquid kept rolling on the ruler. The true origin of the artifact could not be crushed. Fortunately, Hermes had no intention of crushing it. He just wanted to turn it into the cornerstone of his creation. The spirit was concentrated in one place. In the dark, the great alchemist felt that his state today was better than ever before. The changes in the nature of things fluctuated in his mind, and inspiration was bursting every moment. Until the sun was about to fall to the end of the west, and the bright moon was about to rise, Hermes' spiritual hand began to dance. The sun and the moon met upside down. He would create an unprecedented spectacle. In the center of Navern Island, 7 days and 7 nights passed quickly. The runes arranged casually obscured the surroundings, making it difficult for nearby mortals to detect the movements they made. Directly above the crater, the materials that were originally scattered had long disappeared. There was only a huge black furnace left. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek mythology, the spiritual dominator.
Chapter 522 Formation.
With a high concentration of spirit, 7 days passed in a flash. Above the Navern Island volcano, this special casting is approaching the final step. Under the wide mountain pass, the original scorching heat faded at some point. Even the boiling magma has solidified, leaving only a large area of black rock with interwoven patterns. In the past few days, in order to supply energy to the hellfire, Hermes went deep into the earth veins, causing the energy of the entire volcano to be constantly extracted artificially. This volcano, blessed by the god of craftsmen, does contain a lot of fire energy, which provides assistance for the entire forging. However, the energy required for the smelting of the artifact is too huge. After this incident, even if the forging is over, I am afraid it will be silent from now on, and there is no possibility of eruption for thousands of years. In the air, the spirit is concentrated in one place. Looking at the floating void furnace, Hermes' tired expression can hardly hide his excitement. The furnace is not a physical entity, but a creation evolved from the hellfire. Inside it is the result of Hermes' hard work. Is this forging? No, this is not forging at all. This is just fusion, blending, and extraction. It is not a qualitative change, let alone an exchange or sublimation. The only reason I can succeed today is that the materials used to make it are too strange. Of course, this is why it is more successful than I imagined. The power of the magic fire is approaching its end, and the flames from the Lord of Hell are gradually extinguished. If there is no external force, this divine fire could have lasted for thousands of years, but under Hermes' high-intensity use, it was consumed in the collision with the mutually repelling parts of those materials. However, sensing the situation of the furnace, Hermes did not have a worried look on his face, because he did it on purpose. As the founder of Khaos's alchemy system, he could not have been unaware of how long the hellfire could be used. But for this last step, Hermes did not want to use the power of others to complete it. The alchemical creation he personally forged could only belong to him. Swish! Silently, a cluster of transparent flames suddenly burned in the void in front of Hermes. There was no audible sound, and the so-called burning sound was just a mental illusion. His face turned pale in an instant, but the spirit of the great alchemist became more and more excited. This is the fire of the soul, the flame ignited by burning his own spirit. As a former god in the virtual world, Hermes' own spirit happened to be the only part of him that was close to God at the moment. Under his control, the illusory spiritual fire dissipated in an instant, and then wrapped around the outer wall of the furnace. Gradually, the furnace body composed of magic fire faded a little bit and was replaced by invisible flames. Through the distorted space under high temperature, Hermes could vaguely see the situation inside. The silver-white liquid gathered in a ball in the air, rolling like blood. The black substance was wrapped inside, and it kept rushing left and right, but no matter how it struggled, it could not break free. His eyes were sharp, and the pain of the ignited spirit reminded Hermes all the time. Looking at the scene, the great alchemist raised his hand and cut his wrist. The bright red blood flowed into the flames, and the spirits and flesh from the real and illusory worlds burned together. Faintly, in the intertwined flames, Hermes seemed to see a human face. Lachesis seemed to be questioning him why he betrayed her kindness to him and raised the butcher knife in his hand to the goddess. Fighting against fate. Does this require a reason? I don't think so. He asked back lightly, and then gave the result. Stepping forward, Hermes looked at the illusory face. He didn't know whether it was real or an illusion, but for him, the answers to the two were the same. For you, there is no need for a reason to clear the unstable fate. So for me, the same is true. In this world, many things do not require reasons, only whether they are necessary or not. So under Hermes' firm will, the spiritual fire suddenly rose. In an instant, it seemed that many things in the dark turned into fuel for the flames at this moment. There was Lachesis' deception of Paris, Hermes' understanding of fate and law in the virtual world, and some other things that were hard to explain. The flames rose and rushed straight to the great alchemist's cheek, and then gently licked the master's temples. In the light of the fire, Hermes looked warm and cold. I don't know how long it took. At a certain moment, he stretched out his hand. Buzz. A buzzing sound came from the depths of all things. Standing next to the volcano, Ryan's original inquiring eyes could not help but change. The next moment, from the empty void around, chains suddenly appeared out of thin air. The laws of the world are echoing this creation now. He is echoing the birth of this artifact. Although it trapped the goddess of fate, it seemed that its existence itself represented something, which in turn aroused the cheers of the law. His spirit was slightly touched, and as he watched everything happening in front of him, an inexplicable intuition came over him. This artifact that had not yet been born seemed to be offending the authority of the spirit world. To be more precise, it was offending the authority that the spirit world had obtained from Khaos. Their corresponding powers are trembling slightly, as if responding to the birth of this artifact. His eyes narrowed slightly, and many thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. At this moment, Ryan's fingers have even reached into the side of his robe and touched the leaves of another sacred tree. As long as he wants, he can destroy the prototype of this artifact in the cradle, and then bring it back to the goddess of fate in another way. But after a moment, Ryan finally gave up this plan. As a split human nature, he can't accurately grasp the changes in the spiritual world at this moment. Or even this remaining induction is not a good thing in essence, because it proves that his split human nature is not as perfect as imagined. Of course, Ryan has known this a long time ago. In short, after the initial shock, Ryan regained his composure. He was overthinking. Just relying on a divine artifact is far from enough to shake the foundation of the spiritual world, let alone taking the digested food from him. No matter how special the authority is, it needs equal support. Moreover, it does not make me feel dangerous or fearful, but rather a little close. From all the signs, this artifact may have some special function, but it is probably not what I think. Moreover, it is a creation made of materials provided by me. No matter what, it will never threaten me. TSK. Turning his back to Ryan, he did not know that he had just walked on the edge of danger. At this moment, the casting of the artifact has reached the most critical part. The sudden resonance of the world law certainly startled Hermes, but after discovering that his refining was not disturbed, the great alchemist calmed down again. The change was unexpected, but this change was clearly a good thing. This is not only conducive to the casting of the current artifact, but also adds help to the formation of the future gate of truth. So, he just silently recorded the information brought by the resonance of the surrounding laws in his memory, and Hermes took a breath. The original text is available at number 9 at book/bar. The next moment, he held the liquid in front of him, which had not yet solidified in the air. The invisible force acted on the rough artifact in an instant, and the strong recoil force rebounded along a mysterious trajectory. However, facing this scene, Hermes did not hesitate to start the second and third times. 3 empty grips, 3 recoils. Under the violent shock, the great alchemist's arm cracked like porcelain. At the same time, The rolling liquid finally stabilized there. It formed a special shape, and then began to solidify little by little. The main body is silver-white, and black and blood-colored lines are intertwined on it. A strong breath of life was released from it, and as its forger, Hermes' originally broken arm was restored to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Obviously, no matter what other abilities it has, at least the vigorous vitality from the alien world tree has been successfully inherited by this artifact. It may not be as good as the artifact that truly controls the power of life, but it is enough to compete with the golden cup of the goddess of youth. As the artifact gradually cooled, the new order and law gradually emerged. Looking at his final result, Hermes was filled with joy. It should not be an independent artifact. If the Gate of Truth is materialized in the future, Hermes has no doubt that it can do this. But even with many powerful materials, Hermes does not think that he can create a real artifact now. As the basis for carrying its illusory door, Lachesis' stone ruler is another artifact with separate powers, and even if it changes its form with the help of the great power of God, the great alchemist cannot erase its essence. Moreover, to achieve a true artifact, it must require a unique divine power, and obviously, Hermes himself does not have this ability. It's just that everything is impossible with the inexplicable resonance of the world's laws. The origin of the artifact that was originally unchanged under the hellfire no longer persists. Like spring breeze and rain, they separate as soon as they touch. Even in this strange resonance, Hermes found that the memory he mixed in also underwent some special changes. It interweaves with many other materials to form a new order. Just like the world at the beginning of creation did not have the law of fire, it seems that he has accidentally added a new puzzle to the world. It has no name, because it is a new thing. But if it must be given a name, Hermes thinks that a virtual reality is more suitable to describe it. In contrast, adding wisdom and shaping life are just additional functions. Even if the leaves of Yggdrasil were not originally from the 9 realms, and the mother tree had already explained life from another perspective, this new artifact might not be able to inherit these abilities. It seems to be successful. Immersed in joy, Kellen's voice came from behind, interrupting Hermes' fantasy. The smile froze for a moment, and the great alchemist remembered that there was still a big problem around him that had not been solved. Yes, Mr. Ivan. Thanks to the great Lord of Hell, I was able to complete this masterpiece. As you can see, I succeeded. Very good. With the help of my lord, your success is inevitable, Mr. Hermes. But since you have succeeded, then what is its use? Asked directly, because Ryan had watched the entire refining process of Hermes, he could have guessed the use of this alchemical wonder. It may be able to give life, and drinking water soaked with it can make people immortal. It may be able to give people wisdom, and using it to enlighten themselves can solve the mysteries that were originally incomprehensible. Or it can be used as a tool to predict fate and spy on the situation in the past and future. It is also possible to use it as a medium to turn it into a poison that curses living beings. But no matter what it is just a mortal creation that cannot reach the realm of authority. And from the various abilities that it may have, it seems to be very similar to the Philosopher's Stone in later legends. It is a life stone, a soul stone, and a panacea, which can be used as an equivalent medium to convert all creations of events. However, this description is obviously beyond the realm of the mortal world, so Ryan did not hope for it at first. The alchemical artifact of another world is different from the Philosopher's Stone that was created by trickery. It is a real artifact created by pure alchemical skills, not a pile of materials or a deviation of fate. On it, the caster is like a person who wants to show off his skills, engraving one after another of knowledge that points directly to the essence. Hermes got the initial revelation from it when he met it once. He used this incomplete knowledge as a basis and added his own understanding to create Khaos's current alchemical path. However, as the fields he entered touched the gods, Hermes was finally a little overwhelmed. It was not a big deal that he failed to summon the projection of the destroyer. Zeus' power actually had no appeal to him. The power of the god-king comes from the present world. It is more like a status than the authority of the law. Hermes was not sure what he could get from it, but this ring was different. When he saw it, Hermes saw his future. Is your name Gold Gathering Ring? When the artifact was visualized, the great alchemist knew its name. Material exchange, Gold Gathering Ring. It sounded very suitable for him, and it was in line with his former divinity of business and exchange. Reaching out to put the ring on his index finger, Hermes shrunk the Philosopher's Stone and placed it on the top of the ring, and a pieced-together ring was formed. The two supreme creations of alchemy combined together, looking very compatible, and even the power of the two had some resonance. For a moment, Hermes couldn't help but have a little desire for the real artifact. A fake creation is like this. If the real one also falls into his hands, it's not too far away. At least if the two are combined again, a high-level artifact in the field of alchemy should not be a big problem. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 5, 25 Choice. From today, the Emerald Ring Alchemy Organization finally has a real emerald ring, although it is just a projected fake. The weak divinity is beating actively in Hermes' body, absorbing the power from flesh and blood and spirit. After 2 attempts, one successful and one failed, Hermes decided to conduct his last experiment. Although the summoning of the destroyer failed, the great alchemist obtained valuable information. The summoning of the gold ring was successful, which means that he will soon move faster and more steadily in the field of alchemy. So in the eyes of Hermes at the moment, the problem he needs to solve is very clear. Whether it is the threat of the destroyer, the Lord of Hell, whose specific intentions are unknown, or any other problem, the simplest and most difficult way to solve them is to improve your own strength, internally or externally. However, the Gate of Truth was not built in a day, so Hermes can only choose to think of a solution from external objects. It just so happens that the Philosopher's Stone has a solution to the problem. As long as he can summon a projection of a great divine power, even if his own power is still very weak, he can walk sideways in the world. After all, no matter how weak the great divine power is, there is an insurmountable gap between it and the true God. Just like the Lord of the 9 Hells when Hell was just born, and Zeus, whose status was incomplete before the 12 main gods returned. Although the authority of 30% is not great, it is still a qualitative change. So with a flickering look in his eyes, Hermes rubbed the Philosopher's Stone on the ring for the 3rd time. The halo scattered and rose and fell around the great alchemist. Perhaps because the source of creation that supports the evolution of the virtual world is very scarce, Hermes did not find the options of the Lord of Darkness and the God of Night among the projections that the Philosopher's Stone can summon. Including Gaia, the mother of the earth, these primitive gods exist in the world more as a legend. They have no entity, or the world is their theoretical entity. The gods also knew that they existed, but no one had ever seen them. Among these great men, only the God King was an exception. After all, they were too closely connected to the world. So at this moment, Hermes could only choose one person. Come out, the great Lord of the gods, the King of kings, and the ancestor of my bloodline. Come to the real world, fight for me. Murmuring in a low voice, just like summoning the destroyer before, Hermes' power continued to be injected into the Philosopher's Stone. However, the artifact was like a bottomless pit, devouring his power endlessly. Until a certain moment, as if crossing an invisible boundary, in front of Hermes, the hazy halo gradually gathered into one. A tall and majestic figure stepped out from it, and around him, chains extended from the void, but they dared not approach his body. This is the order of the law that is afraid of his power, even if he only has incomplete power and less than 1/3 of the authority. But because he has never truly demonstrated his great power, the chain of order can only sway in the air. In an instant, horror and ecstasy surged onto his face at the same time. Although this was done by Hermes himself, he was still very surprised when he really succeeded. The power did not increase. In the body of the figure in front of him, it was still the power injected by Hermes that supported its existence. But in front of that vast and transcendent personality, the sand seemed to have turned into gold. Is this feeling the great divine power? Taking a deep breath, since the days when the goddess of fate came to him, only now did Hermes feel safe. There is quality but no quantity? It doesn't matter. As the only alchemist in the world, Hermes has 10,000 ways to create god-level energy. All he needs is an existence that can transform energy into divine power. And now, this existence is right in front of him. He is the king of the gods, Uranus. Ha ha ha. Ah, my most respectable great-grandfather. You are the master of the sky and the king of all things and spirits. The gods arose because of you, and the throne was born because of you. Your figure shines brighter than the sun in the sky, and your power is more infinite than the vast earth. Praise you, my great-grandfather. I, Hermes, especially want to praise your greatest merits. After all, you are both the king of gods and the truly great one, and when you can really take that step, whether in the illusory world or in the real chaos, you have already failed, and then fell into eternal sleep. Hermes couldn't help laughing while chanting the verses praising the Father in a hymn tone. That's right, the Lord of the Sky, the first king of gods. This is the illusion he summoned. The great power that can be summoned by the Philosopher's Stone can only be summoned by the king of gods. So does he have to choose Zeus himself? Don't be kidding. Perhaps mortals on Earth would have such thoughts, but Hermes would never be so shallow. After all, the great alchemist knew very well that Zeus' power was so closely related to his throne. In comparison, he himself was just a god who controlled thunder. So no one knows if Hermes chooses Zeus, then the one who will be summoned will be the one with 30% of the authority and symbol of the god king, or the pure thunder god Zeus. In addition, there is the most crucial point. That is, no one knows whether summoning a great divine power in the world will attract the attention of its master. If Zeus has a sense, then Hermes, who just cooperated with the enemy of the god king to kill the goddess of fate, will be dead. In this case, Hermes naturally knows to avoid danger. Excluding Zeus, the second generation of god king seems to be an option. However, there is no need to think too much. This is another big pit. In the virtual world, Kronos, the king of time and space, did not set foot on the great divine power in the end. But in the real world, this is a real god above gods. Although he has disappeared, disappearance is not imprisonment or eternal sleep. For the great divine power that controls time and space, Hermes does not think he can escape the pursuit of the other party. So, excluding the above two options, the first generation of God King is the best choice. In the first era, sky and fatherhood were just born, and they had not yet expanded to the point of having complete symbols. Even if the power of the first generation of God King was used to unify the three, Uranus was only a true god with supreme power. But as the father fell asleep, time passed, and in the third era of the virtual world and the second era of the real world, both had already completed their own qualitative changes. It was just that Uranus had not yet awakened, so the world was still calm. In this way, whether the projection of calling the great power would be connected with the corresponding existence, Hermes did not need to worry. Because even if there was, the eternally sleeping Lord of the Sky had no time to trouble him. After waiting for a while, it turned out that as he thought, nothing special happened. His third summoning once again gave Hermes a perfect result. With the protection of the Lord of the Sky, he could finally deal with the believers of hell with confidence. Equal help is called help, unequal help is either charity or money for life. Although my life is not worth much in their eyes, I still value it. Smiling and shaking his head, Hermes tried to give an order to the projection of the Lord of the Sky. The next moment, the tall figure flew into the sky and merged into the sky above the head of the great alchemist. The real Uranus was hanging at the end of the sky, and Hermes didn't want to try to project what would happen when he met the eternally sleeping original. He just wanted the old lord to protect himself, not to wake him up and cause himself a big trouble. Above the sky, the end of the sky. A perfect version in 16 to 9 book bar. Since the long time ago, Kronos cut off the limbs of the father with a sickle, and Khaos's sky fell into eternal peace. In addition to the primitive gods who coexisted with the world, this oldest god in the world has almost all the characteristics of men in the wild period. He is tall and mighty, with strong desires and unrivaled divine power. He is cruel and cold, so that his wife and children are afraid of him. He is also arrogant and straightforward. No one is worth hiding from him, and no one is worth retreating from. He does not need etiquette and civilization because the barbaric era does not need these. He only needs absolute power and absolute authority to rule everything. From this point of view, even if people in later generations look back and face this ancient history, they actually find it difficult to truly understand whether it is right or wrong. Because in the wild and chaotic wilderness, humans are surrounded by enemies, and perhaps such patriarchy is the guarantee of safety and life. Even if someone can fight with Uranus to face an enemy that is difficult to fight, then perhaps the cruelty of the gods will be his greatest reliance. This oldest king will only laugh and step forward, fighting with the so-called enemy until the last moment of his life. As for whether you help or escape, he probably won't even look at you, and what greets you is at most a sneer. Unfortunately, Khaos was the beginning of the Age of Gods. The gods had no external enemies, they were enemies of each other. The gods and the Earth Mother had no rivals, and the whole world was just their home. So, until the moment before his eternal sleep, the father could only release his endless tyranny to his children. If he could not show it to his opponents, he could only show it to his descendants. And when he fell asleep, out of fear of the most ancient god-king, no one dared to mention his name, and everything on earth had nothing to do with him from then on. In this way, time kept passing, and thousands of years passed on the earth. In the sky, in the curve of time, the sleeping gods spent thousands of times more years. However, time has no meaning for the gods. Over the past tens of millions of years, only a few movements almost woke up the master of the sky from his slumber. The most recent one was due to the changes in the sea, but under the power of the Lord of Darkness, the gods returned to their slumber. But this time, it seemed a little different. The indescribable will was struggling and shaking, and the boundless sky seemed to come alive at this moment. Although something is still missing, with the destruction and integration of one world after another, the patriarchy that was originally equal to each other and even regained the upper hand with the arrival of the Third Era seems to be no longer so absolute. The deepest sleep seems to be coming to an end, and the boundless power is ready to go. On Mount Olympus, an inexplicable palpitation surged into the heart of the God King, making him subconsciously hold his scepter and scan the entire world with his eyes. But at this moment, the accumulated undercurrent suddenly stopped again. Once the eternal sleep is entered, it is difficult to wake up again, and the supreme will is just a slight corner that escapes the collision of theocracy. The stimulation from the human world is like the last straw that broke the camel's back, leading him to wake up from his sleep. But then, in the next moment, this weak will seem to be attracted by something else. It was still the beacon from the human world, different from every time before. This time, it was persistent and constant. Even vaguely, along with the invisible connection, information began to be transmitted back to the sky. There is a calm sea, busy mortals, novel artifacts, civilization, and wisdom. The eyes of the god have not opened yet, but at this moment he seems to have gained another pair of eyes to observe this long-lost world on his behalf. The originally active will has settled down, and it is no longer so eager to wake up. If it is the real master of the sky, this scene will never happen. Because the god will never be satisfied with this. Everything in the world belongs to him. However, at this moment, the will of the god is still dull, and only the most marginal point has a sign of awakening. So, after receiving the external information, it seems to be comforted and becomes calm again. In the short term, this is a good thing. A major disaster was temporarily avoided, and the palpitations of the king of the gods on the sacred mountain disappeared without a trace. Except for the giant god who felt the instantaneous shaking of the sky, no one found anything wrong. But if time is extended, The information from the outside world will slowly stimulate the dormant will, and even accelerate his cognition of the new era when he wakes up. But whether it is good or bad, everything has obviously become an established fact. The initiator of all this does not know what happened yet, only time continues to flow. At the same time, in the distant void, on the grave of the broken world, the extremely grand wolf fluctuated. He looked at the fragments of a world where everything was the same as before. Faster. No one responded, but the speed of the endless primordial water shrinking was indeed a little faster. However, there were no spectators in the void. It was full of darkness and coldness. In addition, there was only one God. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 5, 26 Report. 9 Hells, Atrium. 2 suns hang in the sky, and the shadow of the sky island is reflected on the ground. In the basin in the center of the interface, the sapling has become a towering tree. Like the world tree Yggdrasil, 3 thick roots extend out. One is inserted into the sacred spring under the tree, and the remaining 2 reach the 3rd and 7th layers of hell. 6 branches are inserted into the void and disappear, and the remaining 3 are hanging from the crown. Occasionally, a few green fruits can be found on it, but they are not yet ripe, just hidden between the leaves. The sacred tree Nordrassil is rooted in the central axis of the 9 hells. In addition to the roots inserted into the sacred spring, the other 2 roots are densely covered with blood-colored veins. They are beating like they have life, and dark red juice flows back to the trunk every moment. Chaos, sin, filth, countless negative emotions are mixed with disorderly forces, and they even instinctively try to pollute this sacred tree that runs through the realm. But when these juices follow the roots to the stump, another completely opposite force has been waiting for a long time. The Fountain of Leonor, the Urd Fountain of the 9 realms, is its predecessor. The 3rd root of Nordrassil has been sipping its spring water, absorbing the vitality and purification of the divine power. The essence of the divine spring goes straight up along the 3rd root, and the milky white liquid and the dark red blood meet at the stump. The filth gradually settles, and the pure points rise. These energies containing a little bit of extreme source power go all the way up, nourishing the growth of the entire sacred tree. After the last condensation of the sacred tree itself, these weak source powers are affected by the characteristics of the world tree. It becomes more suitable for the realm to absorb, and then flows to the other side of the void along the growing branches. It is like a machine that purifies filth, or an organ that produces nutrients for the world. The sacred tree that had been soaked in the water of the well of samsara became the midpoint of the 9 hells cycle, bringing new impetus to this world drifting in the abyss. With its body entrenched at the edge of the world, the ancient snake's eyes quietly watched everything that happened in the atrium, and everything in the outside world seemed to have nothing to do with him. In front of his eyes, this scene had been happening for a long time. However, it was precisely because of the existence of this cycle that the 2 monarchs in the 9 hells finally gradually stabilized their own power. World Tree. It's really a miracle of creation. The grand idea floated in the air. From an objective point of view, although the opening of the 9 hells was indeed a great idea, Tartarus's power was vast and profound enough. But from the beginning, it was very difficult to support 2 great powers with only the power of the previous hell. And in this, Asmodeus relied on his identity as the authentic lord of hell to barely cross this boundary, and the atrium snake even borrowed a lot of power from the sacred tree. After all, as the former world tree of the 9 realms and the only plant that Ryan has seen that has reached the realm of great divine power, Yggdrasil has extraordinary ability to stabilize the world. It is with its help that only the 3 layers of hell have maintained the power of spiritual evil thoughts. However, this state is ultimately dangerous, just like Gaia, who almost fell into the realm, or Zeus, whose rituals were not complete. Although they are invincible in front of the weak, they are hard to win in front of the strong. It was not until the establishment of this Shura field that the growth of the Nine Hells finally got back on track.
Endless war, endless bloodshed.
Although the enemy is numerous and we are few, compared with the chaos of the abyss creatures, the devils of hell do have a lot of advantages. In this process, every victory in the war not only enhances the power of the winner, but also represents a subtle reversal between the two interfaces. And compared with the rewards for the winners of the Shura field rules, hell has another way to utilize waste. That is to drag the corpses of the demons to the place where the roots of Nordrassil are located, and pile up the bones into a mountain. The demons use grand blood sacrifices to sacrifice their lords, and then the power of the blood sacrifice will follow the roots of the sacred tree to the courtyard, and after being purified by the spring of Leonor and refined by Nordrassil, it will become the nourishment that nourishes the world. And the initiator of the sacrifice belongs to which lord, and the object of their sacrifice is who. Under the effect of the true name, these refined powers will also belong to that lord and be used to strengthen his own territory. So the demons with outstanding achievements will be promoted and rewarded, and those with insufficient abilities will be demoted and punished. Nordrassil can draw some energy from it, which is used for its own growth and reproduction of leaves, turning into the cornerstone of the demon contract. In the end, the lord who receives the sacrifice can enhance the power of the interface he controls, and in the final analysis, the growth of these interfaces is just adding bricks and tiles to the overall growth of the Nine Hells. They will eventually become part of the power of the two monarchs, and then further resist the power of the abyss. Accumulated soil forms a mountain, accumulated water forms an abyss. Under the unique time flow rate of the abyss, a long time has already passed in the Nine Hells. It is precisely because of the benefits obtained from it that the ancient snake has the leisure to show its power in the material world. Poseidon, you can't stay here for much longer. Don't you plan to say something before leaving? Use your poor brain, not your useless muscles. Maybe I'll let you go in a flash of inspiration. In the sky of the courtyard, the malice almost overflowed from the pupils under the teasing tone. The sun in the sky shines on the crown of Nordrassil, where a disheveled figure is pierced through the spinal cord by the branches of the sacred tree. The long blue hair spread out, covering Poseidon's hideous face. However, hearing this voice, the response of the Sea King was only to curse. "Shut up, monster. The son of the world will not succumb to you twisted lackeys, and I, the Lord of the Sea, will never obey you crazy monsters." Poseidon looked miserable, but he had not been tortured since he was caught in hell. At least compared with the god of stars Astrius, his treatment at the moment can be said to be quite good. But Poseidon obviously did not feel his luck. Although the gap in strength was like heaven and earth, the struggle of the Sea King never stopped. Well, it seems that Poseidon's character is a little different. At least the serpent of the courtyard remembered very clearly that at the end of the Second Age, the other party was not so fearless when facing his father. So, after a little probing, the ancient snake soon knew the reason, due to the other party's very limited intelligence. In Poseidon's eyes, he seemed to regard hell as an existence similar to the mother tree of flesh and blood. And a long time ago, when Ryan destroyed that illusory world, the God King seemed to have received some information and gave a seemingly plausible prophecy. Beware of outsiders. There is only a fragmentary sentence, but there is no specific existence. Before, since Typhon's death, because of the peace that has always been there, the gods have long forgotten it. But as Poseidon came to hell in person, he seemed to believe that what Zeus said was probably related to the giant snake in front of him. After all, the things created by the power of the mother tree of flesh and blood are more powerful than each other, and none of them are human-shaped. After witnessing the fall of the sun god, Poseidon, who considered himself a member of the gods of the sun of the world, was forced to become more motivated. After all, the end of surrender is nothing more than being eroded. With Poseidon's character, it is better to curse. Hey, Lord of the Sea. Lord of the Sea, who can only sow seeds, the only sea area he rules is given to him by others under the pressure of Zeus. Compared to your brother, you are also a waste. Not caring about Poseidon's scolding, the ancient snake's counterattack hit the point. It sealed Poseidon's mouth and didn't give him a chance to reply. It won't be long before he will go to his old father. No matter what he thinks now, he doesn't need to worry about it. In terms of educating children, Asmodeus will probably find a way to correct his rebellious son's wrong ideas and give him a heart-wrenching lesson. Turning his eyes away from Poseidon, the atrium snake habitually glanced at the third level of hell. Hypnos still didn't come back, and no one knew where he ran off to. The big snake was sure that the other party was not imprisoned. It was just that the connection between the two of them was cut off, and only a vague sense of induction remained. Hiss. A correct version in 16-9-1 book, 1 forum. The ring courtyard snake hissed softly and retracted his gaze. Whether he didn't want to come back or encountered some trouble, there was no need to use Hypnos recently. Then let him stay outside, and if there was something that needed to go out, he would be brought back. Great.
E.
The voice of the creature's prayer came from a distant place, and unlike the occasional prayers received on weekdays, this was an exclusive line, belonging to another self. With a slight movement of his mind, the courtyard snake lowered his head slightly and probed his will along the invisible line of faith. If the other creature was on the other side, its behavior would be enough to instantly crush the other's soul. But since the person in front of him is another self, there is no need to worry about this problem. What's the matter? The mind passed through the layers of void, extending from hell to the material world. The ancient snake noticed that there was another figure beside himself, and there was a familiar breath on his hand. Golden ring. After a slight pause, the snake of the courtyard immediately probed the void around Nordrassil with his mind. There is a secret place near the treetops, with a secret library that is blocked layer by layer. Long before the divinity left Khaos, some things that were not related to the operation of the spiritual world but might be used had already been transferred here in advance. The poison that poisoned Poseidon and the leaves of Yggdrasil came from here, and the real golden ring was the same. And as the ancient snake's mind probed in, the alchemical artifact with more symbolic meaning than practical meaning was just placed there, without any signs of loss. Ahem. In the human world on Navern Island, Hermes looked at the simple altar in front of him and was secretly surprised. In his impression, the coming of the gods was not so simple. Even if it did not involve the idea of power, it was often only made of divine materials, and the statues that had been worshipped for hundreds of years could withstand their extended will. In addition, no god can accept being neglected by his believers, so every call to the gods is often accompanied by a grand ceremony. But at this moment, the grand idea that cannot be faked came across time and space, and the terrible power stirred the surrounding void. It seems that this is really an existence that does not care about false reputation. Surprised secretly, but facing the inquiry of the great divine power, Hermes did not dare to neglect it. Salute you, Dash. The great snake surrounding the atrium. The earthly python that devours all souls. The origin and end of all worlds sins, Dash. I hereby request your saint to call you presumptuously, just to thank you for your help. For this, I am willing to offer you my most important thing. Tell me. On the altar, the black time and space vortex shook slightly, and a voice as grand as the sky came from it. Hermes reached out his hand and handed over a crystal stone. It sealed his memory about the shadow of the world's destruction and when the illusory world was destroyed. Of course, the great alchemist did some tricks in it. He removed his own existence and disguised everything as a discovery after refining and sealing the goddess of fate. It is certainly a terrible thing to lie in front of a great divine power. Once discovered, it will almost certainly lead to thunder and anger. But if this is the memory originally extracted from someone else, then even if it is seen that there are traces of cutting, it seems that there is nothing wrong. Moreover, Hermes asked himself that he had been studying the memory of living beings for a long time. In this regard, he has some experience. And not only that, the great alchemist now also uses the power of authority. Titan goddess, mother of the 9 muses, ancestor of memory and words, another lover of Zeus. In this case, Unless he happened to bump into the true god who controls memory in this world, there is really no possibility of being discovered. It's strange. The gods in the virtual world mostly exist in the real world. Even if something unexpected happens occasionally, it doesn't seem to be a very important existence. But as one of the 12 titans, Mnemosyne in reality not only did not marry Zeus, but disappeared. Even in historical records, there is no content about her being the goddess of memory. I don't know why this is the case. Hermes didn't encounter any special problems when summoning the goddess projection. So the authority of memory in reality should still exist. As for where it is, anyway, I won't happen to encounter it. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 5:27 Memory. Through the cracks in time and space, the crystal composed purely of memory fell from the human world into the abyss. Watching the memory that Hermes called the most important thing fall into the rotating black hole, Ryan couldn't help but feel a little curious. First of all, let's rule out the possibility that the other party really wanted to thank him for his help, so he contributed his deeply hidden secret. Then what else does Hermes have that is worth his initiative? What did you offer to my lord? A destiny. It comes from Lachesis' memory. As for whether it is true or false, only the great lord of hell can tell. With a solemn expression, at this moment, Hermes seemed like a more capable prophet than the goddess of fate. A destiny? With a strange expression, Ryan wanted to say something when looking at Hermes in front of him, but in the end he said nothing. Lachesis' memory, the thinking of the true god, is not so easily influenced. Even Ryan himself can often only dilute the things related to himself, or enhance and blur certain specific aspects. As for reading a god's thoughts directly, like searching his soul, under the protection of the immortal essence, Khaos' innate god will not accept this, let alone the very special goddess of fate. If he had never possessed the divine power of memory, considering the absolute power of authority in his own field, Ryan might still have reservations. But after trying it himself, he can say with certainty that no one can read the information in the mind of the goddess of fate without the support of superlogical power. But having said that, looking at Hermes, who looked like he had seen through the major events in the future, Ryan hesitated for a moment and chose to remain silent. If it was not obtained from the goddess of fate, then the other party intended to push what he found onto fate. A prophet who pretended to spy on fate. I have done a lot of similar things in the past. I remember that he was just a god with weak divine power at that time, and the object of listening to the prophecy was the incarnation of the earth and the master of the sky, who were as different as the sky. However, as Khaos' first conscious god, Ryan, even though he was still weak at that time, did not need to use the name of others to prove his prophecy. In contrast, Hermes obviously did not have this ability. So perhaps because he thought his name was not credible enough, the great alchemist attributed this so-called fate to Lachesis, trying to make the audience believe the information he gave. His expression gradually returned to calm, and thinking of this, Ryan was not in a hurry to understand the specific content. After the big snake finished reading, he would naturally have a way to know the content. I just hoped that Hermes did not make up any outrageous news for him, otherwise he would have to give some response to such arrogant fraud. Swoosh. The crystal broke through the air and jumped out of the rotating black fog. At almost the same time, on the floating island in the center of the atrium, the ancient snake received this sacrifice from the human world. In line with the other self's thoughts, the atrium snake did not think this was really a fate. Lachesis' memory cannot be read. It is likely that it is just like her past self, a scam that the audacious Hermes came up with on a whim. He wants to achieve something with this, but knowing yourself and the enemy is the key to success. In the past, his success depended on his understanding of the trajectory of fate and his judgment of the gods' personalities. But Hermes made this choice without knowing himself at all. It seems that he was a little overwhelmed by the casting of the artifact. This is not good. But I will help him cure this problem. Hiss. Asmodeus, since you are here, let's take a look openly. This is a thank you from the believer in the world. He claims that this is the true fate obtained from the memory of the goddess of fate. Haha. After reading it, remember to take Poseidon back with you. He is too noisy. This is not a prison for prisoners. With a low laugh, the giant snake spit out its tongue. The vertical pupil rotated slightly, and it looked at a nearby void. As the voice fell, the space shook. The next moment, the figure of the Lord of the Nine Hells slowly emerged. Okay. The black-haired, blood-red-eyed monarch smiled and nodded as he looked over the Sea King restrained in the treetops. He had been here for a while, or rather, if the serpent of the courtyard had not suddenly responded to the prayers of believers, he should have led Poseidon back to the bottom of hell. But now there is an extra good show to watch, so it doesn't hurt to wait. A fate. What if this is true? Anything is possible. The Father God didn't believe you could see the future. He stepped in front of the memory crystal. Although Asmodeus didn't quite believe that the real future could be obtained so easily, he still had some expectations. The ancient snake did not comment on this, and then touched the crystal in front of him with his spirit. The crystal composed of memory began to burn, and invisible mist rose from the flames, gradually covering the entire space. The next moment, the world changed drastically. Standing beside the tall treetops of Nordrassil, the ancient snake and the incarnation of the Lord of the Nine Hells simultaneously entered the world of memory. What disappointed Asmodeus was that there was nothing different here, as if it was Khaos's human world. It seems you are right. This so-called fate has nothing. Wait, what is that? Looking up at the sky, the Lord of Hell looked solemn. In the world composed of this memory, the endless sky shattered. Thunder rose from the center of the earth and shot out into the sky. However, all of this stopped in front of a hand that covered the sky, like an ant trying to shake a tree, and shattered into debris all over the sky. Time passed by minute, and Asmodeus looked at all this seriously. Until the world was about to be destroyed and the sky and the earth turned into nothingness, the entire memory fragment came to an end. The surrounding images gradually faded, and the Lord of the Nine Hells fell into deep thought for a while. This is fake. He spoke lightly, but he didn't expect that the memory Hermes offered was this one. However, the incarnation stood aside, and the ancient snake was not panicked at all. For the scene in front of it, it was not completely without considering the possibility of this situation. It's just like he said, this is fake because there are many flaws in it. Yes, this is probably fake. There is no figure of the original God, let alone you and me. But the traces of the laws presented in this memory are not false. This is the content that can only be seen from the perspective of a powerful God. Nodding and shaking his head, Asmodeus did not recognize Ryan's identity from one hand. When Hermes escaped from the virtual world, Ryan had not yet used the Book of Years to take back its history. So, based on the information revealed, the Lord of the Nine Hells gave a preliminary conclusion. This is probably really the memory of the goddess of fate. Although their power is not strong, the laws of the world in their eyes may not be more vague than the powerful gods. It's just that this fate itself may be false, or it's just the worst possibility. Khaos does have such a person who wants to destroy the world, and this fate is the warning that the goddess of fate is trying to convey to the gods in the world. The judgment was made in a few words, and the ancient snake nodded in agreement. It was really surprised that Hermes would give this memory. The other party's means of erasing his traces were very rough, and it saw it at a glance. A perfect version in the 16:9 book forum. Is this trying to find the identity of the destroyer through it? Seeing this, the snake in the courtyard was ready to say something. However, the next moment, the burning memory expanded again. The invisible waves spread to the surroundings, turning into a dark and empty darkness. At a glance, no foundation of any material existence can be seen. This is the void outside the world, and the Lord of the Nine Hells recognized this. And as the time of the memory space flows, although the trajectory of movement cannot be felt in the void, the memory itself still gives people a feeling of leaving the world. The endless and distant place behind seems to be Khaos, and a little light rises in the darkness in front. Asmodeus looked far away, and vaguely, he seemed to see some large and small light spots. They rotated like a whirlpool, breaking and condensing, and looked so desolate. That is, world. He paused for every word, and as the position in the memory moved, at a certain moment, the Lord of the Nine Hells saw the true face of those light spots. The shattered earth and sky fell and scattered, and the remaining will of a world wailed in despair. Subconsciously taking a step forward, Asmodeus tried to see more clearly, but the next moment, a great sense of fear came from all directions. In an instant, the memory space ended, the dark void faded, and the two suns shone beside him again. Taking a deep breath, the Lord of the Nine Hells retracted his steps. He almost forgot that in the fragments of memory, no matter how strong or weak he was or how far or near he was, what he could see, hear, and even the fear that came at the end were actually the feelings of the owner of the memory. He was just a bystander, unable to change any results, let alone explore more secrets. However, in Asmodeus's view, the believer in the human world was able to obtain such a secret from the memory of the goddess of fate, and he had already made a great contribution. This is a warning, a more direct warning. The first memory may be a pessimistic preview of the future, while the second one is likely to be something that happened in the past or is happening now. Although nothing was seen in the second memory, the result of combining the two memories together is obvious. The power of the laws of the other world that can be vaguely detected in the second memory is even clearer. No one can forge a world cycle with self-consistent laws. It must come from a real other world, but it is now destroyed, just like the 9 realms where Muspelheim, the country of fire, is integrated into hell and the abyss. This is a world-destroying existence, a god from a foreign land, and the reason why only Zeus is great in the first memory seems to have been found, because this is a prophecy that the laws of the world are trying to warn the god-king by the hand of the goddess of fate. The more I think about it, the more I feel that this is the case, and standing aside, the incarnation of the ancient snake is silent. He guessed the beginning but not the end. How Hermes saw her menu is something that even it doesn't understand now. Could it be that Hermes was not lying to it, and this was really the prophecy he received from the goddess of fate? It's just that the process of his acquisition may not be easy to show, so he changed his statement. Fortunately, after the separation of divinity and humanity, there were subtle differences in temperament and some characteristics closer to the essence. In addition, Asmodeus had never seen the power of the spiritual world in full force, so he failed to recognize the source of the world's destruction. So, facing the gazes, the centaur finally just shook his head. Followers of the Queen of Heaven, King of Olympia. Although I have told you my purpose before, since you are not clear, I will repeat it again. I came here with the will of the Council of Bishops of Silvermoon City, and I came here to convey their questions. Achilles is guilty of being reckless and abusing the artifact, but who gave you the right to judge his crimes privately? Since you hold the Lord's sword, only the Lords can judge him. Therefore, for your usurpation, you will pay the price. How insolent.
Bang!
The table was overturned, and a general in armor stood up and glared at Chiron. His right hand had already grasped the long sword at his waist, as if he was going to draw the sword and kill someone if he disagreed with him. Chiron, that lunatic offended the gods, and has long been killed by the gods themselves. Moreover, he is just a human being, so why should the gods judge him? Why? Don't those crazy pagans want to point their swords at us, and even want to be enemies with the gods? Ignoring the general's words, the centaur had already felt some kind of gaze at him at this moment. Obviously, his arrival may have attracted the attention of a certain god. At the foot of Mount Olympus, any god could appear here. However, Chiron only paused for a moment before continuing his unfinished declaration. Whether in the human world or in the Holy Land, whether on the earth or in the kingdom of false gods, anyone who has made mistakes should repent. The supreme and all-knowing Lord is both severe and merciful. He does not punish fools for not knowing his greatness, nor does he punish ignorant people for their offenses. However, Those who usurp the power of the Lord will be angered by the righteous who are favored by him, so that wars will arise in the world. No matter what the pagans call gods, they are all included.
Bang!
Before he finished speaking, a sword arc as bright as a crescent moon passed by and attacked Chiron. Seeing this, the centaur had to stop temporarily and prepare to meet the enemy. He knew it would be like this. After all, the requirements given by Silvermoon City were for the mortal kingdom and the false gods. They listened to the former patiently, but they would never listen to the latter. A perfect version in the 16-9 book forum. And his own danger is actually here. This person who took action is nothing, he can easily deal with it. In fact, the people in this palace are just like that. If he wants to leave, no one can stop him. However, this is Olympia, the human kingdom closest to the sacred mountain. Just like the Aegis hanging on the top of Athens, as far as Chiron knows, the safety of Olympia is also suppressed by artifacts. As long as they decide to take action, he will definitely fail. However, even if he fails, the humans in Olympia will not kill him. After all, no matter what, since Chiron is related to the gods, his life and death cannot be decided by them. Only when he sees the person coming from Olympus, he is qualified to decide his fate. Of course, Chiron has long been mentally prepared, and he is not afraid of death. If there really comes such a day, he will only accept it calmly.
Sha.
The soles of his shoes stepped on the withered yellow leaves, bringing bursts of sound. On the outskirts of Olympia, the woman walked along, carefully looking at the farmland beside the road. As the human kingdom closest to Olympus, the land of Olympia is fertile and rich. Minerals are everywhere here, and the black soil can easily produce 3 crops a year. However, compared with the rich natural environment, the people living here do not seem to have a comfortable life at all. In just a dozen miles, she saw hundreds of farmers with ragged clothes and skinny bodies. The woman knew the reason. This was not intentional by the gods. After all, human rice has no meaning to them. They only need the faith of mortals, not their materials. However, since a debate in Athens, the story of the collapse of the Bronze Age has spread again among the people. In other places, this may only be regarded as a warning or a topic of conversation after dinner, but here, people see the relationship between faith and sacrifice. From that day on, the sacrifices of the Olympians became more and more abundant. It started as a voluntary thing, and later even evolved into a special phenomenon. Poor people offered everything they had, and then accused their neighbors who did not offer everything of not having a pious faith. Bankrupt wealthy merchants offered everything they had, and then accused their opponents of not having a pious faith. Gradually, sacrifice became a means of attacking others, even though the gods never asked for it. The originally wealthy life declined, and the hardworking people became lazy. All kinds of negative emotions gathered together, even dimming the sacred fire in the city. It was when she noticed this that she noticed this subtle change. Is that person the centaur, who used to follow Hecate? After walking a distance, the woman raised her head slightly. She looked in the direction of the city. Although they were far apart, every word Chiron said was clear to her. A demigod, with some mortal will to settle the so-called mistakes of the gods, is actually quite funny if you look at this matter alone. Although she couldn't laugh, she would only regard him as another Tantalus. However, after listening to all that Chiron said, her expression became serious. At this moment, a long-lost memory came into her mind. That was when they had just won the victory, but suffered a great loss in another space. Zeus, what are you thinking about? Since the end of the Golden Apple Feast, Hestia has felt that something is wrong, and the Lord of Darkness's visit to the sacred mountain has intensified this premonition, making the goddess of the hearth more and more uneasy. That day, when the sword of Leviathan slipped from Achilles' hands and fell from the top of Mount Olympus, Hestia had found her brother and asked him to return the artifact to the spirit world, or simply let the Lord of Darkness take it away, or at least take it back. But Zeus rejected her, and instead let the sword be inserted at the foot of Mount Olympus, as if silently showing off his martial arts. Alas! With a sigh, divine light surged, and the goddess casually issued an oracle that fell into the temple in the city, asking the humans in the city to bring Charon back to her temple and isolate him from the rest of the world. Finally, she looked back at the land behind her, flew up, and rushed towards Mount Olympus. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 5:30 Underground. Passing through 9 layers of clouds, stepping on the sea of clouds underfoot. It didn't take long before the Olympus Mountains were in sight. Lifted by a ball of flame, Hestia crossed the rows of various palaces and went straight to the entrance of the Golden Palace at the top of the sacred mountain. The palace of the God King is as solemn as ever, with divine splendor spreading all around. What surprised the goddess was that the gate of the temple was closed tightly at this moment, and she could not feel any breath of Zeus. Where is the God King? Where has he gone? Zeus was obviously not here. His thoughts swept up and down the sacred mountain, but Hestia still found no trace of him. Frowning slightly, the kitchen goddess had no choice but to ask the 2 guards at the door who were acting as decorations. If her guess was correct, her brother was probably out having fun again. Hestia pursed her lips and didn't know what to say to him. In the final analysis, if we rule out the premise that Hera is the guardian of marriage, this is just a personal hobby of Zeus. I was already prepared to have no results before asking, but what surprised the goddess again was that the 2 guards at the door unexpectedly gave the answer. Reporting to His Majesty returned to the holy mountain from Hades not long ago. After summoning the goddess of life and the god of craftsmen, he left in a hurry. Before he left, His Majesty made an announcement. Soon he would have something important to announce, and all the gods in heaven and earth who are willing to obey him would be present. But because His Highness was not at the holy mountain at the time, I had to convey it on his behalf. In addition to you, the gods in the underworld and the ocean are also included in the invitation. Since His Majesty the God of Winds is not here, Her Majesty Iris, the attendant of the Queen of Heaven, will personally convey the message on your behalf. Important things? Hestia was slightly startled when she heard this. Hestia did not expect to get such a result. There was some doubt in her heart, but she did not ask because the 2 guards were obviously just conveying Zeus's will, and they could not know what happened. However, she had not encountered such a serious notice for a long time. In addition, Pluto and Neptune had not been on the ground for a long time. What on earth was going on that was worthy of Zeus going to such great lengths to go to war, even to the point of recalling all the brothers they disliked to each other to the sacred mountain? Her expression softened slightly. Hestia still didn't know that her other brother had already returned to her father. The goddess only felt that Zeus had done something good. When he announced the big event, he at least remembered his brother, who was far away. It would be nice to get together. Since the 3 brothers separated, there was almost no time to get together. If there was a chance, she would also like to hear them talk about their lives in the sea and Hades. A place like the underworld does seem a lot more desolate and lonely. Okay, I understand. You can continue to guard this place. He nodded slightly, then turned and left. Since Zeus is not here, there is no need for the goddess of fire to stay long. Although matters in this world are important, we should not rush them. After all, for gods, even though the Olympus gods are more aware of the length of time than the former Titan gods, they still do not regard the short time in their eyes. Just like the turbulence on the sea, although it is very obvious to some people, few people notice it to the gods on the earth. At most, they noticed the abnormal turbulence in the East China Sea, but no one would think that the Sea Emperor, the immortal god canonized by the divine court, had left the world just like that. In their eyes, Poseidon has caused some trouble at most, and is probably cultivating in his own territory now. Anyway, affairs on the sea have always been handled by the ancient sea gods, and whether there is Poseidon or not does not seem to be that important. If in today's era, Mount Olympus is the center of the east of the earth, then the entire east of the earth can be regarded as the center of the human world. Even after exhausting the development of mortals for thousands of years, Human beings have only occupied the vast land east of the sacred mountain, and more places are still primitive and wild. Since the fall of Typhon, countless demons have spread across the land, and evil things that are difficult to eradicate have grown everywhere. The weeds on the roadside, the birds and beasts on the mountainside, even a piece of soil or a stone may all be affected by the strange sunlight that once briefly illuminated the world and become completely different from their previous selves. Even though the gods encircled and suppressed it several times, there was still no success in the end. Because they are endless and they kill endlessly. As long as there is a little spark left, it may reappear after a long time. Therefore, the gods had no choice but to seize the big ones and let go the small ones, turning a deaf ear to the vast majority of evil objects that were not of a sufficient level. Since then, evil gods who accidentally gained godhood, criminals who were expelled from the human kingdom, and even some intelligent beings that are different from humans. Most of these beings who were rejected by human nations and gods moved here and continued to survive through slash-and-burn farming. In response, the gods had no choice but to give up tracking them. After all, in a world where the power of the true God cannot be displayed, it is undoubtedly as difficult as ascending to heaven to purge the entire earth. As long as the main body of humanity is in their hands, there is no need to kill all these losers. And just today, west of Mount Olympus, across the endless mountains and rivers, near a remote stream, a group of strange and beautiful beings walked out of a dark hole one after another. The cave is so deep that the bottom cannot be seen, as if it goes straight to the core of the earth. They groped their way out cautiously. Although it looked like it was not their first time on the ground, their fear of the human world was clearly evident in their behavior. Tread. Move in a uniform manner, and try not to cause any extra noise. He nimbly crossed the seemingly ordinary bushes and tree stumps and inadvertently checked the traps he had set when he arrived last time. After patrolling an area thousands of steps in diameter, there was no sign of any trap being triggered. It's hard to say whether this is a bad thing or a good thing. The group of people returned to the starting position. A trace of regret flashed in the eyes of the leader, but he breathed a sigh of relief. They came here for hunting, but the results of hunting are often accompanied by a crisis of life and death. Even though her loyalty to her mother was absolutely the same, she knew clearly that death and death were different after witnessing a horrific scene. Being killed by prey is different from others. Those depraved and evil beings will not let the dead sleep peacefully. She cannot return to nature after death, which is the source of her fear. Keep moving forward. Direction, true north. The leader spoke, and pleasant but not human language came out of his mouth. Seeing that he was not found, the fellow travelers behind him also breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to continue the unfinished task before. Every time they come to the surface, they will expand the scope of exploration and set up new traps. Until one day, they caught enough prey here, or attracted beings beyond their imagination, and then their death declared that this exit was classified as a restricted area. This cycle starts over and over again. After all, except for a very few, very stable passages, which can even go down to the Hades world at the bottom of the world, most of the passages to and from the ground are sometimes stable and sometimes broken. With the underground turmoil they call the Mother Earth's breath, new cracks will always be born. So for them, there is never a shortage of portals to the ground if they want to find them. After just taking a short rest, the group continued to carefully explore the surroundings. Follow the river and keep going. After arriving at the edge of the previously explored area, the short distance of a few hundred steps took these handsome creatures a long time to walk. It wasn't until sunset was approaching that the leader took a look at the sky and prepared to return with regret and joy. It was another day of futility, but that was indeed the case for them most of the time. All right. Let's stop here for today and wait until we continue next time. Get ready. The rear team becomes the front team and retreat one by one. Remember to be careful, etc. The originally low voice suddenly became urgent, and then he raised his hand sharply. At the leader's signal, the group stopped immediately. Because of their position, The people behind could not see beyond the first person's field of vision, let alone what she saw. But under her urgent order, the overall movements of the team appeared neat and standardized. In an instant, the only sound left in the entire forest was the sound of rapid breathing and the sound of leaves in the wind. Only the leader continued to observe his findings carefully. On the other side of the river, 2,000 steps away, a few green flesh worms on a tall, ancient tree were eating the fallen leaves, and some were spinning out white filaments to weave themselves cocoons of transformation. House. Creatures and nature coexist harmoniously together, and it looks no different from other places. However, such an ordinary scene was not so in the eyes of the leader. A trace of fear and excitement flashed in the dark pupils. There, a trace of light red lines vaguely wrapped around the body of a caterpillar, as inconspicuous as a natural pattern. If any human were here, they would probably think that this was just accidentally contaminated resin, or an alien species that accidentally mutated among the caterpillars. But for the captain who had come into contact with the prey more than once, she knew very well what it was. This represents an opportunity for them and a natural disaster for the area. Record. Crack No August 3rd, 7251. A life carrying scars of corruption was discovered today. The source of the corruption is unknown, but preliminary estimates should not exceed high-level evil objects. They can be hunted and then sacrificed to the Great Mother. After returning, they can ask for support. Now, continue with my previous orders. Check out the 16 to 9 book bar to see the correct version. The rear team becomes the front team. We retreat carefully. There was no response, but the entire team turned and retreated in unison. Just as careful as when we came, we didn't make any noise on the road. Until they returned to the dark cave entrance, nothing happened again. Standing at the entrance of the cave, the leader took one last look at the dense forest by the river. She knew that when she came here next time, there might not be any living creatures here. When traces of corruption are discovered in an area, everything there will soon be contaminated. They are the tentacles of the mother of flesh and blood, touching the divine power of life, in that dirty way. Only great mothers can save all this, and they are the staunchest guards in protecting nature. Salsa. The figure disappeared at the entrance of the cave, and the forest fell into silence again. Thousands of steps away from the cave entrance, by the river, that special caterpillar continued to eat the leaves. Only the silent trees around it witnessed what was happening. After a long time, when the sun sets and everything returns to the darkness, life on Earth falls into deep sleep. In the deep night, a plain voice suddenly comes from the forest. How is it? I've seen it. It should meet your requirements. Compared with humans, isn't there any difference? The voice startled a flock of flying birds, and the next moment, as if they had been there from the beginning to the end, two figures appeared silently in the air. Zeus did not hide his admiration as he swept his eyes across the hole that led directly to the ground not far away. It's really not bad, and even with the level they show, it has surpassed more than 99% of humans. Although the power is not strong, it's just because they don't have the blood of gods. But sometimes, this shortcoming is exactly what I need. I didn't expect that you would have such an achievement in the field of creation. Elves, or dark elves. Once created by the Lord of Darkness with the help of the goddess of life, intelligent life. They have been active underground in Khaos for a long time, but Zeus only noticed their existence recently. And he was shocked at the sight of them. Without experiencing the evolution of 3 generations of humans, and without holding the power of life, the Lord of Darkness actually created this kind of life group that evolved independently and could provide faith. In contrast, Zeus himself had made more than one attempt in secret, but the life he finally created was either a human subspecies that could not escape the barriers, or an existence that could not provide enough faith like the Golden Generation in the past. More often, the reincarnation of the spiritual world did not recognize that this was an independent life at all, and never cast a soul on it. It was because of the failure that Zeus knew how difficult it was. The gods on the earth went through 4 generations before there were today's humans. And Erebus only made a little move to create such a perfect race. Even if these elves did not have their own creator and the relatively rare number, I am afraid that these elves would have the ability to replace humans. For a moment, the God King's originally swollen heart calmed down again. With the help of the power of the one-day fruit to take on most of the power of the king of 10,000 monsters, Zeus thought he had gradually caught up with the gap with these primitive gods.
But now it seems that he is still far behind.
It's just a casual creation, not worth mentioning. In fact, I have never paid attention to their life or death. He spoke lightly, admitting this point. However, Erebus obviously did not intend to explain the fact that he got the bodies of foreign elves and dwarves from Svartalfheim, the country of darkness and the underground, and then easily created life on this basis. After all, he has also made localized improvements to make them look more in line with the aesthetics of the Khaos Protoss. So from this perspective, there is nothing wrong with saying that this is what he created. Okay, Zeus, tell me your reasons. I remember that you were not as eager for the abyss as you are now. What's wrong? Did you suffer another loss at sea? So you want to get back at me? You should be able to deal with the projection of power. Is this a small matter worth coming to see me? With calm and indifferent eyes, the Lord of Darkness's gaze swept across the God King and finally fell on the hole that led directly to the ground, as if he saw the underworld behind him. During the conversation, he seemed to be uninterested in Zeus' previous proposal. But only he knew that he was also eager to try at this moment. Not long ago, Zeus's incarnation came all the way to the underworld just to chase the god who was in charge of sleep, but finally stopped in front of the realm of eternal night. He asked the three-headed demon dog what happened here, and then left his own methods. However, from beginning to end, he seemed to have forgotten that there was a third witness there. The realm of eternal night and lightlessness enveloped the underworld and surrounded the entire space and time. So Erebus also saw what happened at the door. However, unlike Zeus's various speculations about Nyx, he was not surprised that the god of sleep could walk into the eternal night. Countless years ago, he had witnessed the other party walking out like this, and there was nothing special about walking back now. And Nyx probably never paid attention to him at all, just as the other party had never cared about the ruthless gods of the underworld born from the power of the eternal night. It's just that Erebus didn't care about the existence of Hypnos, but it didn't mean that he didn't care about other things. That day, the Lord of Darkness, who had watched everything, suddenly remembered that although he had been paying attention to Ryan, he seemed to have overlooked something. He still remembered that when he first fought with Ryan, it was the turn of the second and third eras. He followed the power of the silver human soul and discovered the birth of the interface in the abyss. It was also from that day that he had the idea of breaking free from the shackles. As a primitive god, Erebus knew very well how chaotic the time sequence of Tartarus was. 10,000 years in the outside world, but he didn't know how much time had passed in his heart. Maybe hundreds of thousands of years, maybe millions of years. Although time has no meaning to him, after so many years, what happened to the interface in the abyss? What changes did he undergo? Did he encounter any problems? Those who don't plan for eternity are not qualified to plan for the present moment. The Lord of Darkness didn't know this, but he undoubtedly wanted to know. In addition, he had some unknown plans. In short, since the creation of the Dark Elves, Erebus has been imitating them even if he doesn't know why. So, even if Zeus didn't come to him, he would find a reason to arouse his interest later. With the current God King in front of him, his goal would undoubtedly be much smaller. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 531 Characteristics and 5 Colors. It's just an incarnation. It's naturally no match for me. This is the ground, not the abyss. But, Your Highness Erebus, this is the second time. Even if chaos is naturally hostile to order, this is not a reason for me to leave it alone. Before, I was going to wait a little longer, waiting for my gifted offspring to take the trip for me, but unfortunately the tree wants to be quiet, but the wind does not stop. Before I did anything, the monster in Tartarus actually targeted my brother first. It attacked Poseidon and took him away from the world. And if we wait any longer, I'm afraid that what we agreed on before will not go smoothly." Speaking in a deep voice, although Zeus didn't know that the Lord of Darkness also had the idea of exploring the abyss, he was not afraid that the other party would refuse. It's true that the Dark Elves were created by the other party, but their real blood source is actually the life bottle and golden apple tree. This is why Zeus summoned Moanda before leaving Mount Olympus. Just like the fourth generation of humans belong to the Olympian pantheon, they would not stubbornly refuse any other gods to drive mortals. Theoretically, if it was just to let the elves do something, Zeus did not need to discuss it with Erebus in person. The reason why he came to the door in person was because the king of gods still had doubts about these elves. After all, if we really want to rank the shadows of Zeus's life, the sudden change in the strength of Cronus at the turn of the era would rank first, and Typhon, the king of all monsters, would rank second. In comparison, even the scene of the Lord of the Spirit World, crushing the bones and raising ashes of the sun god, could not be compared with it. However, it was not until Zeus received most of the power after Typhon's death with the help of the one-day fruit that he suddenly discovered that there was a more terrifying existence behind the king of all monsters, and he had even come into contact with the other party's power long before. Fortunately, no matter how powerful the power of the Mother Tree is, it cannot corrupt fate and the power of the King of Gods. The biggest impact it has caused to Zeus at present is that it makes the God King pay special attention to these evil creatures scattered in the world. If it weren't for his urging, most gods would not bother to clean up these beings outside the human world, but let them fight each other to death and eventually cause a disaster unintentionally. Your Highness Erebus, these dark elves are indeed an excellent race. Even if there are human pearls and jades before them, it is difficult to hide their excellence. But this behavior of hunting evil creatures and sacrificing them to the golden apple tree, is there really no problem? After a long detour, Zeus finally asked the question he really wanted to know. If it weren't for the help of the one-day fruit, he might not dare to control the power of evil creatures. However, compared to himself who only came into contact with Typhon, the Lord of Darkness is the one who has really dealt with the source of the power of evil creatures. Perhaps the other party has some special way to dissolve the filth brought by the Mother Tree. I know what you want to say. It won't be a problem, but Zeus, don't think too much. What the golden apple tree can do doesn't mean others can do it. For example, it's absolutely impossible. Unlike other gods in the world, the original body of the golden apple tree is the seed of all things in the life bottle, after all. If it weren't for Gaia's restrictions at the beginning of creation, it would have the possibility of achieving great divine power. In this world, the Mother Tree of flesh and blood and the life bottle both represent the highest level of the life field, but they are in different directions and have different degrees of completeness. It is reasonable that the golden apple tree can purify the power of evil things and absorb the most essential, life, from it to supply its own growth. As long as the part it absorbs is far enough from the source, there will be no problem. In the shadows, Erebus's face looked vague. With a faint smile, he looked at where Zeus was. In the final analysis, no matter how many evil creatures there are, their ability to pollute life is far less than that of the ancient evil creatures that have completed their transformation. And even if those ancient evil creatures that are comparable to the true gods are put together, how can they compare to the essence of the power he gave to Typhon? Zeus, instead of worrying about the elves, you might as well worry about yourself. Although I don't know how you covered the legacy of Typhus with the web of fate, it is obviously impossible for you to do the method used by the golden apple tree. Typhon, his voice was flat. Compared with Zeus, in Erebus' heart, the king of all demons who ravaged the world actually made him care more. Because what he said to Zeus was actually a loss he had suffered. When the divine body was polluted, the Lord of Darkness was forced to split it, and then merged it with the dragon egg, using the life bottle to consume the power in it bit by bit. His original intention was to use Khaos's life to dissolve the life of the foreign world and then turn this power into nutrients to nourish the dragon egg's own vitality. If he succeeds, the dragon egg created by combining the life, power of the two worlds and the original god's body will become a monster more terrifying than the 100-armed giant and become his most powerful thug. Even relying on the unique power, even if the power is still lacking, it is enough to intervene in the confrontation of great divine power. But the final result is that Erebus did not succeed at all. He thought he had expelled the pollution on the dragon egg, but in fact it was just the mother tree itself that chose to give up. He then came to the gate of the abyss, first tempted the Earth Mother, and then gave birth to Typhon with her. Undoubtedly, this was a complete failure, but this failure made the Lord of Darkness fully aware of the nature of the mother tree. Even though he had not opened up the world, let alone come into contact with the power of the creation field, he judged the true power of the flesh and blood mother tree. The fight in the remains of the 9 realms was suppressed by the laws of the world, and in the Khaos world, the mother tree was still suppressed by the laws of the world. From the field of power alone, Erebus had no way to judge the strength of the opponent. Although the bisected life Aquarius could no longer hope to have the status of creation artifact, the gap between it and the great power was different from that of ordinary gods who had not touched this field. If the outer gods stopped at the great power, then in the case of occupying the home field and having another great power to provide power, the life Aquarius could use a long time to erase the power separated by the outer gods. However, the final result was that the Aquarius still failed, and the power of the mother tree was unshakable. In this case, the only possibility is that the power of the mother tree is a whole body higher than it. Life Aquarius cannot be complete because of its incompleteness, and the flesh and blood mother tree at least has some characteristics that are higher than the great divine power. And he cannot really pollute himself, so he cannot be in existence comparable to the world itself. Therefore, any power directly from the mother tree cannot be digested by the Aquarius, and there is at least a layer between them. Even considering that the power of the outer gods is beyond his past cognition, out of caution, Erebus chose to separate them again. Only those ordinary evil creatures that are not even as powerful as the realm of true gods, he allows those elves to be used as sacrifices to increase the power of the golden apple tree. As for Zeus, who directly swallowed the power of Typhon, even if he gave the Lord of Darkness this opportunity, he would only stay away from it. Is that so? That's a pity. His face remained unchanged, and he felt a little regretful when he learned of this result. He came to Erebus this time, and his concerns about these elves were part of it, and his thoughts on his future also accounted for a considerable part. When the God King discovered the elves' hunting of evil creatures for sacrifice, he did think about whether he could do the same. If he could truly take Typhon's power, he would no longer have to worry about the one-day fruit. Now that the Lord of Darkness has personally denied his idea, the God King has expected such a result. If he can't do it, then he can't do it. The most important thing at the moment is to explore the abyss first. Not only because of the big snake, Zeus still remembers the omen when he tried to enter Tartarus before. When he saved the giants at the end of the Second Age and tried to track Keto not long ago, he had a premonition in the dark. There seemed to be something closely related to him in the abyss. Hercules couldn't wait, and Zephyrus had not reported the latest progress to him. Moreover, even if the god of West Wind came back, Zeus was not sure whether the current hero could meet his needs. There was no way. The God King had to choose to go himself. As for these dark elves, they were just tools to cover his incarnation. Once they enter the abyss, there is no need for them to come back. Including Erebus, even if they don't know what the omen means now, Zeus doesn't want others to know the trump card he may get, so anyone who knows will have no choice but to die. Tartarus, the most powerful primitive god in the world. If he can find a way to borrow this power from within him, let alone the starry sky and the 4 seas, even if it is the spirit world and the Lord of Darkness combined, what will he fear? Your Highness Erebus, thank you for your answer anyway. With a smile, the God King expressed his gratitude at the right time. Now he knows everything he should know. Just out of courtesy, Zeus still invited him. Check out the correct version in the 16 to 9 book forum. With your help, I will try to dive into the abyss soon. As long as there is no power at the level of great divine power, it should not cause unrest in him. Then, Your Highness Erebus, do you want to come with me? Well, at first I didn't want to go. But since you invited me so kindly, as an ally, I can't refuse. In the indescribable shadow, the Lord of Darkness responded lightly. Ahem, actually there is no need to force it. After all, as both are primitive gods, Tartarus is much more sensitive to your power than the power of the God King. If you don't want to, no force. There seemed to be a hint of smile in his voice, and the Lord of Darkness then explained calmly. I won't go there myself, but one of my servants is very suitable for that place. Five-colored Dragon Mother, the guardian of the golden apple tree. Her body strength is enough to match one hand of my divine body. Although I am not good at divine body, this strength is enough for her to fight giants with her body. With her assistance, I think your journey to the abyss will be much smoother. As long as you are not discovered by the existence you are fighting with, you can move freely in it. The smile was a little stiff. Zeus didn't know what Erebus was going to do. As one of the oldest gods since the beginning of time, what more does the abyss have to offer you? Even if there is, why would you go to see it with me? When can't you go in the past tens of thousands of years? Before I came to see you today, I didn't stop you from going on your own. Why did you have to wait until I invited you before you accepted the invitation, uncharacteristically? Why, are you a little surprised? It doesn't have to be like this. In fact, this is also to dispel your concerns. Before, on Mount Olympus, you had to wait for me to deal with the human bathing in the river Styx. I guess that you were still doubting the purpose of my joining forces with you. In order to prevent these misunderstandings from accumulating for too long, I decided at that time that if you invite me to do something again next time, I will try my best to satisfy you. He casually made an excuse for his motives, and Erebus wondered if Zeus believed it. Anyway, believe it or not, he has decided to take this trip to the abyss. On the one hand, observing the so-called hell. On the other hand, he also had to prepare an escape route for himself. He was well aware of the disintegration of the 9 realms, and although he had never seen the destruction of Hermione, the power that Khaos unleashed more or less confirmed that another world had become his food. In this gluttonous feast, Tartarus undoubtedly accounts for a large share, but the lightless realm is also expanding every moment. There is no other reason. Among the 8 gods in pairs of Hermione, boundless darkness is one of them, and it is one of the few whose power has not been divided. From the beginning to the end of the world's destruction, its power was relatively intact, and it was accepted by Khaos relatively quickly. Although regarding the transformation of power between worlds, the darkness of one world may not necessarily all transform into the darkness of another world, but in any case, this is a very close connection. To ordinary gods, this is almost overwhelming wealth. For example, far above the starry sky, the ancient titan Khaos was extremely excited. Even in his heart, he was worried that the laws of this world might lead to the birth of another god who would divide his power, but the continuous increase in power was real. After an epoch, looking at the edge of the starry sky that was accelerating in expansion, Khaos felt for the first time that he had a glimmer of hope of reaching the top. But when it all fell to Erebus, it was another story. The rising power continues to oppress his personality. Being in the core of the lightless realm is often just a trance. The conflict between Zeus and Athena was not a matter of one day or one night. As early as thousands of years ago, there were different contradictions between the two sides in various places. Just like the endless starry sky, as the power of the God King increased, Zeus once hinted to Athena that since she and the angels of the spirit world sealed the fallen corona with the zodiac star field, why not try to go further? Occasionally release some evil spirits to other star fields, and then take this opportunity to expand the scope of their defense, or try to take the lead in the zodiac star field, instead of letting the spirit world control the power here. The starry world is vast, and it has become more and more vast in recent years. If it succeeds, The god king even implicitly promised that he could make Athena the monarch who dominates the starry sky and the sub-king of the Olympus god court, just like he canonized Pluto and Poseidon. There is no doubt that such conditions are enough to make any god excited. Even if they know that Zeus may regret it, they will not give up. After all, as the agent of order and the guardian of the oath, the king of gods must pay the corresponding price for his promise. As long as there is a possibility of success, the benefits and risks are completely worth a try. But the final result of this matter is that Athena refused without hesitation. Dionysus didn't know how his sister, whom he had never met, made such a decision to give up the possibility of ruling the stars. But accumulated sand makes a tower, and accumulated water makes an abyss. The contradiction between the king of gods and the goddess of wisdom accumulated little by little, and the matter of Métis was just the initial inducement of all this. As the most powerful god among the Olympian gods besides Zeus, Athena was unwilling to obey her father's orders, which was her biggest mistake. So, under the will of the king of gods, Perseus was chosen by the times again. As the first recipient of Hall of Valor, even if Zeus gave it away to deal with Corona of the Fallen, he still had considerable influence. Ability or not is not important. What is important is the stance. So, in addition to Perseus' family, the descendants of the Ursa Major, Ursa Minor, and various gods ascended to heaven one after another. They gathered at the side of Perseus at this moment, fighting for their father, the god king, all their lives. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 5:34 Greed. The starry sky is vast and boundless, and its expansion has never stopped. Even in recent years, it is especially so. As far as I know, in terms of the size of the space alone, it is more than doubled compared to the beginning of this era. Although the expansion of space is not necessarily equal to the power it truly represents, as the essence of the core of the starry sky, the zodiac star field and the starry sky around it are indeed more prosperous than before. Thanks to this, the importance of Perseus has also been improved. Finally, Dionysus made a summary and looked in the direction of Hercules. It is a coincidence that if there were no great heroes, and he did not participate in the westward journey at the suggestion of the god king, then Dionysus would probably leave his deeds in the world and then ascend to heaven. He will go to the edge of the starry sky as a son of the excluded god king, occupy the land there as the king, echo each other with the heroes in the center of the starry sky, and share a share of the benefits of the expansion of the starry sky. After all, although Zeus didn't know that space was one of the most powerful domains of his origin in the foreign land absorbed by Khaos, he still saw the continuous expansion of the starry sky. The god king didn't want to miss this good show, so he couldn't go there himself, so he could let his son go there. I see. Thank you for your explanation. I didn't expect that the bright and brilliant starry sky would be so complicated. Nodding gently, the great hero was a little surprised at first, but he soon accepted the result. After all, he had heard of another Perseus during his journey to the East China Sea. Perseus, the perfect man praised by the world, turned out not to be as great as the world said. In this case, what the siren told me may be true. Siren, this time it was Dionysus' turn to be confused. In his impression, Perseus seemed to have nothing to do with the famous sea monster in the world. Strictly speaking, when Siren's name was circulated in the world, he had already ascended from the world to the sky. They were not from the same era at all. The great hero was about to explain, but just as he was about to open his mouth, the starlight around the star shuttle suddenly dimmed by 3 points. As it rushed between the celestial bodies, the speed that had been rising continuously began to slow down gradually. There was no movement outside, as if the alchemical props had made a mistake themselves. But with the help of the eyes of the Caucasian condor, Hercules could clearly see that what really hindered the transmission of starlight and the speed of the silver shuttle was an invisible large net, which covered the star shuttle. At the end of the net, hundreds of armored warriors formed an arc, as if this large net was made by them. And in the center of the warriors, a hero in golden armor was leaning on his sword and watching from afar. Seeing the star shuttle being tied up in the net, a warrior who was obviously of high status flew towards the hero in golden armor, and his behavior was very respectful. "Sir." Speaking in a low voice, the heroic spirit who had stimulated the divine blood in his body and commanded tens of thousands of soldiers bowed slightly. He asked himself that he was not a humble person, and he was always proud of his achievements. However, anyone who could come here after death was definitely not unknown in his life. "I will follow your orders, sir." The UFO that flew from the human world has been successfully bound under the golden earth-shaking net. The other party will never be able to break free from the power of the sub-artifact. After all, the creation of the great craftsman and the god of lava is so powerful. But sir, it doesn't look like an evil thing, but a tool forged by alchemists in the human world. Golden earth-shaking net is the big net driven by this team of heroic spirits. Hephaestus made it in batches and gave it to the heroic spirits from the Olympian pantheon. As the saying goes, a name is right before speaking is right. Although Khaos, who is under extraordinary power, does not necessarily say this, it is indeed useful when the gap in strength between the two sides is not obvious. Moreover, the power of the heroic spirits depends on the singing of the mortals. Even if the King of Gods intends to support them, there must be a reasonable reason, rather than blindly helping them. So the heavy responsibility fell on the head of the craftsman god Hephaestus, who was one of the few craftsmen in Khaos who could make artifacts and was forced to take on the burden. For thousands of years, his lava workshop has been working almost day and night. The mass-produced weapons and armor were given to the heroic spirits who ascended from the mortal world to the starry sky. There are also carefully crafted sub-artifacts, which are given to the heroes who have won the name of Constellation to show their power. These inferior products without authority are certainly far inferior to the real artifacts, but their power should never be underestimated. The so-called golden net that shakes the earth is one of them. It is a product made in imitation of the golden net that once bound Achilles. In the original myth, it once made the god of war and the goddess of beauty unable to move. Of course, this imitation net is not that powerful, and it was not even originally called the golden net that shakes the earth. It was only because of its usefulness and the spread of poetry in the human world that the heroes who used it finally gave it this name. Isn't it an evil thing? It doesn't look like one. But the alchemists from the human world, that group of despicable unbelievers. They can always come up with some small tricks, but they don't know how great the gods are compared to their insignificant achievements. Since it's not an evil thing, let them go. The starry sky is not a place for them to spy on, or if they want to die with those monsters, I can also fulfill their wish. With a cold snort, in the center of the heroic army, the face of the golden-armored hero could not help but flash a trace of disappointment and disgust. Alchemists in the human world, I remember that this profession did not exist in his era. I thought it was another evil creature from the human world heading for the sun. If it could be caught, it would be a great achievement. But I didn't expect it to be these faithless spellcasters. It's really disgusting. Since the end of the Typhon Rebellion, the sun has undergone a terrible mutation. Before the birth of the zodiac barrier, the sunlight that corrupted all souls shone on the boundless earth. It can be said that if the evil creatures in the human world are divided into 10, at most 30% come from other channels, and the rest are more or less closely related to the sun. In this case, once they develop to a certain extent in the human world and have power close to that of the gods, whether they are driven by instinct to save the mother body or pursue more powerful power to try to be promoted, they will move towards the zodiac barrier in the starry sky. And the reason why the big net controlled by these heroic spirits is called shaking the earth is actually from this. Closing the net, preparing to go back. Waving his hands in a listless manner, the golden armor hero was somewhat helpless. In fact, it was normal that there was no harvest. After all, the place he was responsible for guarding corresponded to the east of the continent. Compared with several other places, the eastern land was a holy land favored by the gods. Here, it was almost impossible for powerful evil things to develop to the point of being close to the gods. Because once similar signs appeared, the heroes of the churches and kingdoms of the gods would kill them immediately. He turned around and wanted to leave, but at this moment, the golden armor hero's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the surroundings of the silver shuttle. There, the strong starlight continued to gather and almost condensed into a solid. They surrounded the two sides of the silver shuttle, as if to escort it. Indistinctly, the golden armor hero felt that this scene was a little familiar, and he seemed to have seen a similar scene. He stopped and couldn't help but recall it carefully. It seemed that about 100 years ago, he had the honor of seeing a solar eclipse in the starry sky. The monster from the depths of the spirit world sucked the power of the sun, which could greatly slow down the accumulation of its power under the seal. That day, the sun rioted. The extremely powerful force shook the sea of stars, and the entire zodiac barrier was shaking slightly. Even though it had been partially eroded by the power of the outer gods, Khaos' sun was still not regarded as an external object. As the power of the world rose, it also rose with the tide. If Khaos had only one sun god, perhaps he would have already become another great power in the world. Please collect 6 books. So, under the crazy riot of the sun, the entire zodiac star field almost entered a doomsday scene, and it was on that day that the golden armor hero saw the many true gods who dominated the zodiac star field for the first time. But the battlefield of the true gods was not here. Only the famous demigod heroes like Perseus could barely set foot there with the power drawn from the legends of the world in Hall of Valor. This was far beyond the reach of the existence of the golden armor hero. He could only look at the other person's back from afar, and in the vast starry sky of the battlefield, even the back was blurred. In his memory, the true gods who held the power of the star field had their own powers, each of which he could not understand. But they all had the only thing in common, that is, the immortal starlight entangled around them. As the gods who held the star field, the starlights throughout the star field instinctively obeyed the superiors, just like hundreds of rivers returning to the sea, surrounding the star gods. And this scene was firmly remembered by the golden-armored hero at that time, and it is still difficult to forget. Wait a minute. Speaking in a deep voice, the golden-armored hero stopped his steps when he wanted to leave. He looked at the silver shuttle in the big net in the distance and fell into silence for a while. The strange phenomenon was obvious, revealing the starry sky. He knew that this was not mixed with any extra power, it was just the instinctive feedback of the stars. But it was because of this that the heart of the golden-armored hero suddenly beat violently. Is the opposite a true god who holds the star field? No, because in order to prevent accidents, the Zodiac Great Barrier excludes all divine powers that do not belong to its system, whether inside or outside. If it was a god from the outside, they would have triggered the barrier's spontaneous reaction long ago. And if it was a true god inside, they could completely use the power of manipulating the barrier to prevent anyone from discovering their comings and goings. This is exactly the case. For thousands of years, no one has ever been able to detect the traces of the star gods in the zodiac star domain. So in this case, this sudden alchemical creation is definitely not a personal visit from a god, but it has created the effect of a personal visit from a god. It's like it's not carrying a living god, but his corpse. He shook his head and drove away the blasphemous thoughts from his heart. Gods are immortal. This is a reality recognized by the world. At this moment, excluding all impossibilities, there is only one result left in front of the golden-armored hero. Alchemist. I remember you told me that these unbelievers think alchemy is another way to explain the world. Including the authority of the gods, the rules of the world, everything in this world can be explained in their way in theory, isn't that right? Asked in a low voice, as an old predecessor who died early, the golden-armored hero confirmed with his juniors. Yes, there is such a thing, but sir, this is just their nonsense. After all, if it is true as they say, even the symbol of the god's dignity and the natural power can be explained by alchemy, then why are they not gods? The gods are the masters of the world, which shows that they are just a group of lunatics. Silent. If it were in the past, the golden-armored hero would only agree with his subordinates' words. But at this moment, he couldn't help but be silent. Using alchemy to explain the authority of the gods, such blasphemous remarks should certainly be criticized. But what if this is true? Take a deep breath. The unknown brings fear, and terror brings awe. And no unknown means no fear, and no fear means no awe. The golden-armored hero doesn't know this truth, but he knows himself. As early as when he was on Earth, he was definitely the most devout believer in the gods. But now, he doesn't dare to be so sure. To this day, he is more loyal to the gods than to believe in them. He will not betray the gods, but this does not affect his other ideas. For example, after gaining immortality, how to obtain other things that are equivalent to it. Not only him, but also Perseus, the Perseus. Even as the son of the god king, he openly expressed his desire to become a god. After all, those star gods who are regional gods are not his opponents at all, and if he wants to further fulfill the will of the god king, if he does not have the help of Athena, he can only do it himself. I'm really crazy. Looking at the silver shuttle in front of him, the golden armor hero was silent for a moment, but he finally made a decision. He wanted to keep these alchemists and let these sinners who blasphemed the gods stop their exploration of taboos. Of course, in order to ensure that they would not commit the crime again, he could only imprison them and then find out what they did to violate the divine power. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 535 Conflict. Stop. This is a forbidden place for mortals and a restricted area for the living. Without the order of the gods, no one may approach here.
Who are you?
How dare you enter the zodiac's starry sky without permission? Inside the star shuttle, a stern shout came from outside. Faced with the sudden change, the great hero frowned slightly. Has he crossed the border of the zodiac star field?
There is no way.
Although the legends of the heroes in the starry sky are often circulated in the human world, they are more like ballads in the mouths of bards in the form of legendary stories, rather than real records. These people will use poems to describe how the heroes who ascended to heaven are brave and fearless in the starry sky, and how they defeat powerful enemies through wisdom and bravery. They will also tell the feelings of comrades among the heroes, and even mix in some love stories that are not sure whether they are true or false, to satisfy people's prying into the emotions of heroes. But no matter what, it never includes the tediousness of the heroes guarding the starry sky and the scope of their patrol areas. This is not only because not many people really care about this, but also because no one will accidentally spread this kind of news to the world. Mortals want to hear legends, and heroes also need legends. So the great hero actually doesn't know where in the starry sky belongs to the specific scope of the zodiac star field, and it is even more difficult for him to control the direction of its advance as he is driving the star shuttle for the first time. The general direction should be fine, but it is hard to guarantee whether he has deviated from the route, so after just a little thought, Hercules opened the door of the star shuttle to the outside world. Ordinary humans cannot survive in the star world, but the harsh environment here can't do anything to the spirits of the heroes, and naturally it can't do anything to the body of the great hero. Walking out of the star shuttle, he reached out and pulled the pale golden net that blocked the silver shuttle. Very tough, but that's all. Not wanting to create too much conflict, Hercules explained in a deep voice. I'm very sorry, all the guards of the human world. I'm Hercules. Before today, my friends and I didn't know that outsiders were forbidden to enter here, so if there is any offense, please allow me to apologize to you. But since you are not allowed to pass through here, we won't bother you anymore. Please let go of your ropes, and let us return to the human world. The zodiac star region is not the boundary between the human world and the starry sky. They are just closer to the human world than most places in the depths of the starry sky. Since we have taken the wrong road, let's go to another place. However, as soon as Hercules said this, he keenly noticed that there was some unrest among the heroes in armor and controlling the grid in the distance. After a while, The leading golden-armored hero flew over, and judging from his expression, the other party obviously heard the explanation of the great hero just now. Just when their eyes met, Hercules suddenly found that there was only a little worry and joy in the eyes of the golden-armored hero, as well as a touch of heat that was difficult to conceal. "Stop, mortal. This is a forbidden place for mortal spirits, a restricted area for fighting against the fallen. From what you said just now, your name is Hercules. I have heard of you. You are a brave man from Thebes, who has killed the giant beast that caused trouble to one side and beheaded the nine-headed snake monster." "Yes, I am." Resisting the urgency in his heart, the golden-armored hero asked calmly. And the great hero standing opposite him also replied affirmatively. Hercules, the golden-armored hero, knows this name. The other party seems to be a hero who has recently become famous in the world. In the eyes of many heroes, this should be their future colleague. However, many people are very disgusted with this young junior because the description of him is somewhat exaggerated. The giant lion that is invulnerable to swords and spears, and the monster that cannot die even if its head is cut off. These two are the most powerful monsters in the world, and even the gods find it difficult to defeat them in the mortal world. But in the rumors about Hercules, he killed both of them by himself, thus achieving his fame in the shortest time. What an arrogant young man. For thousands of years, I don't know how many heroes who are eager to become famous have challenged those monsters, but most of them died in the end. Only a few smart people survived. They either fled without honor or never saw the true face of those monsters from beginning to end. But no matter which one, they all claimed that they had fought against the monsters, but they finally chose to give up and return because they could not solve the immortal body that even the gods could not do anything about. Because everyone knows that monsters can't speak, and they are far away from the edge of the human world, so no one can stand up and point out their mistakes. But they also know that they can't go too far. After all, how can they really defeat monsters that even the gods can't deal with? He shook his head secretly. Now that he knew the identity of the other party, the golden-armored hero finally let go of his hanging heart. Not surprisingly, this is probably a human hero with no background. He may also have divine blood, but he is definitely not one of those special beings. It is a complete joke for a mortal to claim that he has defeated the monsters that even gods find difficult to kill. The humans on Earth may not understand, but as a heroic spirit in the star world, how could he not understand the gap between humans and gods? The joy on his face was barely concealed, and the golden-armored hero changed his slightly gentle tone before. Looking at the great hero in front of him, he said righteously, "Hercules, I know you. You claim to have killed the descendants of Typhon in the human world, and now you want to show off in the starry sky. But this is not the mortal world, and there are no tricks to play. Anyone who breaks into the zodiac star region must be examined. Only when we are sure that you are not contaminated by evil things can we let you go back to the human world. Now, leave that alchemical creation and leave here with us. If you resist, you will be the same as the believers of the Blood Sun." Raising his hand gently, at the signal of the golden-armored hero, the heroes who manipulated the golden net closed up and surrounded the star shuttle in the middle. Seeing this scene, Hercules took a half step forward, but then endured it. Mere force will only intensify the conflict and will not help solve the problem. What's more, the person in front of him is also reasonable. He really didn't know that this is a restricted area designated by others. Just thinking of the other party's eyes that made him a little uncomfortable before, and the deeds of Perseus mentioned by Dionysus and the Sirens, the great hero narrowed his eyes slightly and asked lightly, "Investigation. Where to investigate? Is it the servant of the goddess of wisdom, or a certain prince who is in charge of the zodiac star field?" "Neither." The corners of his mouth slightly raised, the golden-armored hero smiled and said, "Your highnesses are busy with all kinds of affairs. How can you pay attention to such a small matter? You just need to leave with me first. As for when the investigation will be carried out, maybe one day, maybe a month, maybe a year, maybe longer, who knows? Once I am sure that you have no problem, I will naturally let you go." Raising his head slightly, Hercules looked at the golden-armored hero again. At this moment, the great hero was sure that the other party was trying to provoke him, and the other party's purpose was something he had. Why the other party did not take action directly, Hercules probably understood. After all, the golden hero is obviously not a big shot who can cover the sky with one hand. If he violates the rules too obviously, it will be difficult to hide it from the heroes who came with him. Please collect 6 books. As a hero who has a place in Hall of Valor, unless the soul is polluted too often, it is meaningless to kill people to silence them. So he hopes that he can take the initiative, which is the fastest solution. Or he can achieve his goal by being honest and obedient. Then the question is, should he choose to continue to give in? After all, even if he doesn't want to walk around in the name of the trial of the gods anymore, Dionysus must have a close relationship with the gods. In that case, then do as you wish. What? The golden hero didn't hear it clearly, but the hero didn't say it to him. In fact, since he learned that he might be the son of the king of gods, Hercules felt that his life seemed to be caught in a big net. This big net is not the golden net that caught the star shuttle in front of him. It is bigger and tougher. It hangs down from the towering Olympus peak, covering his life since birth. Someone wants him to do something, but he has to do it according to his wishes. So he wove this net, leaving only one spot of light. Being in the net, it is difficult to move even with great strength, and even if the great hero sees its existence, he still has no ability to tear it apart. But everything in this world is mutual. I don't know why I am valued, but if this is true, let me see it. Let me see, if I am really the son of the God King, how important I am in my father's eyes. Compared to my brothers in the starry sky, which one is more important? The blue veins on his arm burst in an instant, and the powerful force exploded in the starry sky in an instant. The knots on the golden net were immediately pulled straight, and then they broke one by one in the unbelievable eyes of the golden-armored hero, and the original azure divine light was no longer there. Stepping forward and standing with his hands hanging down, Hercules had no intention of a surprise attack. He just calmly watched the golden-armored hero with a sudden change of expression fly back at the fastest speed in his life and stand in the center of a group of heroes. If he had to surprise a small minion, he would be too sorry for his experience along the way. Hercules, do you know what you are doing? Are you challenging the order of the zodiac star domain, or are you really a believer of the bloody sun? There was a bit of joy mixed with panic. At the signal of the golden-armored hero, the heroes who were originally holding the big net formed a formation in an instant. The free starlight gathered and turned into a big fish swimming in the void. The next moment, the big fish fell on his golden armor and turned into a lifelike carving. Constellation projection. Pisces, Austrinus. Khaos had no concept of constellations, but when more people recognized this concept, it was really formed under the authority of the God King. If Zeus had the divine power bestowed by the first generation of God King, he could even turn the false constellations into real authority in accordance with fate, just like the time sequence in the past. But even if he can't do this, this power is enough to show off his power in the battlefield of the starry sky. Before today, the biggest dream of the golden armor hero was to make great achievements, be awarded the title of the real Pisces Austrinus, obtain the armor made by the god of craftsmen himself, and become one of the most powerful beings under the true god. But now he felt that he could think more. Very good. Since you chose violent resistance, there is no need for us to say anything more. Everyone, this beast has been contaminated by the bloody sun. He resisted arrest by force, which must be a guilty conscience. Today I will kill him here, eliminate the evil, and maintain peace in the entire star region. The words were firm, and at this moment, the golden-armored hero also felt that he was righteous. After all, everything he did was in accordance with the rules, and there was nothing that did not conform to the process. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 5:36 Nike. Buzz. Starlight gathered and attached to the golden armor. A flash of intoxication flashed in the eyes of the golden-armored hero and then turned into a raging fighting spirit. The process has been completed, and the next step is to take him down. As for whether he can do this, humans have their limits after all. But now, I am no longer a mortal. Wow. The starlight trembled like water, and under the control of the golden-armored hero, it turned into a graceful big fish. The legend of Pisces Austrinus originated from the goddess of beauty Aphrodite, and it now also inherits this similar nature. The fish opened its eyes and met the eyes of the great hero, and a soft emotion suddenly surged into his heart. It was as if he should not resist, but should let the other party capture him. Step. The wavering of his mind was only a moment, and his right foot stepped on the void. The projection of the constellation could not shake the hero's will at all, and in Prometheus' teaching, Hercules learned the technique of borrowing power from space. Although this intangible material can give him a more solid feeling, it is enough for him to exert his own strength. Twisting his waist and raising his elbow, the force is transmitted from the soles of his feet to his wrists. He clenched his right fist and blasted towards the big fish, emitting starlight. The next moment, the huge starlight shadow like a mountain hit the fist of the hero, and blood and star power met here. Like a needle tip colliding with falling steel, the smile of the golden armor hero could not help but appear on his lips. Boom! With a loud tremor, the two collided. However, to the surprise of the golden armor hero, the huge star shadow under his feet actually stopped for a while. A flash of horror flashed in his eyes. The golden armor hero did not expect that the attack of hundreds of heroes could actually be blocked. This is much stronger than when he was still alive. If the other party can also ascend to the sky, perhaps he will be a more powerful hero than him. Unfortunately, you have no chance. Under the starry sky covered by Hall of Valor, my power is endless, but how long can your strength last? Dash. Boom. The second huge shock interrupted the delusion of the golden-armored hero, and he subconsciously looked down at the great hero who was coming with his fist raised. But at this moment, Hercules did not even look at him. After figuring out the power of this so-called constellation projection, the great hero just slightly adjusted his strength and then blasted out his third punch. Boom. There was a little golden light mixed in the blood, and a punch without any fancy hammered on the fish mouth of the big fish. In an instant, a powerful force descended on the hundreds of heroes present along the invisible connection. The golden-armored hero, who was the first to bear the brunt, felt as if his chest was hit by a heavy punch, causing his heroic body to begin to sway. No, how is it possible? How can this be the power that a demigod can possess? Even Lord Perseus had it before he ascended to heaven. No, I know. Hercules, you hypocrite, you actually colluded with those blasphemous alchemists. You stole the glory that should only belong to the gods. The expression was panicked for a moment, and then, as if he thought of something, the golden-armored hero suddenly realized. Yes, since there was already that silver shuttle in front, the other party must have used the same inferior means. But in this way, I am afraid I can't take him down. Even if the best result is, I can only report it to the upper level and let the truly powerful suppress it. Bang! Crack! Crack! Many thoughts flashed through the golden-armored hero's mind for a while, but in the next moment, Hercules' fourth punch came. In an instant, the huge constellation shadow seemed to be still for a moment, and then it was shattered in the huge noise, turning into stardust all over the sky. Bang! Bang bang! In an instant, countless muffled sounds continued in the starry sky. As the shadow of the fish shattered, the heroic spirits that made up it also shattered with its spirit body. Striding forward, through the stardust, Hercules walked step by step to the front of the golden-armored hero. He was calm and composed. In the eyes of the great hero, this level of battle was not comparable to those of the great demons that roamed the world. Although the combined power of the heroic spirits was indeed impressive, in his eyes, it seemed big but useless. The only thing that surprised him was that beyond the scattered stardust, he was greeted not by a panicked look, but only by anger and arrogance. "Mortal, you won this time, but I didn't lose either." Raising his long spear, the heroic spirit of the golden-armored hero burned with transparent flames. He had realized that he could not enjoy this unexpected opportunity alone, but as the first one to discover it, if anyone benefited from it, he would definitely have his share. "Hercules, the gods have granted the immortality of the heroes. Even if you kill me, I will only be reborn in the Hall of Heroes. Don't dream of hiding what you did. It won't be long before you pay the price in blood. No matter where you run, don't think of escaping." After the words fell, the golden-armored hero raised his long spear and charged forward. On the other side of him, the great hero just stretched out his right hand and easily grabbed the edge of the long spear. "Mortal." Holding the opponent's weapon, the great hero repeated the word. "You think I'm a mortal? Then what are you? If you're not a human, are you a god?" There was no reply, but Hercules felt a little bored watching the golden-armored hero's red cheeks and angry eyes under the force. If this is the hero who ascended to heaven, it is no wonder that those demons have been rampant in the world for thousands of years. "Kacha, you don't need to come to me. Tell me where your leader is. I will only go to him," the great hero asked, breaking the long spear casually. "It just so happens that I have another promise to him. It's there. I'm waiting for you to die." With a sneer, the golden-armored hero pointed out the direction to Hercules very happily. Nodding slightly, the great hero who got the answer watched the last heroic spirit body turn into pieces in front of him. He took the initiative to come to the door. He made such a decision not because of a hot mind, but the result of serious thinking. When Dionysus talked to him about the starry sky, he had said that although the believers of the Olympian gods often ascended to heaven and became heroes because of the gift of the Hall of Valor by the god king, the real rulers of the zodiac star region were always the star gods in charge of the star region and the main god Athena. And in most of the time when the bloody day did not riot, the goddess's artifact, the goddess of victory Nike, sat in the starry sky. Without a truly powerful god sitting in the sky, the residence of these heroes would not be a dangerous place. But in addition to this, Hercules had another concern, that is, he came here more than one person. Others were easy to say, either the old titans or the people sent by the main gods of Olympus themselves, but although Ammon had some skills as a mortal, could he bear the subsequent troubles? "Don't worry about me, Hercules, I'll be fine. Although the old man is not in good condition, there are new friends. Mr. Dionysus looks very good at fighting. He can protect our safety. Don't you think so?" Turning his head to look at the black-haired young man beside him, Ammon smiled sincerely. Facing this very enthusiastic new friend, the son of the king of gods nodded affirmatively. He was naturally aware of the existence of Hall of Valor. The king of gods in the other world once collected the souls of the dead warriors, let them drink wine, fight day and night, and hone their martial arts. As long as the external force does not break a certain limit, this ancient artifact can not only revive the souls of the dead in it, but also warm their essence and cleanse their souls. Although Dionysus did not understand the content related to the other world, he could be sure that if the pollution from the outer gods in Corona of the Fallen could subtly affect the souls of the heroes, then Hercules' fist should not be so terrible. So, no matter what he wants to do, I have no reason to stop him. That's right, Hercules, go ahead. With me here, there won't be any problem. Read the error-free version at 610-910 Book Bar. 610-9 Book Bar publishes a novel. Read at 69 Book Bar. Okay. Responding in a deep voice, Hercules looked at his companions one by one, then turned and looked at the place where the golden-armored hero had pointed before. Behind the great hero, Ammon waved his hand with a big smile on his face. It was early spring and everything was growing. Although the supreme celestial body in the starry sky had been sealed for a long time, it still moved in the sky along the old trajectory. In March, the blockade of the bloody sun gradually entered the range of the 12th star field of the zodiac. As a guard to deal with the evil things in the seal gap, the Hall of Valor, carrying a group of heroes, also moved over. In the vast and deep starry sky, it was like a palace made of gold floating between loose celestial bodies. Figures wrapped in silver light came in and out, as if conveying some orders. In the depths of the palace, a slender figure, wearing light armor, sat upright. In front of her, several beings emitting weak divine power fluctuations were telling something. From a distance, it looked like a diligent leader was listening carefully to the summary of his subordinates. But if you get closer, you'll find the divergent eyes of the figure in the first place. There is no doubt that she only looks like she is listening but actually has no idea what she is thinking. However, due to the huge gap in strength, the reporter in front of her never noticed her distraction. "Your Highness, this is roughly the situation. The god of Skylight has warned us again not to invade his territory repeatedly. After all, the distance between us is already large enough. But in fact, this is not our fault at all. Those reckless humans are too rampant. Your Highness, how to deal with them specifically, I still need your instructions." The long speech gradually came to an end, and the reporting star god finally stopped. This palace suspended in the star space is not Hall of Valor, because the real Hall of Valor is called Hall, but its essence can actually be anything in the world. It is not a building or an entity, but the foreign god king once entertained the souls of those human warriors after their death in the palace, so it got the name of such a palace. In today's Zodiac star region, Hall of Valor actually exists in another form on the battlefield at the Seal Gap. As for here, it is just a simple temple dedicated to the Spear of Walker. A few regional gods obey orders here and convey the will from the gods. In the palace, looking up at the figure shrouded in a hazy halo, feeling the powerful and majestic aura that emanates all the time, the star god's eyes are full of respect. Compared with the heroic spirits, the regional gods are closer to the true gods, but in many cases they are more willing to abide by the level between the true gods and equate themselves with the heroes of the mortal world. "Well, I know. I will take care of this matter. You don't have to worry about it." After a long silence and quietness, the goddess on the high seat came back to her senses from her trance. Retracting her divergent thoughts, she sat upright and gave an ambiguous response. But in the eyes of the star gods in the hall, only the goddess's figure was hidden behind the light and shadow, and the meaningful voice echoed endlessly in the hall. "Yes, Your Highness." With a respectful look, several star gods bowed and then left the temple one by one. Soon, only the goddess on the high seat was left here. Carefully looking around, and then carefully sensing the situation nearby, Nikki finally breathed a sigh of relief. The body relaxed, and she leaned back casually on the tall chair, with a look of despair on the face of the goddess of victory. "Damn it! Why did I agree to stay here with Athena? Are you kidding me? Why do I have to deal with these problems? I am not the goddess of wisdom. I only know how to fight and fight. I cause trouble all day long. Even if you want to cause trouble, can you be stronger before going, instead of pushing all the problems on me? You can't fight, you don't listen to me. You can't win when you cause trouble. What kind of waste are you?" Speechless and choking, Nikki really didn't know how to evaluate those heroes who ascended from the mortal world. Maybe the good days in the human world have been too long. Except for a few more reliable ones, a considerable number of the rest have various personal ideas. But this is understandable. The heroes in the human world have always liked to die. It's just that they caused troubles that could not be solved, and finally, they all fell on her head. Nikki can understand that the Olympian pantheon wants to subtly expand its influence in the starry sky, and she doesn't really want to care. But no matter what they want to do, can these troubles be solved internally? It's really troublesome. Nikki gently rubbed her head, and she couldn't figure out the reason. Zeus did it on purpose. He just wanted these heroes who were nominally under her jurisdiction to find trouble with others. And the Hall of Heroes can ensure the immortality of heroes, and the goddess of victory has no right to wipe out heroes at will. Of course, this is not unsolvable, but Nikki is not Athena after all. Without the other party's strength, there is no corresponding solution. So she can only complain a few words and maintain the stability of the status quo. Fortunately, compared to Olympus, the big sisters in the spirit world are very reliable. The heroic spirits of the Golden Age. These are the heroic spirits. What kind of heroic spirits are these fourth-generation humans? With a light snort, Nikki lay on the chair and chose to continue to play badly. Anyway, the gods have a long enough sense of time, and there will be no big problems for a while. For steps to lying down. The first stage is to pretend nothing happened. The second stage is that although something has happened, you don't need to do anything yet. The third stage is that you should do something, but you can't do anything. The fourth stage is that you might have been able to do something, but it's too late now. After all, you're just a weapon. So just drag it out. As for other things, Nikki said that she doesn't know anything now. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 537 Anger. Get out of the way, everyone. I have something important to see Lord Perseus now. If someone escapes because of you, you will all be responsible for it.
Bang.
The 12th star field of the zodiac, a starry sky close to the edge. As the outermost part of the star field, it has not been visited by outsiders in the past years. The original star god had already fallen in the two disasters of the sun, leaving this place desolate from then on. It was only with the birth of the zodiac barrier that this star field was rejuvenated. After all, the so-called zodiac was born in contrast to the white road. It was originally a term that referred to the trajectory of the sun's movement in the starry sky in 12 months of a year. So the closer to the center of the zodiac star field, the closer it is to the original body of the supreme celestial body when it moves. In the past, this was exactly why the zodiac star field called itself the center of the starry sky. The glory of the sun shines everywhere, making the star gods here more powerful than those in other places. However, all this ended with the fall of Helios, the god of the sun. Today, these marginal star regions have become the core of the zodiac. Standing in the magnificent hall that is more than 10,000 feet high, the middle-aged man with a heroic and outstanding appearance looks at the former center of the 12th star region of the zodiac. There, a golden ball of light that is difficult to describe in words is lying across the starry sky. Every moment, it is moving in the starry sky at an unparalleled speed. And on its golden surface, there are red spots that swirl up and down. That is the sun, the blood sun, and the fallen corona. Its golden appearance is not a real shell. If you look closely, you can see the countless flowing and fine runes. The power of the zodiac barrier blocks the brilliance of the corona, making it difficult for a bit of blood to leak out. The dark red spots on its surface are battlefields on the supreme celestial body, where the ascended heroes are constantly consuming the divine power accumulated by the blood sun. Some humans who accidentally glimpsed the true nature of the starry sky called this phenomenon sunspots, and called the fluctuations that erupted when the heroes won and completely wiped out a battlefield solar flares. Tap. Bang. A dense sound of footsteps came, followed by a heavy sound. He didn't look back, but the middle-aged man could still guess what happened. As expected, it was the sound of the door being pushed open when the person who was shouting at the side door finally broke into the hall. As for why he didn't come in through the main door, of course, it's because he doesn't have the qualifications.
Boom.
His face suddenly changed. As soon as the golden-armored hero who had just resurrected from Hall of Valor walked into the hall, a powerful force attacked from the air. This blow was enough to sink a mountain in the human world. In front of it, the projection of the Pegasus was just a moon in the mirror and a flower in the fog. Open. Boom. The void wrinkled with ripples, and the phantom of Pegasus shattered with one blow. Countless heroes were shattered into pieces again, and only the leader's incredible voice remained in the air.
Impossible.
Who are you? A mortal can never have this kind of power. Which god are you the incarnation of? Ignoring the meaningless question, Hercules, bathed in the stardust, holding the iron rod in his hand, did not stop again. He walked forward slowly, but his mind was still on the divine pupil of the Caucasian eagle. The shadow of the constellation has been seen twice, and its power is just SOSO. Then, the only thing that deserves the hero's attention again is the real goal of this trip. It's that palace. He's there. I've seen it. He is Perseus. The perspective of overlooking the battlefield crossed the remaining 16 lines of defense, and Hercules saw the center of this place directly. On the side of the huge crystal that constantly revived the heroes, a magnificent palace floated in the starry sky. At this moment, a middle-aged figure with a handsome face that could not hide his youth walked slowly from the door of the hall. Unlike other heroes, he was one of the few who still had the blood of living creatures in the whole Hall of Valor. And on his body, Hercules felt that familiar breath again. Yes, that is the blood of the god king, Perseus. And looking at his current situation, he is not even dead at all, but directly ascended to the starry sky as a living person in the world. The gods generously gave him divinity to gain immortality, which made him a demigod who was hard to beat in the world while having the status of a hero. And he seemed to have something like a divine weapon on him. It just felt a little strange. How about it, Hercules? Do you feel the pressure?
There was no reply.
This familiar breath once again proved that he was the son of Zeus, but the hero's expression did not change. He just took off a bow and arrow from his back, then put the arrow on the bow and bent the bow. On the brown shaft, the emerald green arrowhead shone brightly. This scene reflected in Anders' eyes, and he couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable. Hydra's venom was enough to cause him harm. Even if this harm was not fatal, the pain and wounds were difficult to avoid. Although he didn't know that the great hero in front of him had even compared arrows with the divine archer Apollo in the original myth, this arrow alone was a rare killing weapon in the world. For a moment, Anders couldn't help but mourn for those who would be hit by arrows in the future.
Bang!
The bowstring vibrated, and the arrow broke through the air, like a meteor rising to the sky and dragging the ground, directly hitting the front of the hall. The emerald green light hit the third line of defense in front of the great hero in an instant, and then broke it with overwhelming force. The 15 barriers that followed flashed the shadows of constellations one after another, but the result was exactly the same. In front of the hall, Perseus had just arranged a strategy to deal with it, but when he walked out of the door, he never expected that he would be greeted by a divine arrow that broke through the air. A warning suddenly rose in his heart, and a shadow of death lingered in his chest. Almost subconsciously, Perseus pulled a tall beast's shadow following closely behind him to the front, and then immediately called for his weapon. The next moment, the arrow shot straight into a tall horse, and a shrill beast roar resounded through the starry sky. No mistake. One sentence, one content, 1-6, one book, one bar, one look.
Ilulu.
The Pegasus neighed, and dark green blood sprayed in the air. Perseus, who saw this scene on the side, was furious in addition to fear. I really didn't expect that this mortal actually had such a divine arrow, and even his spiritual sense was still faintly warning. But it doesn't matter. It won't be long before all of these will be his. Mortal, you are fine. He paused for each word, but looking into the distance, Perseus suddenly found that the second arrow was about to be aimed at him again. The sharp edge came from the air, making his mind tense. He didn't know if this was another equally powerful divine arrow and whether it was so terrible and poisonous, but Perseus obviously didn't want to gamble. This was his territory, and countless friendly troops were constantly rushing around. No matter how strong or weak this mortal was, he would only be defeated. What's more, I still have it. Buzz. The figure floated in the air, and the huge crystal, like a mountain behind him, instantly released a lot of light. Bathed in the divine light emitted by Hall of Valor, a sense of comfort from the depths of the soul and a surging fighting spirit surged into his heart. With his fists clenched, Perseus smiled. Under the illumination of this divine light, a layer of full-body armor interwoven with gold and silver was covering his head bit by bit. Instantly, a strong sense of power filled his chest, and even reminded Perseus of the past days. That was when he was still in the human world. Ares gave him the sword he had blessed, and Apollo personally lent him his longbow. Athena's shield, Hades's invisible helmet. He was so arrogant and wanton that he dared to ruthlessly slaughter the sea monsters sent by the Sea King himself. But later, when he completed his mission, all these were far away from him. Even though he was much stronger than his former self after ascending to heaven, he might not be better than before in terms of combat power. Fortunately, I have it now. The artifacts of the gods are just borrowed, but they belong to me. Even if this mortal's secret is not enough for me to ascend to the throne of God, as long as it can make it go further, I will be satisfied. Clang. The last piece of metal solidified, and the armor covering the face left only the eyes. Slightly stretched, the power to shake the mountains and rivers caused ripples in the void. Everyone knows that in order to prove the unique rights and status of the heroes who have obtained the constellation title, and to give them extraordinary strength, the craftsman god Hephaestus personally tailored a set of armor for each of them. But few people know that these armors are not that simple. They can also be regarded as the half of the artifact that can be driven by the heroes. The core material of these armors comes from the fragments peeled off from Hall of Valor, and they themselves are part of this powerful artifact. With the ability of this artifact to transform human legends and beliefs, they can also be driven by mortals who are not gods, and even burst out with power that is almost driven by divine power, allowing the driver to fight against the true God before the faith is exhausted. This is also the real strength of Hall of Valor. It has no power itself, but it allows mortals to fight against gods with the help of faith. Odin created it for this purpose, and Zeus hoped to turn it into the cornerstone of his rule over the stars. Of course, since Perseus is not the ruler of Hall of Valor, he cannot currently burst out the power of the true god when facing objects other than evil things. But this is enough, after all, he is not fighting against gods. Bam! It seems that a long time has passed, but in fact, it only took a few breaths from the first arrow to the summoning of the armor. The second arrow broke through the air, and this time, Perseus no longer felt the kind of alertness that hit his heart. Although Hydra's toxicity is strong, it is not enough to easily corrode the artifact. Raising his right hand, Perseus stretched out his hand to block. As expected, the arrow hit the armor, but only left a hole, and then it recovered as normal under the self-recovery of the artifact. Shhhhhhhh. Shut up, it's just a poisoned arrow. Can it take your life? Reprimanding in a low voice, Perseus didn't know what kind of poison it was, but as a Pegasus who ascended with him, how could he behave so badly? However, the other party voluntarily blocked an arrow for him, so he just waved and sent it back to the hall behind him. I wanted to ride Pegasus to travel, but it doesn't matter now. Wearing the strongest armor, Perseus, forged by the god of craftsmanship, who can stop him under the starry sky. Swish. Mortal, you're Hercules, right? I know you, a hero with some fame in the world. But this is the starry sky, where heroes of all ages ascend to heaven after death. Any guard here was definitely not unknown in the world when he was alive. Flying over, through the gap in the face armor, Perseus stared at the young man who dared to kill here. He seemed to realize that the bow and arrow were no longer useful, and picked up the black stick beside him again. Give up, confess to me. Although I don't know why you concealed the divine blood in your body, you may have such strength. You must be a first-generation descendant of the gods with noble blood, or a lucky person whose blood returns to his ancestors. If you are willing to admit your mistakes, you can make up for your mistakes with merits. One day in the future, perhaps you can also be honored as a constellation. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 539, Death Star. Sincerely, but with evil intentions. Speaking loudly, these two seemingly contradictory words seem so harmonious on Perseus. Holding the long sword in his hand, the son of the god king at this moment thought of his father, the monarch of Olympus, the king above the gods. He had heard the other party's story more than once in the idle chats of the gods after drinking, and no matter whether he admitted it or not, in Perseus's heart, it was a role model for his own efforts. If the god king is the lord of the gods, then the regional gods are the pariahs among the gods, and the true gods are the princes and nobles. And he, the son of Zeus, is precisely the founder of the era of the kingship of the gods in the world, and the most famous hero in the mortal world. So Perseus built such a hall in front of the Hall of Valor, to pay tribute to the palace of the god king. He only allowed the heroes who were awarded the constellation title to enter from the main gate, because those beings were the true gods in his eyes. He even wanted to imitate the system of the 12 main gods of Olympus, dividing the 12 zodiac star fields into the 12 most powerful constellations and making them his subjects. But Perseus obviously did not have the ability to invade the realm of the true gods of the spiritual world, and he did not have so many capable, loyal ministers under his command. The reality was not smooth, but Perseus did not give up. Because even his father had that time, the positions of the 12 main gods could not be gathered. It was not until he defeated the Earth Mother with his supreme divine power and killed Typhon that he truly became the undisputed god king in the world. So, Hercules, this unprovoked intruder, are you playing the role of the Earth Mother, or replacing the existence of the king of all monsters? He did not say it, but just like Zeus had done before, at this moment, Perseus chose to persuade him to surrender from a high position. Behind him, Andromeda was already wearing the armor belonging to her Andromeda, and more heroes gradually surrounded her. The son of the god king, who had the upper hand at this time, hoped to subdue this powerful demigod, but the next moment, all he could do was to face the stick swung by Hercules. A blow on the head, breaking the force of 10,000 pounds. Seeing this, Perseus had to raise the bronze sword in his hand to resist. When the experience in the human world was over, all the artifacts from the gods on his body were returned one by one, and only the sword from Ares remained. This was not because the god of war was so generous, but only the sword he lent was not a truly complete artifact. Dung, dung. The stick and the bronze sword collided, and the two weapons that had drunk the blood of demons collided here. However, the next moment, Perseus's face changed drastically. How is it possible? Step. The sword and the stick intersected, and in an instant, an infinite force attacked Perseus's arm holding the weapon. Taking a half step back, with his legs slightly bent, the son of the god king raised his left hand, holding the sword with both hands and trying to stabilize his body. Perseus was shocked, and his eyes were sharp. Pulling back, there was a harsh friction sound between the sword and the iron stick, and the son of the god king who retreated took advantage of the situation and stabbed forward with his sword. Starlight and the power of faith surrounded the left and right like a thread, and Hercules' next stick came in the air, but Perseus ignored it. Bang! Puff! A loud noise, mixed with a dull sound like a broken leather, resounded in all directions. The great hero's full-strength stick hit Perseus' head directly, but he dodged it at the last moment and only landed on his shoulder armor. The son of the god king's sword went straight to the chest, but it also only hit the right chest of the great hero. A stick for a sword should have been a lose-lose ending, but at this moment, all returned in vain. The iron rod was strong enough to sink a mountain when swung by Hercules, but it only made the enemy stagger, unable to destroy the artifact armor carefully cast by the craftsman god. The bronze sword that the god of war had used also returned in vain. Under the protection of the giant lion skin, the great hero could not be hurt by the sword. This is the lion skin of the giant lion of Namisa. You actually killed it instead of falsely promoting your reputation. In front of the hall, the scene was silent for a moment. And looking at the bronze sword that he could no longer store, Perseus was shocked. Apollo, who was good at shooting, had challenged the lion, but his arrows could not penetrate the opponent's hair. The son of the king of gods never thought that he could actually see the fur of the dead demon on the opponent. He remained silent and did not boast about his merits. Looking at the full body armor with only the eyes exposed in front of him, Hercules took a step back, and the long stick in his hand was still pointing at the enemy in front of him. But finally standing face to face with Perseus, the hero did not rush to make another move, but took out a delicate bone instrument from his chest. Through its appearance, it can be vaguely seen that it is a finished product polished from a strange throat bone. It was strung with a red rope and fell into the palm of the hero. Perseus, I have heard of your great name in the world. In your life's adventure, you have killed countless demons that harm people and thus achieved your reputation in the world. But I want to ask you, are all the demons you killed really demons? Did you kill them for the stability of the world, because they blocked your way, or just for your own reputation? Does it make a difference? He was stunned at first, and then a hint of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. Perseus did not expect that he could hear such an innocent and ridiculous question. Humans kill the demon. Do this need a reason? As for whether they are demons, human killing the demon does not require a reason, he hatchicles, just like you kill the Nuomisa giant lion. As for whether they are demon, of course they are. Looking at the musical instrument of the big hero's palm of the bone, Perseus was confused first, and then suddenly. He remembered this breath, although he had changed a lot, and even contaminated the power of the king of the thousands of monsters. As the daughter of the former sea god, the part of her belonging to God still has not been completely disappeared. I remember her, Medusa, the monster of the first snake, the daughter of the sea god. Did you want to speak for her? I didn't expect her to survive, but as a result, she fell into the demon. Is there a field? He hitchhacks, you are humans, not anything else. What kind of distorted monsters like this look? What's more, even what is the demon, after all? We are determined by us. I said she is, then she is. Even her parents, the sea god who lives in the sea, has never refuted. What is the truth, and what is important? For a moment, around the heroes, more and more heroes were blocked, and there were even a few powerful existents. They seemed to be going to the tionluo.com and trapped Hehakakalius here. However, the great hero didn't look at it. He just closed his palm bone. The answer has been got, but he did not regret killing Siren himself. The victim is not a reason to harm others. The same is true of the daughter of the sea god. Holding the iron rod and facing the Yingzhan and thousands of heroes, the great hero looked calm, as if he was not an surrounding object, but in turn surrounded the other party. So, Poultice, if I reject your request, will I be a demon? This depends on your choice, mortal. Yes or not, just in my explanation. No longer speaking, Hercules just waved the iron stick again and replaced her answer with action. Under a stick, it slipped from Poultice, shattered a star array. The power that was not enough to ignite the chest, and even faintly rising. For Hercules, the limit in the eyes of ordinary people does not seem to exist. In the war, he seems to be stronger than the previous moment. It is difficult for Yingling to kill, but the Poultice in front of him still has a flesh and blood body. There is no mistake. 11111111619 1 book 111111 a book.
Boomstreepje.
Nympho. The edge of the Yodeo star realm is close to where the world is. At the same time, when Hercules completely let go of his hands and feet, the light silver stars that were far away when he came hung in the air, hiding behind a huge meteorite. Deep in the distant star field, the movement of fighting is becoming more and more obvious, even if it is 10,000 miles away. Prometheus stayed in Star Shuttle, but Amon and Dionos had already gone outside, looking at Hercules fighting in the distance. The surging star power, the heyday of chi and blood, and the power left by the big demon to bow. The law of the starry sky is far from as close as the Earth, so the impact of these forces has also been magnified by dozens of times. There was some envy at the bottom, and Doronos perceived his two fighting with his father and brothers. For him, without superiority, even if he had tried the practice of human cultivation, Demantoshos was not a wizard in this regard after all. Although he has also achieved something, he is far from the top. Coupled with Paramus god armor and the relics of the big demon, they are rare treasures in the world, and he cannot compare with them. For a long time, Dionos felt that this fight would not end in a short time. With the keen spiritual consciousness of the gods, he can clearly feel that Hercules' breath is constantly improving in the battle. In any case, the god armor cast with the Yingling Hall as the core is not a joke. If you want to break through the defense of the magic artifact, only another artifact can do it. Even if it is a real god, there are few that can only be done by their own strength. So, if it is not surprising, Dionos does not think that the battle will have the real winner. Of course, this is also a good thing. From his perspective, no matter which side he won, Dionos must feel a headache. But one thing is still good. It seems that we should be fine. Those heroes have not planned to find, and their attention is concentrated on Hercules. In this way, I should have nothing. Speak at it. Dionos still has some good wills for the young man who is very enthusiastic about himself at the beginning. I just don't know if he loves to drink. Maybe he has the opportunity to drink a few glasses with him. Nothing is the best. I can't beat those heroes, and then I can only drag your hind legs. But you can rest assured that I will fight side by side with you. Patting his chest, the young man said seriously, making Dionos laugh. Ha ha. Okay, we fight side by side. Dionos laughed loudly and didn't care. But behind him, Amon had turned his head and was looking at the place outside the zodiac star region. It was pitch black there with only a few stars. What's wrong? Is there anything there? Dionos noticed the movement behind him and looked back. It was just dark in that direction with nothing. The zodiac star region was just an exception after all. In the starry sky, silence and tranquility still accounted for the majority. Nothing, just a little curious. There's nothing to be curious about. There's nothing there. Dionos shook his head slightly and said, although the starry sky is vast, most places are uninhabited and no life can survive. Compared to the star fields of all sizes, the empty void is where there are the most. Even as the star realm expands, the distance between star fields is also constantly lengthening. Well, that makes sense. Amon nodded, then raised his hand and asked, so what is that? Is it also a normal scene in the starry sky? Of course it is. Looking up, Dionos didn't care. However, the next moment, following the direction of Amon's finger, his figure suddenly froze in place. In that direction, in the depths of the distant starry sky, the darkness was mixed with a few stars, no different from other places. In addition to this, Dionos noticed a special light source. It emits a faint red color, drifting continuously among the vast stars. What is that? Dionos exhausted all his memories of the starry sky and recalled the past, but he had no impression at all. It seems that you don't know either. But it doesn't matter, it seems to be coming towards us. A little disappointed, Amon comforted him immediately. Just as he said, the red light seemed to be rushing towards the side. It seemed to be slow, but in fact it was coming at an extremely fast speed beyond imagination. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 540. Death in Substitution. What is that? Mumbling to himself, it would be fine if he hadn't noticed it before. But when Dionos followed Amon's reminder and caught the faintly visible red, a feeling of oppression surged into his heart without knowing when. Standing here, separated by a long distance, the unknown thing seemed so small. But considering the distance between the two sides, the unknown existence might actually be as big as a star. The red light flickered like a blinking eye, and after each flash, the unknown celestial body seemed to span billions of miles of star fields. At a very fast speed, it rushed all the way to the direction where the two were. But after observing for a while, Dionos came up with another completely different answer. No, it's not coming towards us, or rather, our location is just passing by for it at best. The distance in the starry space is too far, so it looks like it's rushing towards us. But it's actually just attracted by something. The place it really wants to go is the location of Hall of Valor, not the edge of the starry world where we are. He spoke in a deep voice and corrected Amon's statement. According to the trajectory of the red's movement, they are indeed not in the direction directly ahead. However, after coming to the conclusion at this moment, Dionysus's face became more solemn. Attracted by something, the red stars, moving in the starry sky, gave him such a strong sense of uneasiness. When these conditions came together, searching through his memory, Dionysus could only get the only result. It was attracted by the demonic aura on Hercules and the fallen corona in the zodiac Great Barrier. They are in the same place, so they are sensed by each other. Amon, I'm afraid we are really in trouble. What is it? Amon asked with a raised eyebrow. It is also the son of Typhon but was born after his death. If the Hydra and the giant lion inherited the power of the demon king of all demons, then they inherited the power of the other side of it. On the day when Typhon fell, there were countless powerful beings in the world who came to the world because of his whale fall. It is one of them, ancient evil Death Star. Dionysus's face was not very good. He never expected that he would encounter the ancient evil on the first day of entering the starry sky, and what made him even more headache was that he was not the opponent at all. Not only himself, but even Hercules might not be able to win the battle. After all, unlike those demons with unique powers and called mechanical monsters, defeating them can be tricky. Once their unique mechanism is cracked, it is not necessarily impossible to win even if the power is insufficient. But facing the ancient evil, these means are just useless. Not to mention their special abilities, their power alone is also a real true god level. Damn it, in the records of the Olympian god court, since the fall of Typhon, those powerful and immortal ancient evil creatures have scattered as soon as they were born. Just like this one born on the ancient star, it has been hidden in the depths of the starry sky and has not appeared for thousands of years. No one expected it to suddenly appear today, and judging from the opponent's speed, Dionysus and his men would definitely not be able to avoid it. I will definitely not be able to beat him. I will not die. In order to prevent his offspring without a divine position from dying on the journey with Hercules, Zeus left a means of saving his life on Dionysus' body early. I can survive, but what about the other two? No matter what the reason is, if Hercules just went out for a trip and came back to find that all his teammates were dead except for himself, who had just arrived a few days ago, then no matter how he explained it at that time, I am afraid he would not be able to gain his trust again. Amon, you go back first. Dionysus made a prompt decision and judged the current situation. Go back, what about you? I will stay. Don't worry, I have my own means. Don't forget how I came here. If I really encounter danger, I will be fine. He responded casually. Although he had some good feelings for this enthusiastic young man, Dionysus didn't think he could help him in this matter. Ancient evil things, even the weaker ones, can often rely on their terrible pollution and immortal life to fight against weak divine power. And those powerful beings can know the clues by just looking at the sealed, fallen corona. So now it seems that he can only find a way to stop the approach of Death Star. The worst result is that these two guys can't die here. It doesn't matter. I can't die anyway. If the Father's method doesn't work, I will at most exhaust my divine power and fall into eternal sleep. Then I will be rescued one day, and it won't take too long. Seeing that Amon did not argue but returned to the star shuttle obediently, Dionysus felt a little disappointed while relieved. Faced with the crisis of life and death, this enthusiastic young man still chose to save himself. But this is exactly what he wanted. After this, he thought he could erase his identity as a latecomer and completely integrate into this team. Since the creation of the world, the starry sky has undergone several changes. Before the first era came, when the sky and the earth were just born, Khaos had no concept of the starry sky. Above the earth is the sky, and under the sky is only the earth. Only the friction between the surface of the Father of Heaven and the Mother of Earth brought up some dust, which floated in the sky and became the prototype of the oldest stars. Later, until the 12 Titans were born and Uranus ascended to the throne of the God King, the first era really came, and the underworld under the earth finally became an entity under the interweaving of the power of several primitive gods, and the starry sky was no longer a dispensable virtual finger, but was also formed under the tide of the two primitive gods of the dark night and the dissipation of the power of the Father of Heaven. But at this time, there were still no real stars in the starry sky in the future. In the endless darkness, ancient celestial bodies with some residual power from the beginning of creation floated in the sea of stars, and countless lightless, celestial bodies that followed the birth of Khaos were arranged in the vast starry sky. Just as the natural motto on the oracle slate was not controlled by Mnemosyne's innate words, Khaos could not extend his authority to those celestial bodies that were older than himself. And it was on these celestial bodies born at the beginning of all things, under the influence of the power of the mother tree on Typhon, and under the corruption of the flesh and blood of the king of all monsters, ancient evil Death Omen Star was born. These records are not secrets among the gods of Mount Olympus. Although no one is willing to talk about the demon ancestor who once made them extremely ashamed, even out of fear of its power, these materials have never been lost. No mistakes in one sentence, one post, one content, one book, one bar, 1619. Therefore, Dionysus is very familiar with this, and can even recite it backwards. Death Starblood Corridor. After Typhon's death, these two are the most powerful among the ancient evils that exist in the form of flesh and blood. But the latter wandered on the earth, instinctively craving to devour the blood full of divine essence, and was repelled by the gods several times. In the end, it was dismembered and suppressed by the Queen of Heaven holding the thunder arrow and the goddess of wisdom Athena, who is still active in the world at that time. And the former has been wandering in the starry sky. Because the starry sky is vast and vast, no one is willing to cause this trouble. But now it is probably driven by instinct to rush to the remains of those big demons after their death. The king of all demons will not be resurrected, even if it is similar to its power. Even if there is a being who gathers the power scattered in the world after Typhon's death, it still cannot be compared with the one who used to be. Dionysus, for Nikki, she could save a lot of trouble on the one hand, and the Hall of Valor had been handed over to Athena after all, which was not something that Perseus, a demigod, could shake. For the son of the god king, this naturally greatly boosted his confidence. Of course, no matter what he planned in his heart, Perseus did not slack off in guarding the Hall of Valor. The warning network he arranged was enough to warn of the arrival of foreign evil creatures a long time ago, and even when facing Hercules, he did not recall his men. What he didn't expect was that an accident had obviously occurred today. Because the ancient evil creature just happened to follow the breath of Hercules, and in the entire zodiac star region today, the only gap is there. The golden armored hero who was responsible for guarding this place had just been sent back to Hall of Valor by him, and he had not yet had time to dispatch new guards there. As a result, in such a gap, the ancient evil creature broke into the starry sky. Perseus, you boast louder than anyone else, but you can't do anything serious. The divine light broke through the air, looking at the starry sky close at hand. The divine power pressure on the spear of Walker was released without scruples. In an instant, the invisible pressure swept the whole scene, and the divine armor could not hinder the pressure of those who also controlled part of the Hall of Valor. Near the starry battlefield, feeling the ruthless oppression, Perseus finally remembered what he had overlooked. Your Highness Nikki, the sudden change before caused the sentry I sent to be injured. I will explain it later, but now I need your help. He hurriedly explained loudly, without caring about the opponent in front of him. However, at this moment, the goddess of victory was in no mood to listen to him. Shut up, Perseus. Wait until the end of today. I will deal with you again. A clear shout interrupted the argument, and the spear of Walker quickly circled in the air. At this moment, the ancient evil was approaching, and the first thing Nikki had to do was to find someone who could temporarily control herself. In theory, Perseus was the most suitable candidate, but now the goddess felt angry when she saw this guy. Damn, what were these guys doing just now? Hey, was it him? After a slight pause, Nikki quickly searched her memory. In a corner of the past, she recalled that experience. Is this guy the child of Zeus and his great-granddaughter? I seem to have seen him. I remember that he was still a baby when Athena was still alive and coincidentally drank Hera's milk. Time is running out, and there is no better choice. The artifact circled once, and then landed in front of Hercules. You are Dash. Don't waste time. I recognize you. A little guy who drank the milk of the Queen of Heaven, and Hera also named you, for her glory the son of Zeus. You are the newly ascended hero. I Dash. No matter whether it is or not, anyway, now, immediately, right now, hold me, the great spear of Walker, the weapon of the goddess of wisdom Athena, and then go to deal with the evil thing that attacked this place. If time is not running out, you will not have the opportunity to hold the weapon of the goddess. Underly politely ordered, Niji hit a forward and immediately hit the iron rod in the hands of the big hero. The holding rod of the artifact spear subconsciously, holding the artifact spear, did not feel the malicious Hercules that had not returned from Niji's words for a while. Have you ever seen himself and his own name? Is it given by Hera from heaven? What are you waiting for, Hercules? Nothing. The urging sound sounded in the ears, and there were thousands of doubts in my heart. No one answered. Just looking at the blood-colored planet in the distance, the great hero had to temporarily press it. The right spirit of artifacts is right. Compared to the conflict with Poultice, ancient evils are the public enemies of all wisdom. Moreover, looking at the direction when it came, the heroes could not help but worry about the safety of their companions. However, holding artifacts, feeling the vast and endless power, while adapting to the divine power and authority belonging to the victory field, Hercules could not help asking. So respectful. His Royal Highness of Athena, if I don't feel wrong, you seem to be different from other artifacts. Even if there is no true God of God, you have a strong divine power. In this case, why do you need me to use it? What are you? I'm just a weapon. Hercules, have you ever seen any weapon to fight? Feeling that he met a guy with an unknown mind again, Niji leaned his lips, and then the spear shot vibrated slightly, as if he was expressing his impatience. This is not. I have never seen the weapon myself. I have never seen it. I have never seen it by myself, but I have never seen it before. Silently, the great hero no longer speaks more, but just sees the power of the artifact. But at this moment, Hercules' chest moved slightly, and the small puppet climbed out of it. It glanced at the artifact in the hand of the big hero, and Walker's spear also turned gently, as if turning from the side face to the front. Who are you? As you see, a puppet. But I have never seen it, and there are puppets. The voice was crisp, and Niji said, but Andy immediately responded to it. Of course you have never seen it. Just like I have never seen you who can talk, and there are weapons that can condense the magical power by yourself. You, being silently, Niji immediately expressed anger with vibration. There is no mistake. 11111111619 1 book 111111 a book. Hercules, when will you wait? Don't worry, I still have a business to say. With a faint opening, the puppet's head rotated 10,080 degrees, and looked up at the hero. Hercules, ancient evils are not your opponent before. Although this artifact's divine power is strong, it may not help you to win easily. Her divine power is used to stimulate her own power, and you use my power. Huh. With a loud sound, Niji, who heard these words, suddenly reacted. The spear shot turned again, as if looking at the face of the big hero. No, I almost forgot. Even if the real mortals can carry the incarnation of the gods, there are very few people, let alone the authenticity of the goods. Even Perxis barely used my ability, or because he has the impact of herself with artifact armor instead of his artifact armor. Otherwise, as long as a moment, the mortal body will be worn by the power and spirit. Even so, he can only use my power roughly, and dare not really contact my divine power. Then what's going on? How do you bear my strength? Because have you ever drank Hera's milk? There is no answer to this question, because Andy and Heracles do not know. The queen that inherited some of the mothers and gods may indeed be partially inherited from the Earth Mother, but more may be in her Hercules itself. Okay, let's talk about this kind of thing. Hercules, try it now. Can you grasp my strength? Several invisible silk threads are connected to the big hero, and the divine power of the god of the drama is constantly poured into his body. The wrist trembled the spear, just gently shaking, and a big star on thousands of miles collapsed into dust. In the strict starry sky and the law of material, the power of the gods and mortals showed it once again, and Polius, who was watching, couldn't help but envy. This is the power he wants, and it really belongs to the power of the gods. Very powerful, but this does not belong to me. But it's just enough to control it for a long time. Holding the spear in his hand, Heracles did not nostalgic for the power that belonged to the gods. His road is far from the end, and the next day there is no possibility of surpassing. The body is leaning back, lifts the spear, and under the guidance of the law, the hero locks the red star in the distance. Kill. The god's spear broke away, pointing directly at the huge star body of the evil thing. In the distance, Star of Death seems to realize that his prey is not as weak as imagined. He is not as small as those as bugs, but as difficult to be as powerful as the gods who control the world's laws. Couple. The star body shook, and the scarlet shell was like a sea tide. Within the star realm of thousands of miles, countless meteorites were stained with a hint of brown at this moment. The sky was bright, and wood and stone were spiritual. When the ancient evil showed its true power, whether it was stubborn stone or gold and iron, strange life was born in its domain. In the center of the star zone, Hall of Valor was shining brightly. The power of this artifact covered the spirits along with its contract with the heroes, protecting the spirit of each hero.
Boom.
The divine spear collided with the brown star, and the roar shook the stars. Hercules stretched out his hand, and the divine spear that was almost embedded in the big star reappeared in his palm. Under his gaze, cracks appeared on the star body of the Death Star, and then quickly returned to its original state. Obviously, although the penetration ability of the Spear of Walker is rare in the world, the recovery ability of the ancient evil is also unparalleled in the world. Without changing his expression, the great hero stepped forward again. He swung the divine spear in his hand in an arc, and then it became thousands of times larger in an instant. As if holding a pillar that could support the sky, the divine weapon fell down with a bang. The falling spear shaft collided with the star again, and the starry sky shook for thousands of miles. Rumble. The brown star shook violently, and fragments of dozens of miles were splashed out, but compared to the entire behemoth, they were just a little spiritual corner. The broken fragments flew across the sky and hit a dwarf star. And with another bang, there was another broken meteorite area in the star sea. It's a bit difficult, Hercules. The recovery ability of the ancient evil creature is comparable to that of the Hydra, and it is even more weird. It may not be easy to kill. So, Nikki, how did you eliminate them in the past few thousand years? Humph, you are ignorant. With a light snort, the runes on the Spear of Walker tore lit up one by one, and the dazzling divine light illuminated the world. Destroy? Who told you that we have destroyed the ancient evil creatures? That's just Perseus and his men flattering themselves. For thousands of years, the only way we can deal with these evil creatures that have undergone qualitative changes and are comparable to gods is to seal them up and wear down their power. The Zodiac Great Barrier and Valhalla were created for this purpose. As for wiping them out, even ordinary evil creatures need to be burned by divine fire for hundreds of years, let alone such an existence. The only exception is the one that was suppressed by your god king in the so-called Kingdom of God in Olympus. And no one knows whether it is dead or not. Hercules, don't think you can kill it. Just delay it for a while until the big sisters who really control the power of the Zodiac star domain come. As long as you can do it, they will definitely reward you at that time. And no. Wait. What is it going to do? Accompanied by a cry of surprise, the star body that collided with the hero twice in a row still maintained its forward speed, but at this moment, its forward trajectory was surprisingly deviated. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 544, Red Star Piercing the Sun. Wow. 2 collisions, 2 brief confrontations. Holding the spear of Walker, Hercules seemed to have achieved some results. The surface fragments of the red star scattered, shattering the big star floating in the starry sky. However, in reality, the ancient evil is the one that really has the upper hand. Under the earth, beside the abyss, the Scarlet Mother who spreads thousands of lives never claims to be respected by strength. The most distinctive feature of his descendants throughout the world is their powerful immortality, which is almost the same as the immortal essence of the gods in the eyes of ordinary gods. So the 2 previous blows of the great hero at best wiped off the dust on its body, and there was no harm at all. However, at this moment, after this almost meaningless attack, the star cruising in the starry sky deflected its trajectory. Although it was only a small angle, it was enough to make a big difference in terms of the size and speed of a star. This was a good thing, but in the hands of the great hero, Nikki seemed to have discovered something. It's going to. Hercules, stop it. Screaming out, the divine light of the spear of Walker leaped. Hearing the words, he clenched the artifact in his hand and swung the spear forward, and the sharp aura cut through the void in front of him. Zhong. The shadow of the spear intersected with the big star. Compared with the huge star, the body of the great hero was as small as dust. However, the divine power would not be affected by the difference in size. Under the sharp shadow of the spear, the large star once again shattered the starry sky. The spear tip shook lightly, and a mountain on a big star was flattened and turned into a rift valley. The sharpness of Walker's spear was unstoppable, but in the face of all this, the Death Star continued to move forward as if it had no feeling. When Hercules burst out with a power that could threaten it, the ancient evil seemed to have inexplicably lost interest in him temporarily. As for the direction it is now attacking, it is the burning blood sun that is blocked in the golden net at the edge of the sky. Brush. It was like a comet chasing the sun, and the rainbow pierced the sky. The red star rolled in the sky, carrying the vast divine power that smashed everything. As if realizing that it could not capture Hercules as its prey in short time, Star of Death immediately changed its target. Around the blood sun, the golden net that stretched the sky, and the earth bounded in the middle. The zodiac power that could originally be blessed on the gods, like the sea amplification sea god, provided assistance to the star gods, continued. Even in addition to this, the mortals' belief in the constellations and the gods' recognition of the constellations also turned into a stream of power, like a chain extending from the mortal world, making it impossible for it to break free by its own power. The concept of these constellations expanded the zodiac star field, which is one of the reasons why Perseus' existence was tolerated. Therefore, the power of the sun will become stronger as the world rises, and the zodiac star field can also do the same with the accumulation of various concepts. In theory, as long as the sun has not completed the qualitative change of unity, the zodiac blockade will always be effective, but unfortunately this time there is external interference. The ancient evil creature rushed forward, and its sudden change of trajectory seemed to be discovered by the surrounding heroes. In an instant, a series of light and shadows intercepted the direction of the red star, and similar fluctuations were also transmitted around the blood sun. However, these blockers were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of the red star, and could not even delay its behavior for a moment. How could this happen? Why would it suddenly want to attack the zodiac barrier? Even if it can interfere with the operation of the barrier, not to mention that the sun can't break free by this, it will definitely not be able to get out by itself. Hercules, go and stop it. Perseus. I'm not done with you. Divine ability, change space. The silver light flashed, and with the help of Ander, the space wrinkled slightly. In one step, the great hero crossed a long distance. In a short moment, the situation in the starry sky changed again and again. Faced with this situation, Hercules did not hesitate to hold the spear and once again blocked the ancient evil creature's must-pass path, but this time the red star did not change its direction, but kept pushing forward and moving forward. Rumble. Like a drill, in the face of the unstoppable sharpness of the spear of Wakator, the huge red star was easily penetrated by the hero. Hiss. Layers of mantle were easily broken, and the flesh and blood hidden between the rock layers were wiped out by the divine power. The hissing sound that went straight to the spirit resounded through the nearby starry sky, and thousands of heroic spirits exploded and returned to the embrace of Hall of Valor. Even with the size of the ancient evil, it was still not a trivial matter to be directly penetrated by the axis of the star, but the hero was not happy about his breakthrough at all, wielding the borrowed divine power wantonly. Going straight in and penetrating the core of the star, it seemed like an unstoppable force, but what was it to the huge star itself? At this time, if you raise your perspective, you can only see a stream of light piercing the red star from the front and then breaking through from its back. Like a rainbow of light piercing the stars, the ancient evil creature's momentum was temporarily weakened, but at the same time, its momentum of rushing forward did not stop. Damn it, stop right there. Without urging, when Hercules penetrated the entire red star, the spear of Wakator burst out with a sharp cry. The man followed the spear, and the artifact swung a semicircle in the air and then lashed back at the red star. With every passing moment, the size of the spear of victory grew a little bigger, and when it finally hit the body of the Death Star, it was as huge as a sacred mountain. The faith accumulated over thousands of years ignited like a flame, but in the face of such an attack, the red star still did not resist.
Boom.
Not only was it not an obstacle, it was even the driving force for it to charge forward. After all, the Spear of Victory was not another artifact belonging to Athena. Its power did not lie in hindering others' offensive, but in attacking instead of defending. However, no matter how powerful the attack was, it was impossible to instantly destroy the huge star body of the ancient evil creature, even if it gave up any resistance. So when it passed the only existence that could hinder it at this time, there was only a huge barrier left in front of the Death Star. The great hero was a little stunned for a moment, and Ander was also unbelievable, and the surrounding heroes were even more so. No one expected that the raid of the ancient evil creature would turn out like this. Although all the evil creatures that invaded this place ultimately came to destroy Hall of Valor and release the Blood Sun, almost none of them would choose to do so. Especially these ancient evil creatures born after the fall of Typhon, they seemed to instinctively know what the Zodiac Great Barrier did. Once they approached, they would only be sealed along with it. But in any case, these things are already in the past tense. At this moment, Chixing's choice has been revealed to the public without any hindrance. Those heroes who originally surrounded the sunspot to sweep away evil things are no different from ants in front of it. Just the collision of the star body turned them into dust. Holding the artifact in hand and feeling the crazy vibration of the spear in his hand, Hercules was also a little helpless at this moment. Although Ander and the artifact are powerful, they are inevitably a little confused when facing such an evil thing that hurts people with its own body. Don't waste your effort. The Zodiac Great Barrier should not be so easy to break through. I'm afraid you will have a real headache later. Whether this evil thing is suppressed by the barrier or it releases part of the sun's body, it will probably be an unimaginable disaster. Sighing in a low voice, facing the scene, the puppet also has no way. It's just that it can't figure it out. The Death Star was obviously heading for Hercules at the beginning. It should have felt the breath of those big demon relics. So the question is, why did it suddenly make such a move? Is it just because this enemy is difficult to defeat in a short time? There is no answer, and the answer is meaningless now. When the red star crossed the sky and hit it with boundless momentum, the blood sun blocked by the barrier seemed to feel something. It had just exploded once 100 years ago and once again erupted with unprecedented powerful force, fiercely impacting the barrier of the barrier. The blood wave was overturned, bringing the energy of the entire starry sky with it. The next moment, the main body of the Death Star finally arrived and hit the heavy golden grid.
Buzz. Boom.
The starry sky was quiet for a moment, and then infinite light appeared. In an instant, the large net manifested by the zodiac barrier began to vibrate wildly, and the entire zodiac star field was shaking endlessly. Infinite light, infinite heat, and the divine power of the blood sun hit the barrier without scruples. And outside the barrier, the red star, which was full of cracks at the first moment of impact, was still moving forward. Crack, crack. A perfect poem, a post, a content, a 6 to 9 book, a forum, and a look. Crack. Bit by bit, piece by piece, it finally penetrates the entire star. With the core that Hercules penetrated as the midpoint, cracks spread all over the red star. An ancient evil creature that was not a weakling in the realm of true gods was severely damaged in a breath, but the Star of Death continued to rush forward as if it had no idea. The place where it touched the barrier had turned into powder, and the remaining part had also cracked. At a certain moment, with the last shock, the huge red star actually broke from the middle. A cross-shaped crack extended, splitting the huge star into 4 parts.
Boom.
The huge shocks rose and fell, and waves of shock stronger than one spread across the sea of stars. At this moment, the barrier that originally isolated the zodiac realm from the outside world seemed to have errors and leaks, revealing some traces in the starry sky. Deep in the starry sky, the ancient Titan cast his eyes over immediately. In another hidden star field, the Mother of Light looked at the blood sun from afar. On Mount Olympus, the god king who had just returned could not help but look up, but he retracted his gaze not long after. Although the change occurred, the zodiac barrier should still be able to continue. Everything is based on the current matters at hand, and as for the rest, we can talk about it later. In a short period of time, the turbulence of the starry sky attracted a lot of attention. Even far away in the human world, there are scholars who are good at stargazing who have seen this unspeakable wonder. Some poets recorded the wonder of the red star piercing the sun, in addition to the falling meteors. After an unknown period of time, the energy tied in the depths of the starry sky gradually stabilized. The seal that sealed the blood sun was dim in color, but it still bounded in the center. The white light on Hall of Valor was not as bright as before because a large number of heroes were killed at the same time, and the impact caused a lot of damage to this artifact. In a corner of the star field, a hero who had survived by chance looked into the distance, and he couldn't help but ask a question that everyone present was confused about. Is it dead? At the end of his sight, the original red star had faded its original color and turned into a broken brown star. It was cut in half by a cross-shaped crack, and the fragments were scattered in the surrounding starry sky. From a normal perspective, it is undoubtedly dead. If this is the body of a certain star god, I am afraid he has fallen into deep sleep. But the evil creature is not a star god, and its vitality is stronger than any life in the world. Except for itself, I am afraid no one dares to be sure that it is dead. Hey, Hercules, did you say it is dead? The voice was crisp and hesitant, and it was even harder to hide a little anger. The artifact held in the hands of the great hero turned half a circle, and then asked with some doubts. How can he know the answer? Are you the artifact, or is he the artifact?
Anders spoke lightly.
But I just seemed to see a stream of light coming here, but it disappeared in a whoosh. I didn't have time to pay attention. The puppet, did it fall into your hands? If your eyes are not good, you can look more instead of asking me here. Oh, I almost forgot that the puppet has eyes, but you are just a weapon. You. The gun sounded, and Nikki was a little angry. However, the puppet just glanced at her and then asked with a smile. Why, what are you going to do? I remember, you said there is no weapon in the world that can fight itself. You. In a few words, she had forgotten what she asked at the beginning. At this moment, Nikki just wanted to teach this hateful puppet a lesson and let him know who is the most powerful one. Ha! With a low laugh, Ander lay on the pocket on Hercules' chest. He looked at the zodiac barrier in the distance and said again inadvertently, Speaking of the whereabouts of the Death Star, I saw a little bit just now. The power it has accumulated in the starry sky over the years seems to have broken through the blockade of the zodiac barrier at a certain moment and entered this barrier. How about it? Do you feel the pressure now? This sentence is true. Just now, Ander did see the power gathered by the Death Star enter the barrier. As for what happened at that moment, he was not very clear. Of course, what puzzled him most was the inexplicable behavior of the ancient evil creature today. There must be some influence behind this that he doesn't understand, or even more than one influence which ultimately led to this outcome. But there is no need to tell this weapon about these things. Although Ander's impression of Athena is much better than that of the other Olympian gods, after all, they have not dealt with each other much. What is the specific situation? Let's wait until this starry sky journey is over before we talk about it. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 545, More Than One. Well, the accident is over. In the end, we didn't help much. The ancient evil still attacked the seal, but fortunately no more serious consequences occurred. But although the Death Star is not dead, it is still incomplete, but the impact it caused is far-reaching. You probably have to be busy. Hercules, hurry up and finish what you have to do. I'm afraid it won't be long before this place will be lively. Shaking his head and smiling, Ander didn't really care about the shocking changes brought by the ancient evil. Anyway, the barrier has not collapsed yet, and for him, this is enough. By the way, Nikki, what do you think of the guy named Perseus over there? Speaking of it, he is quite capable. You see, the matter is not over yet, and he has already thought about how to explain it. I know. I can hear what he is saying. You have a conflict, right? This is how the descendants of Zeus are. Then you can solve it yourself. With a light hum, the artifact rang slightly. A bit of sharpness flashed on the tip, as if to poke a hole in the son of the god king over there. But after hesitating for a moment, Nikki gave up this tempting idea. Although she had long disliked Perseus, a human hero who was clearly here to deal with the heroic spirits, but he was not doing his job every day and put the business aside. But in the past, they were able to do their job well, and seeing the various assistance provided by the Olympus family to the Hall of Heroes in the human world, she just let it go. But what Nikki never expected was that now even Perseus dared to neglect his duty in guarding the star field. If the heroic spirit guards sent to the edge of the star field issued a warning in advance, she would have had time to arrive first and build a stronger barrier with Hall of Heroes as the core to block the invasion of the ancient evil, instead of waiting until it arrived in front of her and then watching the Death Star come to the front of the barrier. If someone else had made this mistake, Nikki would have stabbed him with a spear and even erased the soul mark of the other person in Valhalla. However, the one who caused the consequences was Perseus, so although she felt uncomfortable, Nikki did not punish him directly. It's so annoying, but I'm just a weapon. Even if you want to kill the son of the god king, Athena should give the order. But then again, they seem to be fighting each other before, so if that's the case. The artifact rang softly and drew an arc in the air, and Nikki felt a little uncomfortable. After circling around Hercules, the goddess of victory made a decision in her heart. The conflict between you has nothing to do with me. Anyway, no matter what, the heroic spirit will not die completely. However, in view of Perseus's mistake, I, as the custodian of Hall of Valor, will temporarily deprive him of the right to use Perseus. Okay, I'm going to check the barrier. Anyway, you are all sons of Zeus. I think he can't say anything wrong no matter how you fight each other. After the decision was made, the spear of Walker rang again, but this time the sound was much lighter. Nikki then turned into a stream of light and pointed directly at the broken brown star. Reclaim the right to use Perseus? This is a good idea. Without that armor, Perseus is not your opponent. Looking at Nikki's figure going away, the puppet nodded. It seems that just as he thought, the weapon lady under the goddess of wisdom also has no good feelings towards Olympus. How about it? Have you thought about how to deal with them? Of course. We have no grudges. but he persecuted the goddess who did nothing wrong in the human world first, and then sent his men to embarrass me. Even Perseus, his understanding of the gods was limited to the fact that the level of divine power and the priesthood could affect the victory or defeat of the battle, and the true gods with more powerful divine power often had to fight for a long time in places without restrictions before the victory or defeat could be completely determined. As for the two gods who fought, he only knew a little about the god of light, who had friction with him before. After all, with his identity, only the gods of Olympus could have some contact. In short, under the neglect of the god king, this tragic defeat was limited to the heroes of the starry sky, and the world knew nothing about it. Only a few scholars who were good at stargazing were worried. They drew the celestial phenomena of that day, presented them to the king, or sealed them up for future generations. Two suns appeared at the same time. The bloody sun was in the sky. The red star turned into a brown star, and then there was a stream of fire falling from the sky, and the stars fell into the wild. Some people thought that this was a sign of divine punishment, so they prayed to the gods for this. Others moved their families and decided to find a territory far away from the existing countries, because they believed that this was fate warning the gods and people in the mortal world, implying that a disaster, like the disaster of Typhon, would break out in the world. But as the days passed, for most mortals in the world, the changes in the celestial phenomena were still too far away, and the turmoil in the world was close at hand. On the land of Athens, one battle after another took place, and the heroes of the world also promoted their reputation on the battlefield. The gods have not yet ended, so the intensity of the war is just ordinary. In the eyes of truly knowledgeable people, the seemingly lively world is actually the calm before the storm. As long as the real flame is ignited, it will sweep all people and gods. Of course, whether it is the human world or the starry sky, the hustle and bustle above the earth has no effect on the earth below. The moon hangs high in the sky, and the river of fire is blazing. Beside the river of Styx, the river of oath, there are mountains and seas of bones, and the dark blue soul fire flickers in the skulls, illuminating the flower vines on the riverside. Walking by the river, a middle-aged man who looks a little different from the god king on the sacred mountain looks at the underworld under Hades' rule. Over the years, the source of the underworld has also increased a lot, and perhaps because the underworld is closer to darkness, Erebus, who is unwilling to increase too much power, also shared some of the source power from the world with it. It's a pity that the core of the underworld is not darkness, and it has been slow to condense an independent symbol to push the power of the entire interface into the realm of great divine power. In this case, the power that the underworld can accept is really limited. In a sense, the power it currently carries is actually far beyond the expectations of the Lord of Darkness. Although it has not broken through that boundary, the power it shares with Erebus is almost more than that of a true god at the peak of powerful divine power. However, Hemina's power is endless, and the carrying capacity of the underworld is ultimately limited. Unless the entire underworld crosses that critical area, it is impossible to alleviate the troubles encountered by Erebus with its size alone. Not here. Are you hiding from me, or is it just an accident? Not knowing that the original gods also have troubles and not understanding the problem of too strong, Zeus couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he glanced at the banks of the Styx. I don't know if it's just that she's not here, or there are other reasons. Styx herself doesn't seem to be here. This makes the god king a little regretful. After all, if possible, compared to Nereus, the god of the sea, Zeus would rather she replace Poseidon and become the new main god of Olympus. On the one hand, the original sea god system is now a member of Olympus, but it is outside the gods' court. Instead of increasing their power, Zeus hopes to find them a counterbalance on the sea, and then calmly deal with the problem of the ocean. At this time, Styx, the daughter of the ocean god but with a mediocre relationship with the god system, is undoubtedly the best choice. After all, she can not only balance the four seas, but even her existence itself is a river running through the underworld. She is one of the most important gods who holds the power of the underworld. What a pity! After waiting for a while, Zeus finally gave up. The time is almost up, and his special incarnation made of his own flesh and blood should also set off. What about the underworld? Let's talk about it later. Just like the four seas, as long as the underworld does not give birth to great divine power, in Zeus' eyes, Hades is just another Poseidon. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 548. Entry and Burning Explosion. After wandering around the Styx for a while, Zeus stopped forcing it when he saw that there was no result. Styx could hide from him for a while, but he couldn't hide from him forever. As long as the Styx still flows on the endless dust, the other party will sooner or later be completely integrated into his divine court. Flying up, Zeus roughly identified the direction. In order to ensure that he would not attract the attention of the ancient snake that had caused him trouble several times, the god king left almost no power belonging to the great divine power for his flesh and blood incarnation. Entering someone else's territory, the size of the power cannot determine the result. If it were not to ensure that he could walk normally in the chaotic abyss, Zeus would not even intend to leave the power of the true god for himself.
Wow.
Going all the way, he did not approach the core of the underworld. The god king went along the edge, and soon the breath of the abyss gradually became clear. Faintly, Zeus saw a well-prepared team waiting there. Most of them were no different from those he had seen on the ground before, but the average quality was obviously much stronger. Only the one in the lead exuded a unique divine aura, and when Zeus noticed her, she also looked back at the approaching god king. Looking at her slightly, the woman in the distance was tall, but she was murderous. Even though it was the first time he saw her, Zeus felt like he had seen an enhanced version of Hera. Not in terms of strength, but in terms of character and doubled vengeance. After all, the character of the Queen of Heaven may be more limited to the lover of the God King, but the one in front of him is not so limited. Is this the five-colored dragon mother that Erebus mentioned, the guardian of the golden apple tree, suspected to be born from his flesh and blood? But this aura is another existence that is more like a demon than a god. Surprised before today, Zeus had guessed that this was a goddess who held some authority. But now that he saw it with his own eyes, he realized that he might have thought too much before. This is not a god who values authority. In his perception, the other party's power seems to come more from the body and blood. If she must have a priesthood, it may be the race represented by her blood. But this is not the power that Khaos can have. Not surprisingly, this is almost certainly another foreign visitor, at least one of the results of Erebus's exploration of this. You are late, a god from Olympus. Why? Is this how your god king tells you to do things? The voice came from afar, and her eyes turned into vertical pupils at some point, and the dragon mother stared closely at the figure approaching quickly. From her words, it can be seen that she does not seem to know the identity of the visitor. Facing the questioning of the dragon mother, Zeus just smiled. The other party really should know him. After all, in order to prevent attention, he not only changed the appearance of his flesh and blood incarnation, but even his companions on this trip did not know his identity as the God King. In their eyes, this was just a very ordinary cooperation with the Olympus god court on Earth, and the visitor was a god of unknown reputation. Only the target was a little special. After all, the abyss was not a place suitable for exploration. I'm really sorry that I was delayed on the road, but for the gods, this should not be a big deal, right? Nice to meet you. The ancestor of the five-colored evil dragon, I am Cronides, as you can see, and I am also a companion sent by the God King to enter the abyss with you. Flying to the side of the dragon mother, Zeus smiled and spoke. Five-colored dragon mother. If the other party is really the flesh and blood of the Lord of Darkness, then if they give birth to offspring, will it be in the form of gods or dragons? If it is in the form of gods, does it mean that the blood of the God King is more assimilable than the original god? Throwing out useless thoughts from his mind, Zeus has noticed the dangerous look of the other party. Ahem. Although it's a little late, it's not too late now. I just don't know what to call you. The five-colored dragon mother? No need. There is only one Moander in Olympus, and that place doesn't belong to me. After this trip, we may not see each other again. Now, get ready to go." Shaking her head slightly, her eyes narrowed slightly, the dragon mother didn't find anything wrong with Zeus. She simply tapped the ground lightly, and a pair of thick and wide dragon wings stretched out from her back. The dragon wings trembled slightly, and a strong wind pressure spread out in all directions, followed by a unique pressure. Under the control of the dragon mother, this pressure cleverly bypassed the accompanying elves, but intentionally or unintentionally ignored the existence of Zeus. Instantly, a sense of oppression that directly pointed to the blood and soul came. The God King's face did not change, but he felt very novel in his heart. Is this the path of foreign gods? Or is it because of Erebus's flesh and blood? Zeus was sure that if it was not him but other gods standing here, he might have suffered a small loss because he saw this kind of pressure for the first time. This unique oppression directly targeted blood and will, just like the deterrence of the higher ranking to the lower ranking. However, the God King did not know what the principle was. He could only compare it with the little knowledge he discovered from the ruins of Asgard, and suspected that this might be related to the giants and dragons that once existed in foreign lands. "Your Excellency is right, let's go." Looking at the breeze like the spring breeze, Zeus nodded randomly, and then went towards the abyss's entrance. Behind him, Longmu's narrow eyes looked up and down the back of the God King, and then followed. This is just a small temptation. Although Eric Bias emphasized that the opponent's strength is not as simple as it is on the surface, but if this unknown god named Krumis can't even deal with no matter how special is the identity, it will not be taken in the eyes of the Dragon Mother. Space twisted, space, time transformation. Perhaps because of Hermu, it was officially destroyed not long ago, and the reception of its inheritance began recently. There should be no time to enter Tartaros last time, but this time Zeus felt very different. God is higher, ground is thicker, and the rules of chaos are even more powerful. In the perception of the King of God, the gap between the abyss and the material world seems to be widened. No, it is not that the gap is really smaller, but is relatively smaller. It's like 100 times 100 times, but 200 is only 40 times. Compared to the past, Tartaros today has obviously taken a considerable step, and even made Zeus unable to secretly rejoicing his decision to send the Kling up. Prior to, the power of the God King was the only power that was not rejected and suppressed by the abyss. It seems that even if it is the opposition between the world's order, Tartaros instincts instinctively in the awe of the perception of the world's authority and the material world. However, Zeus dare not guarantee whether this awe of awe still exists, or it has long been scattered. You go, explore where this is. Collect the basic news here. Remember not to attract the attention of the local strong. With both feet on the bloody plain, Zeus was still amazed and vigilant in the abyss, but the Dragon Mother after her has made arrangements. Under her instructions, the elves that followed them immediately broke away and walked towards all directions. They were originally good at investigating, and they got the device cast by the King of God in private before entering. As long as you are careful, you don't need to worry about being discovered. Hope like this. With a sigh, it is not the ability to trust Hissosos. It really embarked on Tartaros's land. Zeus didn't dare to pack the tickets in the abyss. There is no mistake. 11111111619 one book 111111 a book. No one dares to determine that there is nothing beyond his expected things here, but the news of the news cannot be given up. After all, unlike the last hurry, this incarnation has no power of the body. Clonids, I remember that according to the news you sent, Olympus records showed that the first place to set foot in the abyss is the first layer of the abyss, where the 001-1 level, Wanyuan plane, is located. Tartaros randomly throws the intruders on any of the interface, and when a foreigner embarked on the land of Wanyuan plane, he will automatically know the name and basic information here. The evil eyes swept through the surrounding world, and the Dragon Mother observed the vast interface that was very different from the material world. At a glance, the dark red land that could not be seen at the end, and the pale yellow river shattered a few strange corpses. A round of red celestial bodies composed of lava and magic flames hang in the sky, and the pungent smell is mixed with a few rays of fishy vitality into the air in the interface. Mother Dragon has long expected this. After all, the information given by Olympus is recorded like this. But after one by one, she found a lot of different places. Wanyuan Plain, I have not received information about this layer interface. And unlike what you said, the space here is strictly beyond imagination. Without a special way, even the most powerful gods under the great people are likely to be unable to tear the space here and directly enter the first floor of the abyss. This may be just a little trouble at the moment, but once we go deep into the depths of Tartaros, even if we encounter opponents that are difficult to compete, we cannot tear the interface barrier and escape from the abyss at the fastest speed. This is not to blame me. These messages are from the mouth of His Majesty. Even if you don't believe me, you should believe that a great man will not be wrong. So, the only explanation can only be said that the abyss has changed again during this time. The frown was slightly frowning, and Zeus was helpless about the change of Tartaros, but it was not difficult to understand if you think about it. After all, although the power of the world has consumed a lot of cliffs in the previous period of time, it can be followed by the overall source power. As a king of this world, he is naturally clear about this. Don't worry, just be careful. Wait for those elves to come back. First, understand the specific situation here. Specifically, the strict space structure is indeed a trouble, which was unexpected before Zeus. He thought that the chaos in the abyss would continue, but think about it carefully, it does not seem to have a great impact on him. As long as you can achieve your own purpose, just an incarnation, there is no. As for how others, what does it have to do with him? Nympho. There seems to be some movement over there. After waiting for a long time on the bloody land of the Wanyuan Plain, at a certain moment, a crystal with a communication function flashed in the hands of the Dragon Mother. Using a unique decryption method to read the content, Zeus quickly found the key. They found a primitive city built on the mountains, where there is a breath similar to that of a demigod. Very good. The strength is not high or low. If it is a native creature comparable to a true god, even if it can be defeated, it will inevitably cause a huge movement, and a too-weak existence may not understand anything. The realm of the demigod is just right. It can touch things that ordinary things cannot touch, and it will not attract excessive attention. Let's go and take it down first. Flying up, he went in the direction marked in the information. Zeus planned to sneak into the primitive city, capture the abyss demigod, and see how these abyss creatures can learn to build buildings from the existence of the material world. After a while, the so-called city was in sight. It was built on a low stone mountain with a large lava lake nearby. However, before he could hide his body, the Dragon Mother beside him snorted coldly and then shook her body.
Boom.
The right arm stretched out and turned into a huge dragon claw in the sky. The powerful pressure swept across the fields. What happened to Zeus was his own business, but she didn't want to deal with any conspiracy against some mortals. The dragon claw pressed down, and the crude and unremarkable stone city was instantly shattered, and the demons inside fell under the pressure of the Dragon Mother like wheat being cut. Only a tall demon with flames burning all over his body could barely resist this pressure, but he was still grabbed without resistance under the absolute power.
Bang!
Throwing the opponent to the ground, the five-colored Dragon Mother ignored Zeus's not-so-good expression. The wings behind her spread wide, and the dragon power that was enough to defeat the spirit of mortals tilted away unscrupulously. Lo, reptile, are you the ruler of this area? Now, I ask you answer. He spoke indifferently, with the chill in his pupils almost undisguised. However, at this moment, Zeus' pupils beside him suddenly moved slightly, fighting stubbornly. With a sneer, the Dragon Mother also noticed the abnormal elemental fluctuations and the rising flames on the demon in front of her. Perhaps it was some kind of explosive secret technique, but so what? The resistance of the weak is just a joke in the eyes of the strong. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. If you enjoyed this journey through the Fableverse, don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell so you never miss the next chapter. Want to support the storytellers behind the scenes? Check the description for donation links, author credits, and more. Until next time, stay curious and keep listening.